would request the first participant, the first presenter, Professor Praful Kumar Mishra ji, on the stage. And he is the Vice Chairman of Maharshi Sandipani Rashtriya Ved Vidya. And his topic of the paper is Vedic Vision on Savitri.
Ambodhan chikurachalena tapanam Sinduravindu pade Piyosham Dyutibimbhamananamishat Jachna Smitachadmana Shailendram Kuchakaitavad Balikula Vyajad Bahantir Nadi Radhangaya Shivasya Vishwanidhaye Mula Prakriti Namaha Manyah Adhimancham Virajmanaha Adhyakshaha Upavancham Virajmanaha Sarve Khalu Asmin Charcha Satre Upasthitaha Krutabhuri Parishramaha Vidvamsaha Athacha Satreshmini Angla Bhashaya Likhitoyam Prabandhaha Prastuyate. Without entering to any sort of formality, I would like to start the subject because only 15 minutes is awarded. And my topic is Vedic images in Savitri. Well, while going through Savitri for last 50 years, every day, I have come across certain Vedic images, and since it is a very vast panorama of description, which started its germs from Vadodara to Pondicherry, long 50 years, Sri Aurobindo changed its dimensions. As you know, Mahabharata is written in different dimensions. First Jaya Kavya, then Bharata, then Mahabharata. Similarly, this also was written in a prose style. Then again it is poetry. Then again it is revised, re-revised up to his last time of departure. Well, Sri Aurobindo started writing poetry from early age. And mostly the thematic domain was predominant with Greek and Latin theoretical and Biblic images were there also. But after 1900, all his poetry seems to be changed in a different dimension. And they are all, as yesterday our Professor Sampadananda was telling, there are some significant poetry which also I have mentioned, and I have written a long paper on it on Urvasi, which is in 1995. Sukta of 10th Mandala. The Urvasi theme of Rigveda, which is completely in a hopping way of expression, because that is Vedic style. Similarly, Kalidas has put colors on it. Well, whenever we get Urvasi, and whatever we know about Urvasi is Kalidasa's Urvasi. But Sri Aurobindo's treatment of Urvasi is different. He could not resist himself to write two different poems on Urvasi. In early 1920 or 1910, so to say, I have forgotten the dates. First is only one canto, small poem, and the second is in the 4 cantos. And if a connoisseur could read it, he could not resist tears in the last line. How love is denied to this earth. He has developed the story of love because that is the only panacea to change humanity, to superhumanity. That is a different issue, I will not quote that. So, the next important poem was Love and Death. He has also mentioned yesterday. And love and death, you will be astonished to know that love and death, both of them are equal potent. Their potency was equal, half won and half lost. The story of Ruru and Pramodvara. Again, the final magnum opus is Savitri, which is not only changed like Mahabharata, also similar to Ramayana, having roughly 24,000 lines. And like Bhagavata, there are 2 skandhas, 12 skandhas. And in Srimad Bhagavata, we have seen the Mangalacharana started from the first sloka. Mangalacharana is Satyam Param Dhimahi, and the last one is also Satyam. So there, in a way, Professor Iyengar, who is his biography writer, a great biographer and a scholar in English literature, used to impress that this is a story of dawn to dawn, a dawn to greater dawn. Because in a very flashback manner, the whole of the story started from the first canto of the first book, where it was the hour before God's awake. So, under these circumstances, he has started the theory of a creation of an Asadya Sukta, the theory of different Vedic nuances which are Hiranyagarbha Sukta, another theory of creation. So also the Purusha Sukta. And he enters the whole story from night to dawn, from dawn to dusk, from dusk to again dawn. So it is a matter of dawn to dawn, from morning to next morning. And the story was in a flashback manner, because on the canto itself it says how how the night is the darkest before the dawn. And he says how God shall awake when wise men talk and sleep. So, wise men, they think that they know everything. But jamevesha brunute tena labhya, they forget, because they are very much confident that they can only get the knowledge, because they have the standard of sadhana, they have standard of pedagogy, standard of everything, they have the research methodology, everything, so they can attain the knowledge. But they only gossip. So there is a line that falsafa ko khuda nahi milta, o धागा सुलझ जाता है, रुई नहीं मिलता, ऐसा कोई पंक्ति है. So the philosophers, they only run after the threads which are completely topsy-turvy, and they do not get the origin. They are only trying to get the origin, and everything is lost. That's why in the night, Sri Aurobindo, I have also written one paper on Sri Aurobindo's concept of night. So there, he also accepted the Vedic night and the Tantric night also. When we do our puja during Chaitra or Ashwina, Navaratri, so there also the pujak used to sing Ratri Sukta. What is Ratri? Ratri is the Divine Mother, which breasts everything. And the sage praise night, goddess night, well, protect us from the devils. As you know in Mrichagatika, Bahu dosa hi sarvari. So in night, all the devils, all the, as in Rudrashtadhyayi, you must have read that Taskara, Kuluncha, Stayu, so many types of thieves, they used to crop in the night, and the red wolves and the tigers and all the wild animals, they have become very much active, and the wild activity run in the night. So, O Mother Divine, you protect us. So then there are certain mantras in night, Ratri Sukta, that, well, Mother Divine, you protect us like a leather packet, leather cloth completely covers the whole of the gamut of creation, and in the morning it releases afresh. So you have given 15 minutes, whatever. 15 minutes, it is already 15 minutes.
No. It is 12
Only,
minutes.
wait for that. Okay, no problem. So there, Sri Aurobindo finds different images of Veda to justify his Vedic studies, Vedic images, to justify his own way of description. Because Savitri, since it is a symbolic and mystic poetry, so the symbolism and the mysticism which is interpreted in the secret of the Veda in different chapters, which was indicated yesterday by Professor Sampadananda. So those mysticism was justified, they find place in the event of Vedic images. I have given many parallels of Sri Aurobindo's lines and the Vedic lines. I think it is not so easy to justify the subject in a very few times, because it requires a very wide canvas to prove how these suktas, not only Hiranyagarbha or Purusha Sukta or Nasadya Sukta, so also there are so many lines from Kathopanishads, many lines from Aghamarshana Suktas, many, many lines from different texts, from different scriptures which I have quoted, and it has no end, are all very, very significant. And one thing I must say at the outset, don't worry, don't disturb me time and again. So, what I mean to say, Sri Aurobindo has not only used Vedic images, that doesn't mean only Vedic images. He has taken many beautiful images from Bible, from Greco-Roman mythology. Even whatever image he wants to justify, he justifies it with a series of imagery. That is, he was in settlement. You know that he was in Baroda, he was in settlement officer. So you find in a page completely the canto is full of settlement images. If you want to go to see the geographical images, the geography and alpha and omega and oxymoron and all those Greek mythology, they are all come to his rescue for the description. But the kernel of his symbolism is from the nuances of the Veda. Thank you.
Dhanyavad, sir. Now I would request the chair, Pranav Kumar Vasisht ji, to felicitate the presenter, Sir Praful Kumar Mishra ji.
Namaste to all of you. Interpretation of some Vedic concepts by Sri Aurobindo. In the foundations of Indian culture, Sri Aurobindo made an important statement in which he spoke of the immediate work of India. There were 3 tasks, he said, that India need to accomplish. The first task is to recover the ancient spiritual knowledge. The other 2 tasks depend largely upon the first task, that is the recovery of knowledge. It is complex, buried under such a plethora of interpretations that it is difficult to penetrate into it. Sri Aurobindo was extremely shocked and hurt knowing the misinterpretation of Vedic texts by the Western scholars to whom Vedas are nothing but the imagination and superstitions of barbarians. This led Sri Aurobindo to interpret Vedas again in the light of its commentaries with his own philosophical and spiritual outlook. In the present paper, an attempt is made to discuss the interpretation of some of the Vedic concepts, various symbols, etc., according to Sri Aurobindo, and bring forth the secret of spiritual knowledge enshrined in Vedic mantras. Sri Aurobindo has written 2 voluminous books on the Veda alone, that is, on the Veda and hymns to the mystic fire, and of course the Vedic glossary. His entry in the Vedic literature is best given in his words. He says, "First, it seems to me advisable to explain the genesis of the theory in my own mind so that the reader may better understand the line I have taken, or if he chooses, check my prepositions or personal preference which may have influenced or limited the right application or reasoning to this difficult problem." Sri Aurobindo has translated 4,500 hymns of the Rig Veda. Apart from developing his thesis while interpreting various Vedic gods, he interpreted 42 suktas out of 87 from the 5th mandala. The problem of Vedic interpretation is always questionable. Traditional interpreters like Yaska, Skandaswami, Udgita, Venkata, Madhava, Anandatirtha, etc., many of them lived before Sayana, and Sayana took up the ritualistic view, only one of the many possible. The Western scholars laid too much importance on linguistic and conjecture, which led them to a stalemate. Dr. A.K. Kumaraswamy said that further progress in interpretation of liturgies cannot be made until the cult is more profoundly interpreted from the point of view of history of religion. Sri Aurobindo offers this profound interpretation of the Vedic cult. Sri Aurobindo started to analyze the symbolic names attached to certain psychological experiences, and among them came three figures of female energies, Ila, Saraswati, and Sarma, representing revelation, inspiration, and intuition. On the Veda, Sri Aurobindo opines that Veda cannot be interpreted by separate passages or hymns. If it is to have any coherent or consistent meaning, we must interpret as a whole. According to Sri Aurobindo, in later Vedic literature, which is mainly developed to explain in easy manner the mystic and symbolic truth, turned into external ritualism and restate the internal meaning. Upanishads used the Veda as a help in their spiritual experience and did not care for the verbal sense of the Veda. As a result, the influence of Veda was undermined. Veda came to be regarded as a book of prayers and rituals. Sri Aurobindo's interpretation of the Veda is psychological and spiritual. It unveils the mystic import of the Vedic symbols on the basis of internal evidences. Sri Aurobindo argues that corresponding to the school of Vedic mysteries, there were such schools in Egypt, Greece, and Asia Minor. Sayana's Bhartiya is not the sole undisputed authority on the meaning of Vedic hymns. Yask is prior to Sayana and admits three interpretations of every hymn, that is Adi Bhautika, Adi Daivika, and Adhyatmika. Yask mentions almost 20 schools and individuals who give different interpretations of the hymns. There are some special words with philological justifications, like go means both cow and ray of light. Parasar is regarded as a proper name, but in the hymn it carries its root meaning, that is one who overcomes the enemies. It is used as an adjective of Indra in the hymns. Gotama means one full of light. Yagna in the Veda is symbolic. It is a means of interchange between a man and the gods. The fruit of the sacrifice, Go, Asva, Rai, Ratnam, Veera, Tanaya, also are symbolic. Vedic gods and their functions, psychological and symbolic. The first sukta of the third mandal of Vishwamitra is symbolic. There, the relation between Agni, rivers, and waters is stated, indicating the symbolic nature of God Agni as well as that of the rivers and waters. In Mandala 126.2, Agni is to be Sada Yavishtha Mabihi, means eternally the most youthful by thought forces. Fire is said to be Satya Manma, one with truthful thoughts. In Mandala 4, Dadhikravana has only spiritual functions. So also in Mandal 440, Dadhikravana, a form of Agni, is spoken of as performing the functions of God. In Mandala 440, the last Richa, Dadhikravana is so openly symbolic as to leave no doubt. Saraswati, either the river or goddess or both, in Sadhayanti Dhyam Naha, perfects our intelligence. Usa, the goddess of dawn, and Agni, the god of fire, representing the divine will, is the divine guest in the mortals. Vishwamitra says to Indra in Mandala 3.33, the sacrifice becomes your increaser, O Indra, and the sacrifice in which Soma is present is dear to you. O worthy of sacrifice, protect the sacrifice by the sacrifice. May this sacrifice guard your thunderbolt in the killing of the coverer. It has been argued sometimes that Veda speaks of the gods, but not the one infinite, the Brahman. But this is not true. As it is said, Ekam sadvipra bahuda vadanti, tat ekam rutam bruhat. In Veda, not only the actual religious worship, but also the social institutions of time were penetrated with the symbolic spirit. For example, in Rigveda, Mandal 10, 85, which is supposed to be the marriage hymn for the union of the human couple and was certainly used as such in the later Vedic ages. Yet the whole sense of the hymn turns about the successive marriages of Surya, daughter of the sun, with different gods, and the human marriage has become subordinate matter, overshadowed and governed entirely by the divine and mystic figure. The Vedic deities are names, powers, personalities of the universal Godhead, and they represent each some essential nuances of the divine being. They manifest the cosmos and are manifest in it. The question came to our mind that to what god shall the sacrifice be offered? Who shall be invoked to manifest and protect in the human being this increasing Godhead? In this list comes Agni first, as without him the sacrificial flame cannot burn on the altar of the soul. That flame of Agni is seven-tongued power of the will, a force of God, instinct with knowledge. This conscious and forceful will is the immortal guest in our mortality, a pure priest and a divine worker, the meditator between earth and heaven. Indra is the other pole of light, instinct with force, which descends from heaven to earth. He says darkness and pours down the life-giving heavenly waters. There are also female energies. Aditi, infinite mother of the gods, comes first, and there are, besides, 5 powers of the truth consciousness. There are also some symbolic names. As the Vedic cow is the symbol of light, so the Vedic horse is a symbol of power, spiritual strength, force of tapasya. When the rishi asked Agni for a horse form or cow in front gift, he is not asking really for a number of horses with some cows walking in front. He is asking actually for a great body of a spiritual power led by the light, or as we may translate it, with the ray cow walking in its front, Jyotir Agraha. The symbol of the sun is constantly associated with the higher light and the truth. It is in the truth concealed by an inferior truth that are unyoked horses of the sun. It is the sun in it is the highest light that is called upon in the great Gayatri mantra to impel our thoughts. In connection with the symbol of the sun, a notable and most significant verse in a hymn of the 5th mandal must be noted here. It not only describes the profound mystic symbolism of Vedic poets, but also shows how Upanishads understood the Rig Veda. The sun is both the Veda and Upanishads, is the Godhead of the supreme truth and knowledge. Similarly, Dashus, the robbers who steal the cows or Vritras, and literally they are taken as human enemies in ordinary interpretations. But Vritra is a demon who covers and holds back the light and the waters, and the Vritras are his forces fulfilling that function. There are some psychological terms. The natural meaning of the term dhi is thought or buddhi, understanding, intelligence. The word ketu means ray, but it also bears the meaning of intellect, judgment, or an intellectual perception. So it means a ray of perception or intuition. The word kratu means ordinarily a work or sacrifice, but it also means intelligence, powers, and especially power of intelligence. Therefore, Agni is said as Kavi Kratu. According to Sri Aurobindo, Yagna is a work, internal or external, and Yajman is the soul or the personality as the doer. It is found that gods were spoken of as priests of the offering. The Vedic sacrifice is psychologically a symbol of cosmic and individual activity, become self-conscious, enlightened, and aware of its goal. The whole process of this universe, according to Sri Aurobindo, is sacrifice. Life of a man is imagined as a sacrifice, a journey, and a battle. Thus, if we understand the Veda properly from Sri Aurobindo's view, it ceases to be an obscure, confused, and barbarous hymn. It becomes the highest aspiring song of humanity, Its chants are episodes of the lyrical epic of the soul in its immortal rise. The hidden spiritual essence of the Vedic hymns is disclosed in true sense by Sri Aurobindo. Many wrongly interpreted or rather misunderstood concepts of Veda have been made clear and assigned spiritual importance by Sri Aurobindo. Thus, Sri Aurobindo has contributed immensely in giving the inner subtle meaning of Vedic hymns and Vedic literature, and he brought to light the most authentic spiritual literature of Hindu tradition to the world. Thank you.
I have one question. I thought, say, in terms of the horse and the power that you mentioned, and cow and the sense of light, do you see similar parallels in terms of the Yaska's or Sayana's interpretation of this kind elsewhere? Or is it found solely in Sri Aurobindo's work?
It's found in Yaska and Sayana also. Yes, this interpretation of cow and horse as a ray and power is found in Yaska and Sayana also. But how Sri Aurobindo relate these things to the soul of humans, that is very important, as per my interpretation, as I understood.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would request Pranav Kumar Vasisht ji to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Shweta ji. Now I would invite our next presenter, Dr. Arun Ranjan Mishra ji. He is a professor in Department of Sanskrit, Pali and Prakrit, Vishwa Bharati, Central University, Shantiniketan. And his topic of presentation is Sanskritic Glow in the World Classic Savitri.
ॐ सुधा समुद्रांत हृदयमणि द्वीप संरूढ़ विल्वाटवी मध्यकल्पद्रुमाकल्प कादंब कांतार वासप्रिये कृति वासप्रिये सर्वलोकप्रिये देवी तुभ्यं नमो देवी तुभ्यं नमो देवी तुभ्यं नमः. Esteemed Chair, Dr. Vasishtha, my friend Professor Sampadanand Mishra, I thank him for having invited me to this august gathering. Esteemed Vice Chancellor, Sri Jagannath Sanskrit University, Puri, Professor R.K. Panda, esteemed Vice President of Maharshi Sandipani Veda Vidya Pratishthan, Ujjain, and my friends. Well, Sanskritic glow in Savitri. Since time is short, I would just read out 2-3 pages only. What I have done, I have tried to find out the underflow of Indian culture and Sanskritic culture in the lines of Savitri. And there are many stanzas which glare with the lines of Veda, Upanishads, Srimad Bhagavad Gita, and many others. Because time is very short. And in one place, there are stanzas. They say that a connection with the Supreme Being can give a kind of supreme bliss, which is called Nirvana Parama Santi in Srimad Bhagavad Gita. That Nirvana Parama Santi can be available through the connection. And that bliss again is being defined, redefined, described through very startling images. collected only from his poetic treasury, from nowhere else. That stanza I wish to read out. Each day means a sadhak, his life and his feeling of supreme bliss because of his connection with the Supreme Being. Each day was a spiritual romance. I repeat, each day was a spiritual romance, as if he was born into a bright new world. Adventure lived an unexpected friend, and danger brought a keen, sweet tang of joy. Each happening was a deep experience, and honeyed pleadings breathed from occult lips to help the heart to yield to rapture's call, and sweet temptations stole from beauty's realms, and sudden ecstasies from a world of bliss. Book 1, Canto 3, page 31. The spiritual fruits of a sadhaka are described here through the images like spiritual romance, sweet tang of joy, deep experience, honeyed pleadings, rapture's call, sweet temptations, beauty's realm, sudden ecstasies, world of bliss. All these things are there in the Vedic lines, Upanishadic lines. They are already in the background. The Vedic seers have declared this bliss in terms like Madhuvata, Rutayati, we all know it. Madhu Kharanti Sindhava, Rigveda 196. Madhu Naktam Utosaso Madhumat Parthivam Raja, Rigveda 197. Jihva Madhumati Sumedha, Rigveda 357.5. Madhuman me Parayanam Madhumat Punarayanam, Rigveda 10.24.6. Ebhi Dyurbhi Sumana, Rigveda 153.4. And Kathopanishad says, we all know, Tam Atmastham Je Anupasyanti Dhira, Tesam Santihi Saswati Netaresham. So, Tam Atmastham Je Dhiraha Anupasyanti, Tesam Eva Santi, Iti Asayah, Kathopanishad 2-13. In the next mantra in Kathopanishad, it is being said that the supreme bliss of a sadhaka, how it is? Tadetaditi manyante anirdesyam paramam sukham. So anirdesyam paramam sukham, that kind of bliss is being attained through the connection. Rigveda 2-14. In Taittiriya Upanishad, we also know, it's a very famous mantra, Yato vacho nivartante aprapya manasa saha. Then the second, Anandam Brahmano Vidwan, Brahmanaha Anandam Jaha Vidwan, Athava Anandasya Vidwan, Na Vivheti Kadachana. A fearlessness, a kind of fearlessness comes through that enjoyment of bliss. And Srimad Bhagavad Gita also says that a sadhaka enjoys bliss after controlling his mind. Atma Basye Irvidheyatma Prasadam Adhigachati. Prasada word is there, Gita 2:64. This is because a controlled mind only can apprehend the Supreme Being, who is the releaser of all sacrificial performances and parlances and penances, and who is the Lord of all parlances and the friend to all beings. Just a feel of him fetches immense bliss, feel of the Supreme Being. Bhoktaram yajna tapasam sarvaloka maheswaram suhrudam sarvabhutanam gyantva mam santim ruchati. Gita 5:29. Thus a well-controlled and well-connected sadhaka attains nirvana paramasanti, which is in Gita 6:15. Sri Aurobindo, as a true sadhaka, had attained that bliss, which he reflected in many places of Savitri in terms of our Shastric descriptions. But then this bliss comes to the Stitadhi. Stitadhi is defined, as we know, in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, and how Stitadhi is described through beautiful images that I wish to present. What is there in Savitri? Stitadhi is being described. Indifferent to sorrow and delight, we all know it. Indifferent to sorrow and delight, untempted by the marvel and the call, immobile, it beheld the flux of things, means all the opposites, flux of opposites, calm and apart, supported all that is. His spirit's stillness helped the toiling world. Book 1, Canto 3, page 36. The spiritual masters like him, like Sri Aurobindo, are declared Muni, and that is here being said, Stitadhi, Dukhesu anudvigna manaha, we all know it, Sukhesu vigata spruha, Vitaraga bhaya krodha, Stitadhi muni richyate. But the interesting point is, this thing is being said here in his poetry. How close they are. Sukhesu anudvigna mana, Dukhesu anudvigna mana, Sukhesu vigata spruha. And he writes, indifferent to the sorrow and delight and all that. And hence I wish to say that there is a undercurrent, a kind of undercurrent beneath his poetry, Savitri. And Tadhama Paramang Mama, this is a famous quote. They are there in Upanishad, in Srimad Bhagavad Gita also. And how is that Dhama, the supreme parlance of the Supreme Being, that he describes? And his description is interesting because of rare images. His soul could sail beyond thought's luminous bar, Tadhama. Mind screened no more the shoreless infinite. Across a void, retreating sky, he glimpsed. Through a last glimmer and a drift of vanishing stars, the superconscient realms of motionless peace, where judgment ceases and the word is mute, and the unconceived lies pathless and alone. There came not from any, not form or any mounting voice, there only were silence and the absolute. That is the Dhamma. So this Dhamma has been described in the phrases like, through the phrases like, beyond thought's luminous bar, shoreless infinite, beyond the retreating sky, beyond the vanishing stars, and is pathless. That Dhamma is pathless. And we all know it in Kathopanishad, it has been described. Natatra suryo bhati nachandra tarakam. We are acquainted with this mantra. Nema vidyuto bhanti kuto yam agni. Tameva bhantam anubhati sarvam. Tasya bhasa sarvam idam vibhati. Kathopanishad 2:15. Similarly, in Srimad Bhagavad Gita also we all know. Abhyakto kshara ityuktas tasmad ahu stamahu paramam gatim. Yam prapya na nivartante tadhamang paramang mama tadhama. Gita 8:21. Natad bhasayate suryo nasasanko napavakaha yadgatva na nivartante tadhama paramang mama. All these things are there. Sri Aurobindo's Savitri is an exceptional poetry decorated through many glowing poetic instruments and resplendent with his yogic visions. His yogic experiences are encoded here in every page of Savitri, and they match with those described in Sanskrit Shastras. The matching of lines from both sides was inevitable. Sri Aurobindo is an indispensable part of the Indian tradition and culture and their development. So naturally, his poetic reflection would also show that tradition and thought. So there are many, many instances. I have tried to put them together with a kind of analytical flavor. And if situation permits, it may be printed somewhere. It will come across to us. Thank you very much.
We still have some more time, so 3 minutes more. So, sir, I'd like you to...
If there are questions,
There are
I
questions,
can
yes,
take,
yes.
or else I can read out one page more what is there.
So any
I'm
more
well
questions?
within my time. Okay, that's there. Now you can proceed.
Sure. So I thought say happens to be the last paper on Savitri. So I thought a couple of points could be made specifically because
yes,
this is on Savitri. So I was reading a work of Sri Guntur Seshendra Sharma, a remarkable poet of our times, who reflected on Savitri. He mentioned a couple of points which I felt are important to be noted. First, poetry is that kind of a Vidya where you actually take what is visible and try to bring out the invisible. Whereas what happens in Savitri is something even more remarkable. It actually speaks of the invisible and tries to make that visible. So in a sense, the entire talk actually is about Parloka. So it's not about the Ihaloka at all. So that's something which is very significant that you would not find in the entire, say, Sanskrit tradition itself. So the Sanskritic glow that comes out of Savitri is something that enriches Sanskrita tradition, and that's something which is a very remarkable part. The second thing is that in Mahabharata, Savitri is an upakhyana. But in Sri Aurobindo's hands, it becomes an akhyana. And upakhyana and akhyana are actually two terms that we get to see where if you are narrating something that you heard from somebody else, that becomes an upakhyana. Whereas you are actually narrating something that you are a witness of. That is the akhyana. And the Holy Mother actually mentions that many of her own experiences that she narrated to Sri Aurobindo, they have actually come into the Savitri. So thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation, and look forward to reading it sometime soon.
The chair to felicitate Arun Ranjan Mishra ji. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Professor Niranjan Kafleji. He works as Associate Professor in Sanskrit Department, Ashoka University. The topic of his presentation is the Vishnu Sukt and Sri Aurobindo's rendition on it.
I am very honored to be here to present my presentation on Sri Aurobindo and Vishnu Sukta. And here we should not forget that we should thank Professor Sampadananda Mishra because he has organized this wonderful conference, and also he has done a lot of work on Sri Aurobindo. Even we were talking the other day, and he was showing entire glossary of Sanskrit terms and references, and also he has prepared he has supplied the Sanskrit version of whole Bikramorvasiyam, and everything is almost available in the internet. And also we have been benefiting from the Bande Mataram website where we could consult a lot of things there, and we could also read the translation of Sri Aurobindo. And I take this opportunity to thank Professor Sampadananda Mishra a lot. Thank you so much. And my topic of presentation is Sri Aurobindo's interpretation on the Vishnu Sukta. Let's hope this works. How do I do this? Okay. Yes. I mean, I didn't want to go much detail into the, let's say, how Sri Aurobindo translated and which verse, which suktas of the Rig Veda he translated. But I want to take a case of the Vishnu Sukta, and Vishnu Sukta is in the Rig Veda first book 1.54, that's the Vishnu Sukta. And this is a short sukta basically. It has 6 mantras, and this is the only hymn dedicated to Vishnu entirely, so to say. If we don't count the very last mantra, where the sukta says, Ubhe, I there, meaning the Indra preceding the sukta's deity, and the Vishnu himself. And this is a wonderful scenario in Indian context. As we see that here picture is not clear, it is very early Vishnu Trivikrama hymn, and it's dated to 467 CE, and where you can see that he has two big stride pits. Basically, it is the continuation of the Rig Veda Vishnu Sukta. And there, one interesting thing happens in this iconography. We could look at the more clear in iconography from the Mahabalipuram from around the 7th century. And what you could see is, you could clearly see the 2 feet of Vishnu. And where is the third? And it is not the case that people could not represent it. There were ways to represent it. But I think that the third feet always represents the mystic feet. If you look at the whole entire Vishnu Sukta in the Rig Veda, the third is the one which is the highest, from where the madhu drips in. So that madhu is enjoyed by the rishis, sages, etc. And this is not the only case. Actually, we have this phenomenon in Indian culture. If you look at the Ashtamurti hymn, Ashtamurti hymn, and that you already find in the Atharva Veda. And there is a representation of the Ashtamurti hymn, which is the iconography of which is presented in the Bombay Library, and it has seven faces. Where is the eighth? Eighth is the hidden, I, the mystic one. And also, if you look at the, let's say, numerology of Rig Vedic style, or even the Vedic Samhitas, you could say that you have always the +1 theory. You have 3 states of life, one more, and 3 states, let's say, Jagrat, Susupti, etc. And we have the 4th one. And that concept is already present in the Vishnu Sukta, and also it is presented in the arts, etc. Anyway, that is my short introduction to the Sukta. And here I would like to take the case of Sri Aurobindo. And what Sri Aurobindo says about this Sukta is, let's say, this has nothing to do about the Vamana myth. As we know that Vamana, as the dolph Vishnu came, and the 3rd feet he put on the Vamana's head. That has nothing to do with this. And this is a late Puranic interpretation, he himself says. And also he says that, okay, this has an interesting thing. An interesting thing is, it's a Vishnu presented as a let's say, overpower of the whole universe because of his feet. Okay, that is what his interpretation is. Now, let's come to the translation of the first mantra. Mantra itself, to our knowledge, let's say, Sanskrit-wise, it's not so typical. Okay, it's saying something like, let's say, Vishnur Nokam Biryani Prabhocham. I will tell the Biryani, the heroic deeds of Vishnu. Here, Nukam, it has an interesting phenomenon. You have a come after Nu. In Vedic Samhitas, if you see the Sam, he, and then immediately it follows it follows come. And in the translations, let's say, even by the Sayana and the Venkatamadhava, what they try to do is they try to translate come as a Shigram, I quickly. And in one of the let's say interpretation of Sayana, in the interpretation of the Sayana, sometimes he also does that come as a Sukha. Of course, come has a Sukha, but actually when it appears after Nu, Sam, He, it emphasizes the previous word. It has nothing to do with the Sukha or Shigram. Okay, if we look at that translation from Sri Aurobindo, for example, he does not translate that Nu come at all. he leaves out because it is not adding anything to the meaning of the Rigvedic verse. And also one interesting thing here is, let's say Sri Aurobindo translates the last one Urugaya. Okay, how he does? He does with wide moving uru, big, gaya, to come, to go. What are these? What is this adjective is about? About the feet of Vishnu. And if we look at the, let's say, the translation of here, Sayana, what he does, Urugaya, means Urubhi Giyamana, praised by big people, high people, wise people. Actually, if you look at the Aska's translation of Urugaya, not translation, I would say interpretation, it's that also he takes exactly like the Sri Aurobindo does. And basically, in my understanding, and also here one important thing in the translation, what Sri Aurobindo supplies is in the this different color, whatever it is called, is his universal movements. His the Vishnu's universal movements, movement of overpowering all the Prithvi element here, not Prithvi means the earth, and the middle space, which we called Antariksha, Antara middle, Iksha seeing, what we see in the middle, and the upwards, Div, the enlightening all, we could call tentatively the Sorga, and that universal moment, his universal moment, is not in the Sanskrit text, but he supplies that in order to make it more simple, and he contextualizes in his translation, which actually old commentator of the Rig Veda tries to avoid, and also they, if we can say, I mean, I am not in that position of saying that they are wrong, but they don't do it. So, in Aurobindo's translation, what we see is Sri Aurobindo's translation, that he precisely translates the Rigvedic verse. And where it is necessary, he also supplies important information which is missing in the old commentaries and also in the main original text of the Rig Veda. If I am running out of time, I could also leave out. And similarly, we also have the translation from the Dayananda Saraswati. I mean, he precedes a little bit, he's a little bit earlier than Sri Aurobindo. And also, he also says that Urugaya, that particular term, as a, let's say, Urubhir Giyate, Urubhihi, here also he supplies Bahubhi Mantrai. Actually, that mantra part we cannot see at least in the Rigvedic passage. He is supplying that, this somehow feels not so appropriate to my knowledge. Okay, then we could also see the Venkata commentary here. There he points out to the two facts. One, it could be, let's say, wide going, so to say, Urugaya, and also he gives the alternative translation and interpretation that also is Stotabhya. I think Stotabhya is it's not so appropriate. I think even looking at the, let's say, interpretation of Aska also does ga here means to go stride big. Okay, that is one point. Perhaps I'm running out of time. Still, we have some time. Okay, then I would like to take another mantra. This is the fifth mantra of the same sukta. Here also, let's say, Uru Krama. Here, the classical translator do the similar type of mistake. Similar type of interpretation. Here also, Uru means big, and Krama here Sri Aurobindo takes as a, let's say, steps moving towards Krama means his feet. And the more important here is the words Pade Parame, as we all know. And we have to pay a particular attention to the word, phrase, etc. For example, let's say Dhi. We all know what Dhi means. Dhi Mai, we have been saying most of the time. Actually, Dhi Mai is not just the thought. We thought, we think that is not the case. And it is also not the case that we just meditate. Actually, that meditation, that particular of constant thought is inspired by the gods. That is the word actually means in the Rig Veda. Let's say, if I translate the Rig Veda, I don't think I can render those intuitive views, those hidden views in my translation. But let's say somebody like Tapasvi, Sri Aurobindo, he could certainly, and he has certainly rendered such a concept in his interpretation of the text. And one more thing I would like to say here is, for example, we have been reading Deva and Asura most of the time in Puranic text. And if we look at, let's say, Puranic text, Asuras are actually exactly like opposite of Devas. Actually, in Rig Vedic concepts, and also in a Vedic concept, we could also say, include the Brahmana and Brahmana text, let's say, I forgot the another term, Brahmana and 1 minute, okay. Brahmana and other Vedic text, if we look at the Asura are not the, let's say, demonic like a figure. Not at all. If we look at the Rig Vedic phrase that Asuraha, Suniha, and that means actually somebody good guide. Asura as, even in the our text, Amara Kosaha, Asuras are the Purve Deva. And when Deva comes in Rig Veda, like Indra is always addressed as a Deva, the new god. Old god were Asuras, and the new gods are headed by Indra. So these kind of concept one has to take care while reading these texts and also translating these texts. One more time, let's say we have a dasa already in the Rig Veda. Dasa doesn't mean that you are the slave of somebody, but you are actually a particular dedicated, let's say, devotee of gods. It's not in the service in Rig Vedic term. It doesn't mean that. It's a kind of devotee, special kind of devotee of gods. So these kind of translation, only the Sri Aurobindo type of says can render in their translation. And so the translation of many Vedic hymns that Aurobindo has done is of high importance for us, and it's time for us to look at those translations seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. In fact, it's been a wonderful presentation of yours. I just thought I'd also mention that Madhvacharya's commentary on the Rig Veda shows that every word of Rig Veda actually means Vishnu.
Right.
So in fact, what I do believe is that when we read Sri Aurobindo, it actually opens up us to all the previous work done, and that to do it seriously and rigorously.
Absolutely.
So which is what is the best part of engaging with Sri Aurobindo.
Indeed, and also at this time what we have a great the material with us is that we could compare. We could look at what Ayaska did, and we could also sort of fit the timeline. Let's say what other people, let's say, I didn't discuss, let's say, the English translation, other translations, but we could also look at the, let's say, old translation, the interpretation of the, let's say, commentarial traditions, and look at their Aurobindo's translation. And there one impressive thing I always find while reading Sri Aurobindo is he does not overdo it. No. And he exactly takes what the meaning of those words seriously means, deeply means, and he renders that. And that's the very precise and a treasure for us that we are not, let's say, misled. And that can be done only like Sri Aurobindo people, Sri Aurobindo type of sages.
So in fact, Sayana is a Krishna Yajurvedan, and he, looking at Rig Veda, does it in the manner of the ritual.
Indeed, and that is not always the case.
That's a key part also, to find out what is the Ekavakyata in the entire Veda, opens up a great scope for further study for all times to come. So I guess we'll stop here because we'll have to invite the next speaker.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much.
Now I would request our next presenter, Dr. Nandita Singhvi ji. She is Associate Professor in Government Dungar College. बीकानेर, and her topic of presentation is बृहस्पति सूक्त के प्रथम मंत्र की श्री अरविंद कृत व्याख्या, एक परिशीलन।
महर्षि अरविंद की इस तपोस्थली में समुपस्थित सभी पुण्यात्माओं को मेरा बारंबार नमन। सर्वप्रथम मैं यहाँ के आयोजकों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और साधुवाद देती हूँ कि आपने हमें इस महान पुण्यात्मा और उच्च कोटि के ऋषि, संत और महात्मा से साक्षात्कार करने का सुअवसर प्रदान किया। ऐसा लगा मुझे कि मेरे जैसे महान पुण्यों का उदय हुआ है, जो हमें इस महान ऋषि के विचारों का साक्षात्कार करने का सुअवसर प्राप्त हुआ। गत 30 वर्षों से मैं सायण, दयानंद इत्यादि को पढ़ाती रही, लेकिन महर्षि अरविंद से साक्षात्कार करने का, उन्हें पढ़ने का सुअवसर प्राप्त नहीं हुआ। ये मुझे पहली बार प्राप्त हुआ है और बड़ा आनंद भी मिला है। महर्षि अरविंद की सभी भाष्यकारों से एक अलग ही दृष्टि रही है। वो रहस्यवादी भाष्यकार थे, रहस्यवादी दृष्टि रखते थे अपनी, और उसी दृष्टि से उन्होंने अपनी रचनाओं की व्याख्या की है, रचनाएं पढ़ी हैं। मेरे जो शोध पत्र का विषय है वह बृहस्पति सूक्त है, और उसमें भी उसका प्रथम मंत्र बृहस्पति देवता ऋग्वेद के जो मुख्य देवता हैं उनमें से एक है। वेदों में इन्हें ब्रह्मणस्पति भी कहा गया है, और पुराणों में तो आते आते इनका नाम ब्रह्मा हो गया। ऋग्वेद के 11 सूक्तों में बृहस्पति का और कई सूक्तों में ब्रह्मणस्पति का विवेचन हुआ है, और कालांतर में आते आते इन वैदिक देवताओं के स्वरूप और महत्व में बड़ा परिवर्तन आ गया, और जो पौराणिक देव वंशावलियां हैं उसके अंदर ब्रह्मणस्पति तो विलुप्त ही हो गए, और ब्रह्मा था वो सृष्टा बन गया, और बृहस्पति ग्रह का अधिपति। अभी हमने बताया था कि बृहस्पति के 2 नाम और भी थे, ब्रह्मणस्पति और ब्रह्मा। तो पौराणिक वंशावलियों में ब्रह्मणस्पति तो विलुप्त हो गए, और जो ब्रह्मा जी थे वो सृष्टा बन गए। ऋषि वामदेव ने जो बृहस्पति देव को संबोधित करके चतुर्थ मंडल के 50वें सूक्त की व्याख्या की, रचना की, और उस मंत्र की अलग अलग भाष्यकारों ने अपनी दृष्टि से व्याख्या की, और उसमें भी जो अरविंद थे उन्होंने इसे रहस्यमय स्तुति गीत कहा। साइणाचार्य का जो वेद भाष्य है वो कर्म कांड परक है, इसलिए उन्होंने यज्ञ संबंधी विनियोग के आधार पर बृहस्पति का स्वरूप निर्धारित किया। तो स्वामी दयानंद ने अपने यौगिक अर्थों के आधार पर यौगिक दृष्टि से अनेक अर्थों की उद्भावना कर ली बृहस्पति शब्द की, जैसे परमात्मा, सूर्य, विद्वान, राजा आदि। किंतु श्री अरविंद ने मंत्रों के आध्यात्मिक गरिमा से मंडित रहस्यवादी और आध्यात्मिक अर्थ करके वेद के क्षेत्र में एक नूतन दिशा दी है। और चूंकि वो रहस्यवादी व्याख्याकार थे, अब हम रहस्यवाद किसको कहेंगे कि स्थूल दृष्टि से जो विषय समझ में नहीं आए, जो गुप्त विषय है, उसको हम रहस्य कहते हैं। अब ये जो सृष्टि है उसका कारण रहस्य है, इसलिए अरविंद के विचार के अनुसार वेद में सृष्टि विद्या है। ऋषियों द्वारा निश्चित किया गया यह सिद्धांत रहस्यवाद है, रहस्यवाद कहलाता है, जिसमें सृष्टि विद्या को प्रतीकों के माध्यम से समझाया गया है। श्री अरविंद सायण के याज्ञिक भाष्य के विरोधी थे। उनका कहना था कि सायण ने ऋचाओं के कर्म कांड संबंधी ही अर्थ दिए हैं और जहां आवश्यक हो वहां गाथात्मक या ऐतिहासिक अर्थ दिए हैं, पर विरले ही अपनी टीका में सायण ने उच्चतर अर्थ प्रदर्शित किए हैं। ये बिल्कुल उनका सायण के प्रति आक्षेप है। और पाश्चात्य भाष्यकारों की भी महर्षि अरविंद ने आलोचना की। वे कहते हैं कि जो पश्चिमी विद्वान हैं उन्होंने कर्मकांडीय परंपरा को सायण से तो ले लिया, लेकिन सायण को नीचे धकेल दिया और अपने ढंग से शब्दों की व्युत्पत्ति परक व्याख्या की और अपने ही अनुमानात्मक अर्थों के साथ वैदिक मंत्रों की व्याख्या करके उसे एक नया रूप दिया, जो कैसा था? वो था प्रायशः उच्छृंखल और कल्पना प्रसूत। तो हमें अरविंद की दृष्टि से जो पाश्चात्य विद्वान हैं उनके भाष्यों को नहीं पढ़ना चाहिए, उससे उल्टे हम भ्रमित हो जाएंगे। और मैं भी जब कई बार ये मैक्स मूलर, ग्रीत, इन लोगों के मैकडोनल, इनके अर्थों को देखती हूँ तो मुझे बड़े उटपटांग लगते हैं। और महर्षि अरविंद भी यही कहते हैं कि ये बड़े उटपटांग और कल्पना प्रसूत अर्थ हैं। श्री अरविंद तुलनात्मक भाषा विज्ञान के आधार पर पाश्चात्य विद्वानों द्वारा किए गए वेदार्थ को उपहास्यास्पद बताते हैं। वे कहते हैं कि अनुमानिक विज्ञान का अर्थ है मिथ्या विज्ञान। ऋषिगण आध्यात्मिक और गुह्य ज्ञान से युक्त थे, जिस तक साधारण मानवों की गति नहीं हो सकती। केवल व्याकरण, व्युत्पत्ति या अटकलों से वेद मंत्रों का वास्तविक अर्थ नहीं जाना जा सकता। अपनी बात को स्पष्ट करते हुए श्री अरविंद कहते हैं कि वेद गूढ़ आंतरिक प्रतीकों का, लगभग आध्यात्मिक सूत्रों का ग्रंथ है, जो कर्म कांड में कविताओं का छद्म वेश धारण किए हुए है। वेद का आंतरिक भाव आध्यात्मिक, सार्वभौम, निर्व्यक्तिक है। वेद की रहस्यात्मकता को उद्घाटित करते हुए श्री अरविंद कहते हैं कि उनकी भाषा, कथन शैली, विचारधारा आदि अन्य युग की है और अन्य प्रकार के मनुष्यों की उपज है। श्री अरविंद की मान्यता है कि वैदिक देवताएं विश्वव्यापी देवता के नाम, शक्तियां और व्यक्तित्व हैं। वे दिव्य सत्ता के किसी विशेष सारभूत बल का प्रतिनिधित्व करती हैं। अब अरविंद की अगर हम इस बात को माने तो हमें ये निष्कर्ष निकालना होगा कि जो बृहस्पति देवता हैं वे भी किसी दिव्य सत्ता के विशेष सारभूत बल का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। उसका नाम, शक्ति और व्यक्तित्व है। आज अब हम आचार्य यास को देखें तो आचार्य यास के अनुसार बृहत का जो रक्षक पालक है, इसके कारण उसका नाम बृहस्पति है। बृहस्पतिर बृहतः पाता पालयिता वा। अब ये बृहत क्या है? तो यास कहते हैं कि जो महत है वह बृहत है। बृहद इति महन् नाम, बृहद इति महतो नाम धेयम परिवृढ़म भवति। सांख्य दर्शन के अनुसार जो महत् तत्व की उत्पत्ति है वह प्रकृति से मानी गई है। प्रकृतिर महान महतो अहंकारः। वेद में इस बृहत अर्थात महत् तत्व का जो अधिपति है वह बृहस्पति है। ये तो इस मंत्र की भूमिका मात्र हुई। अब हम मंत्र पे आते हैं। मैंने बृहस्पति सूक्त के प्रथम मंत्र को लिया है। मंत्र इस प्रकार से है, यस्तस्तंभ सहसा विज्यो अंतान बृहस्पति त्रिधस्थो रवेण तम प्रत्नास ऋषयो दिध्यानाः पुरो विप्रा दधिरे मंत्र जिह्वम्। अब इस मंत्र का अर्थ हम महर्षि अरविंद के अनुसार देखते हैं। अब देखिए, यह बृहस्पति ही, जिस बृहस्पति ने त्रिशदस्तः हमारी परिपूर्णता के 3 लोक में स्थित होकर रवेण आवाज के द्वारा सहसा अपनी शक्ति से जह अंतान पृथ्वी के अंतों को, जो निरुक्त है उसमें जो जय शब्द है वह पृथ्वी के नाम में आया है, तो जय अंतान पृथ्वी के अंतों को वितस्तंभ थाम लिया। जिस बृहस्पति ने अपनी परिपूर्णता के 3 लोकों में स्थित होकर शक्ति से अपनी आवाज के द्वारा पृथ्वी के अंतों को थाम लिया, तम उस पर प्रत्नासह ऋषयः प्राचीन ऋषियों ने दिध्यानाः ध्यान लगाया, विप्रः और प्रकाशपूर्ण होकर मंद्र जिह्वम् आनंदमयी जिह्वा वाले। मंत्र में जो मंद्र शब्द आया है उसका अर्थ अरविंद ने आनंद दिया है, अन्य भाष्यकारों ने अन्य अर्थ किए हैं। पुरः दधिरे, उन्होंने अपने आगे निहित किया, यानी कि जब ऋषियों ने उस बृहस्पति का ध्यान लगाया तो उस ध्यान से वे खुद प्रकाशपूर्ण हो गए और उसको उन्होंने अपने मन में अपने आगे ध्यान से देखा, आगे निहित किया। इस मंत्र में जो बृहस्पति है वो जो 3 महत्वपूर्ण देव हैं उनमें से एक है। वह ब्रह्मांड की समस्त जटिलताओं को उसकी विशाल रूपरेखाओं में और मूलभूत शक्तियों में धारण करता है। अब इस मंत्र में आया था रवेण आवाज के द्वारा, तो वो जो बृहस्पति देवता है वह शब्द के द्वारा सर्जन करता है। अब हमारे यहाँ देखिए शास्त्रों में स्फोटवाद भी है और वैज्ञानिक भी मानते हैं कि अंतरिक्ष के अंदर एक ध्वनि हुई और उस ध्वनि से इस पूरी सृष्टि का सृजन हुआ, तो शब्द ब्रह्म की हमारी यहाँ अवधारणा है। तो वही बात यहाँ अरविंद कहना चाहते हैं कि वो शब्द के द्वारा उस बृहस्पति ने इस सृष्टि का सृजन किया। अब वो अरविंद फिर इस बात को स्पष्ट करते हुए लिखते हैं कि वह अभिव्यक्त करता है समस्त सत्ता को, सब चेतन ज्ञान को तथा जीवन की गति को, और अपने अंतिम परिणत रूपों में निश्चेतना के अंधकार से बाहर निकलकर सबको प्रकट कर देता है। बृहस्पति वह है जिसने पृथ्वी की अर्थात भौतिक चेतना की सीमाओं और परिच्छिन्नताओं को दृढ़ता के साथ थाम लिया है। अब हम नासदीय सूक्त की ओर देखें तो उसमें भी लिखा हुआ है कि सृष्टि रचना से पूर्व चारों ओर एक अनिश्चयात्मक जल था, अप्रकेतम सलिलम सर्वमा इदम। महर्षि अरविंद लिखते हैं कि सृष्टि रचना के लिए जरूरी था कि जो ये अस्थिर तरल जल है उसमें से एक स्थायी रचना की जाए। जब सृष्टि बनानी है तो एक स्थायी रचना भी होनी चाहिए, आधार होना चाहिए, ताकि चेतन जीवन के लिए एक आधार तैयार हो जाए। तब क्या हुआ, अवचेतन के प्रतिरोध पर जबरदस्त बल डालकर यह काम बृहस्पति शक्ति के द्वारा भौतिक चेतना और लोक निर्माण के रूप में करता है। और इस विश्वव्यापी कार्य के लिए मन, प्राण और शरीर, ये 3 तत्व हैं, ये तीनों मिलकर इकट्ठे रहते हैं, परस्पर मिले रहते हैं, एक दूसरे से उद्भूत होते रहते हैं, और तब तीनों मिलकर अग्नि के त्रिगुणित स्थान को बनाते हैं।
डॉक्टर नंदिता, आपका एक और मिनट है
जी।
एक और मिनट।
ठीक है, तो यानी मंत्र में जो त्रिशदस्थ शब्द आया था तो वो 3 स्थान उन्होंने बनाए, वहां बैठकर बृहस्पति जो परिपूर्णता का कार्य है उसको सिद्ध करता है, अपनी आवाज से सिद्ध करता है। श्री अरविंद ने यहाँ मंत्र में त्रिशदस्थ का अनुवाद 3 लोक किया है और अपनी व्याख्या में जबकि मन, प्राण और स्थूल शरीर अर्थ किया है। अब पंडित जो भगवत दत्त हैं उन्होंने बृहस्पति देवता नाम का एक ग्रंथ लिखा है, उसमें उन्होंने त्रिशब्द शब्द का अर्थ तीनों लोक, तीनों मस्तिष्क, तीनों शरीर के भाग किए हैं। तो मुझे वो अर्थ बहुत ज़्यादा स्पष्ट और सरल लगा, क्योंकि उनका मानना है कि जो बृहस्पति सूक्त है, जिस 4.50 के जो जितने भी मंत्र हैं, करीब उसमें 9 या 12 मंत्र हैं, तो वो सारे मंत्र हैं वो बृहस्पति रूप परमात्मा, बारहस्पत्य शक्ति, हमारे मस्तिष्क में एक बारहस्पत्य शक्ति होती है उसमें, और ज्ञान विज्ञान के अधिपति आचार्य बृहस्पति तीनों तरफ लागू होते हैं। तो जो बृहस्पति सूक्त के मंत्र हैं वो हमारे तीनों तरफ लागू होते हैं। ठीक है, अब समय की समाप्ति हो रही है तो मैं अपने अंतिम उसके अंदर पैरे में आ जाती हूँ। मुझे तो मोटे तौर पे इस मंत्र से यही समझ में आया कि जो सृष्टि रचना हो रही है उस समय जो बृहस्पति देवता हैं उन्होंने एक आवाज़ की, एक शब्द निकाला, उस शब्द से जो अवचेतन जगत था वो चेतन की ओर गया, और चेतन से जो परम चेतन तत्व है वो हमारी जब चेतना के साथ मिलता है और उस चेतना के अंदर आगे जब प्रक्रिया होती है तो सृष्टि रचना प्रारंभ हो जाती है। और हमारे जो प्राचीन ऋषि लोग थे वो ध्यान की स्थिति में गए, और ध्यान की स्थिति में उन्होंने जो मंद्र जीवम, अब बृहस्पति को मंद्र जीवम क्यों कहा गया है, क्योंकि वो सोम का पान करता है, मधु का पान करता है, इसलिए उसे मंद्र जीवम किया है। और बृहस्पति सूक्त के कई मंत्रों में इंद्र और सोम का साथ साथ वर्णन आ रहा है, तो दोनों के अंदर एक बात बिल्कुल सेम है कि दोनों ही सोम रस का पान करना पसंद करते हैं और एक वो दिव्य आनंद की स्थिति में आ जाते हैं। तो ऋषि लोगों ने भी जब बृहस्पति का ध्यान किया, उस ध्यान से जो बृहस्पति की जो चेतना थी, एनर्जी थी, उन ऋषियों में समाहित हो गई, और उसको ध्यान करते करते जो बृहस्पति परम तत्व, परम चेतना का एक बल था, प्रतिनिधि था, उसकी ऊर्जा उन ऋषियों के भीतर चली गई, और वो ध्याना, वो विचार करते करते विप्रहा प्रकाशमान हो गए, ऋषियों में भी उस प्रकाश का संचार होता चला गया। तो इस प्रकार से अब निष्कर्ष रूप से मैं एक पंक्ति में कहना चाहूंगी कि जो नियत भौतिक चेतना का निर्माण करना प्रथम सीढ़ी है, और अंतर ज्ञान युक्त आत्मा को सचेतन क्रियाओं के नेता के रूप में मन में आगे लेकर जाना और दिव्य आनंद का जागरण कराना, वो सिद्धि है, जागरण है, और इससे मनुष्य के अंदर सत्य चेतना का निर्माण हो जाता है। तो सत्य चेतना के द्वारा उस परम चेतना से मिल जाना मनुष्य जीवन का लक्ष्य है, ये इस प्रथम मंत्र में बताया गया है। और श्री अरविंद ने इसी प्रकार की इसकी मंत्र की व्याख्या की है, ताकि आज का जो सुसंस्कृत मानव है उसकी बुद्धि में इस मंत्र का अर्थ
Dhanyavad Dr. Nanita ji. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Piyush Kantipal ji. He teaches at Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Kharagpur, and his topic of presentation is Sri Aurobindo on Devi and Asuri Sampad.
सर्वाग्रे अहम मम प्रणामं ज्ञापयामि अत्र अस्माकं सर्वेषां मनसि उपविष्टान् ऋषीन् Shri Aurobindo Mahabhagan. Tadanantaram tasya shishya the mother iti Mahabhagaha. Tataha atra upavishtan sabhapati rupena Vasishta Mahabhagan pranamam jnapayami. Atra upavishtan sarvan mahodayan mahodayaha cha. Before I start my presentation, I would like to present the gist of my presentation. First, thank you. So, the title of this presentation is Shri Aurobindo on Daivi and Asuri Sampad. Now, the concept of Daivi Sampad is Sattvika Gunaha, Sattvika qualities, and the concept of Asuri Sampad is Rajasika qualities. If we look into the chapter 16th of Bhagavad Gita, it starts with Sattvika Gunaha, Abhayam Satta Samshuddhi, Jnana Yoga Vyavasthitihi. Tatra 26 values are mentioned. After that, in the verse number 4, we see the concept of Asura Sampad as the vices. Now, if we see the arrangement of 16th chapter, from the 7th verse number 7 to 20, it gives the description of the characteristics of Asurika man. So, here we see the big description of Asurika nature. Before that, we also saw in the chapter number 12, Bhakti Yoga. There is the values mentioned as a quality of Bhakta. Then in 13th chapter, we see the human qualities. Basically, it's based on Vedantic approach. We see a book written by Swami Dayananda Saraswati, the value of the values. Now, coming to the 14th chapter, which gives the thoughts of three natures, Sattva, Rajas, Tamas. That's the starting point to understand three qualities. But in the 16th chapter, we see two. One is Sattva Guna and another is Rajas. Here, Tama is not mentioned. That's a doubt may be raised, because Shri Aurobindo also mentioned that their Tama, the tamasic manner is not mentioned here. But why is not mentioned here? There is a specific context to for elaborating this course, this discourse, that is Daiva and Asura Sampad. Why? So what is the goal of this discourse? As Shri Aurobindo mentioned, this is the preface of a big discourse. Which is the discourse? Now, the discourse of the transmutation. Transmutation from lower state to higher state. That's the main main topic of Bhagavad Gita, which we see from 16th chapter to 18. So, this 16th chapter is the preface of the route map of transmutation from inferior dharma, that we know dharma as a common sense. That's the set of values. But in the thoughts of Sri Aurobindo, we see there is a stage beyond dharma. That's the dharma of spirit. So that comes from the Vedantic approach. The main theme is the transmutation from lower level to higher level. How will you go to that peak? So the methodology is with the help of Sattva Guna. That's the starting point. And after that, when we reach the state which is full of Sattva Guna, or a set of sattvic qualities, beyond that there is a state we have to reach. That's the stage of spirit. So we can see those are the points. So here Deva, in the book, the essays on Gita, we see Sri Aurobindo mentioned as Deva and Asura, not Daiva Guna and Asura Guna. So he showed the two different states rather than two different qualities. So two different states of our human being. Now, one represents the human representatives of Devas. Here we can think about the three kinds of ganas which we know in our Janma Kundali. One is Deva, Devari and Nara. So, two ages of our human existence. One is based on Asura, another is Deva. Now, those are the Sattvika qualities we see in the very beginning of 16th chapter. They are 26 in number. Now, I will show what are the qualities we don't see in the essay, in the interpretation of Sri Aurobindo. One is Danam and Swadhyaya Tapaha, then Akrodha, Alobham, and the last two, Adroha and Natimanita. Because after the essays of on Gita, we see Mr. Anil Baran Roy wrote the book The Message of Gita as a translation of Bhagavad Gita. He kept everything from the concept, from the interpretation of Sri Aurobindo. Now here I would like to mention one observation, that is, if we look into from point number 6 to 8, those are based on vices, not values. So there are two approaches in our Indic culture. One is to increase the values, another is to decrease the vices. So one is pravritti marga, another is nivritti marga. So we can think about krodha rather than akrodha, because we can reduce krodha, that is the nivritti marga. And danam, we can think the value of practice. There are two parts in Indic context. One is values, guna, another is karma, practices. Danam, if danam is practices, the daya is the nearest value of danam. Those are the thoughts, those are the findings are related in my research. Now, if we think the tapaha is generally translated as ascesis, but if we look into the Indic concept, it has the potential to bring a set of values. For example, we can think about from the 17th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. So here, Rishi Aurobindo mentioned the quality, the righteous habits. that can be comparable to our tapaha. So tapaha has 12 values itself. So those are the observation. Then coming to the Rajasika qualities, where we see 6 vices are mentioned. From these 6, we see Krodha, Parushyam and Ajnanam are not mentioned in the interpretation of Sri Aurobindo. Now, after 19, for the verse number 21 and 22, Sri Aurobindo gives the psychological interpretation of Naraka, hell. He says, Naraka is the falling down to the lower state of our human being. That's the Naraka. So, if that is Naraka, we can understand that what is Sarga to reach the highest goal. And what are the 3 doors of that Naraka? Now, desire and greed and anger. So, Kama, Krodha, Lobha. Here, he mentioned the psychological thinking of this part, that is, that these are the 3 powers of Rajasika ego, and it's also that there is a psychological concept is revealed here, that greater darkness. Now, what is the gateway to from escaping from hell? So, with the help of Sattvika qualities, that's the initial roadmap. Now, coming, so whatever I said, the goal of this discourse is root map of the enlightening movement from the inferior nature to immortal dharma of spirit. Now, whatever we know about dharma, if we, I can go to the next part where I mentioned the concept of dharma from the interpretation of Sri Aurobindo. That's the interesting part. Now, theme is also the transition from inferior dharma to immortal dharma. Here, we have to know the inferior dharma. Actually, when we think about the concept of dharma from Indic approach, it reveals the set of sattvika gunas, not rajasika and tamasika. So, after that, coming to the rajasika qualities, is there a scope to beyond that, to go beyond that? Yes, there is a way. And another thing should be mentioned in a concept of sattvika guna. There are also 3 parts. One is sattvika guna. For example, if we see danam or yajna or tapaha. Tapaha, if we think tapaha is a value, but tapaha is also a vice. Because in the 17th chapter, we see 3 layers of tapaha. So, 2 which is tamasika tapaha and rajasika tapaha, these 2 should be removed. So,
you have 2 more minutes to go.
Astu. So, what is the methodology? With the help of sattvika guna, we have to go to the dharma of spirit. So, the root map is rajasika, from rajasika to sattvika, then three guna rita. That's the goal of our goal. Now, so it has a specific significance to reveal this discourse. One, so it's a symbolism. It's mentioned in many texts of our ancient scriptures. One is the darkness, another is the light, one is the deva, another is asura. Now, Here, one thing I would like to mention before my conclusion. The Dharma, Deva and Satya. Dharma and Satya and Deva. Deva is mentioned already, Sattvika Guna. Now, Dharma, if we think is a pomegranate, Satya is a part of that pomegranate. So, that is a seed of pomegranate. It's a part of that whole pomegranate, that is one concept. Another is, it is also the cause of that pomegranate because it's a seed. So, these two things should be understood. So, one is the part, another is the moolam. So, that's the two layers of Satyam. One is inner truth, that is mentioned here in the interpretation, the inner truth. That's the concept of Satya in the interpretation of Sri Aurobindo. Astu, Dhanyavada, Pranama.
So we have reached the last presentation of this session. Now I would invite Ms. Anushri ji. She teaches at Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Cochin, and her topic of presentation is Key to Sri Aurobindo's Psychophilological Approach on Upanishads.
My topic is the terminology as the key to Sri Aurobindo's psychophilological approach on Upanishads.
And first of all, I want to introduce what's the meaning of my topic. And the understanding of philosophical and highly spiritual texts like the Vedas and Upanishads depends heavily on terminology. And terminology facilitates understanding of the relationship between constituent parts of the Vedas and Upanishads and overall context, which is frequently and unconsciously occurring mechanism of knowledge acquisition. And for the purpose of comprehending Upanishadic principles, both in psychological and philosophical context, Sri Aurobindo developed some new terms. So Sri Aurobindo gave a new dimension of Upanishadic knowledge through psycho-spiritual aspects. Then next, why I am choosing this topic? So what is the relevance of this topic? Actually, first of all, I'm a research scholar in philosophy. So when I threw the Sanskrit texts written by Aurobindo, I faced some difficulties to understand the terms. So that's why many people find it challenging when they start reading Sri Aurobindo's works because they are unfamiliar with some of the terms he mentions. There is terminology from Sanskrit in addition to English words like supermind, Gnostic being, and Purna Advaita, which were all created by Sri Aurobindo. Sri Aurobindo has said you can't write of yoga without using Sanskrit terms. And what I am discussing here, Sri Aurobindo's on Upanishad, and the second one is psychological analysis
of three terms. And next one, terms related to consonant system, and terms related to vertical system, terms related to person's identification, and then I conclude. First of all, Sri Aurobindo on Upanishads. The Upanishads refers to themselves and various
places as the secret of the Veda, serving as a link to the Vedic era of symbolism. A thorough understanding of the Upanishads can help unveil the potent psychological and spiritual force that the ancient Vedic tradition has been hiding behind its mask of symbols and multiple meanings. The Upanishads, translation by Sri Aurobindo, merits a special place among the many translations that have been made. He uses new terms for understand human nature in this modern era. On the view of Sri Aurobindo, in its vessel dwelling on sound and thinking, a system of natural and ad hoc correspondence, Upanishadic mind has a perfection of supra-intellectual coherence. Its plan and structure are in accord. And psychological analysis of three terms. For the comprehensive transformation that Sri Aurobindo envisions, one must fully comprehend human nature in all of its astounding complexity. When one attempts to modify human nature, the intricacy of human nature may become painfully apparent, and it is at this point that one needs a decent map the most. There is a method to all the chaos that goes on inside a person, and Sri Aurobindo has, over the years, created a model of the personality that is relatively straightforward and extremely useful. The paradigm being discussed here was created by Sri Aurobindo to aid the followers who had gathered around him in their yogic practices or sadhana. And the majority of the terminology as well as the fundamental structure come from the Upanishads and Veda. The terminology Sri Aurobindo used in those writings can be divided into three categories. The first one is terms related to concentric system, and the second one is terms related to vertical system, and the third one is terms related to person's identification. And terms related to concentric system. There are a lot of philological analysis of the term self in both Western and Indian perspectives, but they can't bring a comprehensive idea in it. In this context, the problem becomes much more complicated, and there is some problems raised. That is, if the self is not the body, the mind, or even the ego, then what is it? And the second one is, does the self even exist? And the third one is, when will Sri Aurobindo accept this idea of a self? And in his work, Sri Aurobindo elaborates on the concentric structure of the individual being with the soul as its fundamental element. The outer being, the inner being, and inmost being make up the concentric system, which resembles a series of circles like Panchakoshas. Here, the self-knowledge and inner knowledge and subjective knowledge and objective knowledge. And what's outer nature? Sri Aurobindo refers to this aspect of one's essence as having an outer nature which they are generally aware of in their daily lives. Physical, emotional, cognitive, and cognitive components are all mingled together in this outer nature. The mind influences how one feels emotionally and physically, whereas bodily states like fatigue and vigor, health and well-being, and sickness have an impact on how someone feels and thinks. And we are not only what we know of ourselves, but an immense more which we do not know. Our momentary personality is only a bubble on the ocean of our existence from life divine. Due to the fact that the immense more indicated above of which most people are in no way aware leads to the outer nature, the situation becomes more problematic. The next one is inner nature. Sri Aurobindo refers to the aspect of the self that is not entirely accessible to a person in their typical waking consciousness as their inner nature. According to the Indian tradition, vaster and more luminous than our outer nature, it has access to broader and higher ranges of experience and knowledge. Therefore, Sri Aurobindo often uses the term subliminal, which indicates that we are dealing with a part of ourselves that is indeed below the threshold of our ordinary outer awareness, but that is neither smaller nor less conscious than our outer nature. Sri Aurobindo refers to this area of the unconscious as the intraconscient, since it deals with an individual's own deeper and higher existence. And the third one is true nature. Sri Aurobindo used the terms true being and central being to describe what one could see as a sort of vertical axis at the center of one's unique existence. The Purusha is one's true nature, whereas the Prakriti is responsible for one's exterior and inner natures. The Jivatman rule over the manifest nature forever and immutably above all planes and realms. The soul, the psychic entity that stands in for the Jivatman, in its incarnate existence is a psychic entity that resides deep within one's embodied body. And next one, terms related to vertical system. The vertical system is built around an ancient Vedic division in 7 layers, which Sri Aurobindo calls the 7-fold code of being. The vertical systems are like a staircase consisting of various levels of consciousness, ranging from the lowest, the inconsistent, to the highest, that is Satchidananda. And his concept of vertical system is purely based on Upanishadic realms and closely related to Panchakoshas. In the Indian tradition, psychology and cosmology are closely related, and Sri Aurobindo's works is no exception. The awareness is that the individual, that the cosmos are two manifestations of the same fundamental ideas. They are classified higher and lower realms. I just started it. I am not detailed manner of this because the limitation of time. And the concentric and vertical system combined when the human nature have to formed, that's represented in this pictorial representation. And terms related to person's identification. It should be obvious that human nature is a complicated subject. The ego serves as the coordinator of all those various parts and tendencies as long as the person has not discovered their true self. There are many different parts, each of which has its own history, character, and priorities for action. One needs something to present oneself both to the outside world and to oneself. There are 3 realms for gradually develops into a full-fledged psychic being that one can perceive as a psychic presence as it influences more and more of one's inner and outer nature over the course of many lifetimes. And they are the ego, the self, and the soul. When this presence is strong and perceptible to others as well, they may refer to this individual as having a primitive soul. Sri Aurobindo believed that the eternal unchanging Jivatman above has a distinct spiritual individuality, and that is sends a representative of itself, the psychic entity, into the incarnate life, where its function is to gradually bring more and more of the inner and outer life under its influence over many lifetimes, gradually become the center of unique evolving soul or psychic being. And bring it all together, these 3 terms, finally we reach the Satchidananda. And I just conclude my topic. There is a supreme logic that expresses existence, self-luminous expression rather than thought's careful pursuit of its own truth. The Upanishad itself has appeared differently in relation to a human mind, sees with a single glance, hears the word that is natural body of the truth it has seen, perceives and listens once more and so on until everything has been seen and heard. This is not the unity of the intellect carefully weaving together its connection of thought, choosing, rejecting, yearning to get essence and developing to get fullness. And even so, there is perfect coherence, since each new moment generates new echoes that are then picked up in turn while also picking up the old ones. Sri Aurobindo tries to articulate these perceptions in a highly picturesque and poetic but utterly precise and fixed terminology that, despite being replaced by more abstract and philosophical expressions, continues to influence Indian thought and serves as the conceptual formation for the Upanishads' expansive psychological system. Thank you.
Since we have a little more time, would you be kind to show the slide where you have the summary of all that in a pictorial format of your 3 slides behind?
Previous.
Next one. This one. So would you say spend some time on this?
Yeah,
if you
of course. Of course. Actually, this is how to bring it all together. What I am explained 3 terms, that is concentric system and vertical system and identification of person system. And first of all, the concentric system have to begin with our outer nature. And concentric system and vertical system is also related to the Panchakoshas. And according to Aurobindo, in type 3 Upanishad, Panchakoshas are Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, we know that. And these koshas are given a technical terms like concentric and vertical system. So, okay.
Sure. Is this prepared by you, or say is it a reference from someone?
No, it's a reference. And this, once again, sir. This is prepared by me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dhanyavad Anushri ji. Now I request the chair to felicitate Anushri ji. Now I invite the chair Pranav Kumar Vasisht ji for his closing remarks.
Sabhaya Namaha. It's generally a pleasure if given the task of a chair. The program actually is done within the scheduled time. We have been, we started a little late, but still say, because unfortunately we did not have all the speakers, we could as well finish the program before 12 p.m. Since we still have some more time, I'd like to first start with my apologies to Professor Prafulla Kumar Mishra ji, because we had to hurry him off the stage because we didn't know about whether we'd be able to bring all these things together. So there are quite a few insights that came out in the process of the discussions in this session. For a variety of reasons, maybe also because of the nature of the audio system, I couldn't understand much of what Professor Prafulla Kumar Mishra ji stated as a part of his Vedic vision on Savitri. I do hope to take a look at the same later, maybe in person. So we've had Dr. Sweta Prajapati ji, who has given a wonderful summary of the works of the Sri Aurobindo's interpretation on Vedic concepts. Specifically, she has extensively given the details from the secret of the Veda and also pointed out the kind of differences between the previous commentators and also the traditional sources based on which Sri Aurobindo tried to contemporarily interpret the nature of Vedic understanding that is relevant for our times, specifically in the context of the flurry of commentaries and translations that came about in the 19th century Common Era. We've had a fine presentation on Savitri by Dr. Arunaranjan Mishra ji, and that brought out some of the salient features of Savitri, which is not just a symbol but also a legend, as Sri Aurobindo wanted to bring it out. And it's always been a matter of wonderment for me that if someone could actually think of Ashwapati and how could he beget Goddess Savitri as his daughter. And this spirit is something which is inherent in our own culture. We still have a formulation where we say that every couple can desire, and also with due tapasya and corresponding upasana can beget even Lord Narayana as their own child. So what is that process by which one can go about to be able to imagine that and to expand on it? Because the way in which Ashwapati's thought of begetting is also elaborately given in Sri Aurobindo's Savitri. Sometimes I do wonder whether, say, such a kind of a thing, upon reflection, when it is brought to young students and when they get married, they can actually try and take inspiration from Ashwapati and try to beget Savitri herself, and thereby, say, bring about a great spirit of change in the times that we live. It's a desire that I carry, and I do believe that all of you would also share the similar kind of a desire. But for that to happen, what is the kind of sadhana that is required? That's something that one indeed has to work on. We've had a very fine exposition on the manner of rendering the Vedic Suktas by Sri Aurobindo. We've had two presentations on the same, Professor Niranjan Kafle and Dr. Nindita Singhviji. So given that their presentations were opening up several types of thoughts that one can go in to not only, say, study Veda, also at the same time to think about it in English. For a variety of reasons, we have come to possibly think of, say, English as Adhunika Samskrita. There may be several people who would probably object to this, but the fact that as on today, English turns out to be the language of exchanging scholarship. One calls for samskara of English, and who better than Sri Aurobindo to try and give the due samskara to uncultured language like English. Maybe I'm not wrong in saying so. As a business language, it need not be cultured, but to try and bring out the spirit of this is something that is a remarkable exercise which requires very deep study, because there has been a conscious effort over the past 75 years or so how to make English an Indian language. And many people's thoughts have gone in. And the leading light in this kind of a thought process, I strongly believe, is Sri Aurobindo himself. We've had two more presentations by a young research scholar, Pijus Kanti Pal, on the Daivi and Asuri Sampad Vibhaga Yoga, and also how to read them in current times, and the way in which Sri Aurobindo helps us in the manner. And finally, the wonderful presentation by young research scholar Anusri, who has certainly focused on an important task, because Paribhashika Shabda are very important for all kinds of rigorous study. And given this, the exercise of having this national seminar on Sri Aurobindo and Sanskrit is also to bring about serious and rigorous study of the works of Sri Aurobindo. It's very timely to have the focus on terminologies used. In fact, I've had a doubt which I could not share earlier, the distinction drawn by Sri Aurobindo between the self and the soul. So I do intend to learn about it from the learned scholars here. So since we have come close to lunch, I'd like to say anything more. But thank you very much to Dr. Sampadanand Mishra ji for the wonderful effort that he has done, not just in organizing this, but also over the past few decades to try to bring about all the kinds of works that are required to study Sri Aurobindo together. Not only of the works of Sri Aurobindo, but also the works of the disciples of Sri Aurobindo. So there's a way in which we can look at Sri Aurobindo as a part of Bhartiya Parampara, and also the kind of Guru Parampara that one has to imagine of Sri Aurobindo makes for an important and serious discussion that I do hope sometime we'll be in a position to take up. Thank you. Namaskara.
Thank you, sir, for your address. So we have reached the end of the session, and we can proceed for the lunch. And our next session will begin sharp at 1 o'clock. And in the evening, we have a plenary session, which is addressed by Ved Virya Arya ji. And it will be followed by a poet's meet on Sri Aurobindo's poems. So stay with us till evening. And before we close, let's have dharana and observe 1 minute of silence. Om. So we request everyone to be present in our next session. Thank you.
आज का सत्र इंडियन कल्चर और संस्कृत विषय को लेकर समर्पित है। इस सत्र में हम भारतीय संस्कृति और संस्कृत के विषय में श्री अरविंदो के क्या विचार हैं, इस विषय पर विभिन्न पत्रों को सुनेंगे। इस कार्यक्रम की अध्यक्षा प्रोफेसर शशिबाला जी को मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ कि वे मंच पर आएं और स्थान ग्रहण करें। आदरणीय प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर शशिबाला जी, she is a renowned Indologist and is currently the Dean of Bhavan's K.M. Munshi Center of Indology. मैं आरती जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे प्रोफेसर शशिबाला जी का सम्मान करें। इस सत्र के सभी वक्ता प्रौढ़ शोध कार्य से रत हैं, इसीलिए हम समय का ध्यान रखते हुए और बोलने वालों को और सुनने वालों को अधिक से अधिक ज्ञान प्राप्त हो। सद्य ही प्रथम वक्ता प्रणव कुमार वशिष्ठ, जो कि स्वयं को धर्मशास्त्र और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया का छात्र बताते हैं, उनसे अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे आएं और अपने पत्र को यहाँ प्रस्तुत करें। उनके पत्र का शीर्षक है हयग्रीव मंदिर, अ कॉल इन द लाइट ऑफ भवानी मंदिर।
श्री हयग्रीवाय नमः। इच्छाशक्ति, ज्ञानशक्ति, क्रियाशक्ति रूपिण्यै नमः। ज्ञानानंदमयं देवं निर्मलस्फटिकाकृतिम् आधारं सर्वविद्यानां हयग्रीवमुपास्महे। सभाय नमः। अध्यक्षा। हाँ जी। The topic that I intend to speak today, the title that I have given is Hayagriva Mandira, a call in the light of Bhavani Mandir. Bhavani Mandir, as you all are aware, is a pamphlet written by Sri Aurobindo in the year 1905, Common Era, very remarkable time, a time when the Swadeshi movement, as well as the Vande Mataram movement, all of these played a major role in terms of the awakening of India. There is a remarkable story about how this particular text was also presented as a proof against the activities of Bharin Kumar Ghosh, Aurobindo Ghosh, in the Alipur bomb case. While that is a historical fact, the text of Bhavani Mandir, it appears to me, is a seed which develops in the subsequent years of Sri Aurobindo. Primarily, if one reads Bhavani Mandir, there is a call to construct a temple for Bhavani Bharati, the first time where Bhavani Bharati is also defined as the coalesced Shakti of all the Shakti of people of India. And this Shakti is the mother, and she has commanded her children to do an upasana unto her, so that she may in turn give Shakti to her children, because even a mother never gives unless one asks for it. And in Bhavani Mandir, there are a few points made which are about the appreciation of the nature of times that were contemporary at that time. And this is where I want to reflect on in the current times about how we look at the kind of statements that were made then. Sri Aurobindo has made some statements as part of Bhavani Mandir which stand for eternity. But there was one particular observation that he makes, that people of India, they have jnana, which is an inheritance of yore, that's something that has become a burden. It has become dead. And despite the presence of jnana and a great amount of bhakti amongst people of India, neither of these two combined or individually, they result in any kind of a change in terms of action on the ground, nor does it indicate any kind of significant possibility of change despite these two. And he says the reason for this is lack of Shakti. And this Shakti is something that he says is what is lacking, and in order to acquire that, one needs to do upasana of that Shakti which is present in all the peoples of India, which is coalesced together as the Bhavani Bharati. Now, this formulation of Bhavani Bharati as a coalescing of all the Shaktis of people of India, of yore, of present, also possibly of future, this formulation is a remarkable insight that one can possibly trace back to most ancient times, including in the Rig Veda. But the crux of the idea is also to understand the nature of bhakti, not in the sense of devotion as it is normally seen, but bhakti as that which comes from the verbal root, bhaj, the dhatu, which is a part of a whole. The manner that each person is a part of a whole, because the Shakti of each individual is also a part of the collective coalesced Shakti of all people together in the sense of Bhavani Bharati. This sense of bhakti is what is also to be noted in the work of Ashtadhyayi, where so asya bhakti, as it is pointed out in the Kashika, is a referent to the relation between the Raja and the Praja. That kind of a formulation of bhakti and the insight that actually it provides being put forth as a grounding exercise for nationalism in the country is a remarkable move. That's something which altered the way in which the world could see, and this is possibly the most important samskara that was inserted into the ideation of quote-unquote nationalism that got populated in the world at that time. Since Bhavani Bharati is imagined thus, and also the reference is made that the temple shall have a matha associated with it, and this matha shall have a set of people who are all youngsters, brahmacharis, or if you are a grihastha, you would actually dedicate yourself for 4 years for the service of seva of Bhavani Bharati. This kind of an imagination of an action plan is also part of this short pamphlet of Bhavani Mandir. When I look at this question today and the assumption of jnana as present in people of India, that is something that I indeed would like to question as opposed to the times of 1905 Common Era. One reason to do that is within Bhavani Bharati, you find Sri Aurobindo mention that today we are making a conscious effort to embrace modern science, to try and acquire power based on this. And also there is a classification that Sri Aurobindo makes that the whole world is actually, and possibly this is an eternal statement, it's always in the upasana of Shakti. But Shakti is again classified as Asuri Shakti, Mlecha Shakti, Daivi Shakti, Arya Shakti. So this classification of Shakti as something that also has Mlecha Shakti, has Asuri Shakti, is an important part that is noted within Bhavani Mandir. And there's a question posed about how do we, or what do we make sense of the great inheritance that we have from our ancestors? And have we made anything out of it? That's a question that is posed, but the nature of activity suggested in the Bhavani Bharati, it primarily says that you require to generally send youngsters abroad to try and learn the know-how and strengthen oneself by being able to create something anew after returning back. And while doing so, they maintain exceptional kind of character, which is given as a kind of inheritance from ancestors that needs to be carried. And that's where the spirit of brahmacharya is posed. So, while there is this imagination, and there is also a call that all the activity must be grounded in jnana, because without jnana, both bhakti and the kind of action, karma that happens, they'll be directionless. And that's where also the reference to Swalpam apyasya dharmasya trayato mahato bhayat from Gita is also put forth as part of Bhavani Mandir. Now, when today we start with the notion that jnana is that viveka which actually separates or distinguishes the choices that one makes, whether we are seeking out Arya Shakti or Mlecha Shakti, Daivi Shakti or Asuri Shakti, this sense of this viveka, do we carry it as a people or even as an intellectual class as on today, is a question from where I intend to begin. And it appears to me something which is indeed that I intend to raise as a question for debate, that we do not seem to have that. And it is in that light that we possibly require an upasana of Hayagriva, the Lord who is at the foundation, at the fountainhead of all knowledge. We have number of people who have remarkable knowledge of Shastras even to this day. They are upholders of parampara, and they carry it and ensure that it is passed on to next generation. We still have them. We have people who are, despite, say, majority of efforts, you will find there are around 150 odd people who are Nityagnihotrins who still are authorized for the conduct of yajnas, including the Somayaga. So, when you find the kind of knowledge which is present in these people and the kind of world that we are currently present in, it doesn't seem to find a way in which these two can gel well together, specifically because of the rapid kind of development that happened over the past 75 years, most of which was to the detriment of the desire to try and build on the shoulders of our ancestral giants. What does it take for us to actually do that is the point where I intend to speak of the Hayagriva Mandira. And this, in my understanding, also sits well in the Upasana of Bhavani, because traditionally it is through the Hayagriva Agastya Samvada that we get to learn about how Lalitopasana, Bhavani Upasana is to be learnt. While that is one side of the story, it is also the case that the figure of Hayagriva with the horse head, and in the Aurobindo's interpretation of the way in which the symbols are to be understood, Hayagriva, the horse, is also a question of power. So, Shakti and Jnana together, as seen in Hayagriva, is a formulation that requires attention, and this can only possibly come when we start looking at paramparas as contemporary, for which we need to make a conscious effort of ensuring that the continuities of paramparas are made in the light of both the paramparas that we have, Putra Pautra Parampara as well as Guru Sishya Parampara. The harmonizing of these two, which doesn't happen in modern education, is required to be attempted, and that is the first upasana that we can possibly make unto Hayagriva. And this is what I intend to bring for attention as well as for further discussion. Namaskara.
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर प्रणव कुमार जी। अब मैं आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदया से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे प्रमाण पत्र प्रदान करें। The next paper presenter is Dr. Shioji Singh, if I am pronouncing right. He's from Government College of Education, Chandigarh, and his paper's title is Sri Aurobindo, Sanskrit, Resurgence of Eternal Spirit of India.
Om Tatsaviturvaram Rupam Jyoti Parasya Dhimahi Yanna Satyena Deepet. Esteemed Chair, Professor Sasiwalaji, and August gathering, at the very outset I express my gratitude to the organizers, Rishihood University and Professor Sampanananji, for giving me the opportunity to attend this program. It is really a wonderful topic, Sri Aurobindo and Sanskrit, which has not been attempted earlier. My topic is basically related to the three aspects. The first is Sri Aurobindo, and then Sanskrit and the eternal spirit of India. Why these three are one and the same thing, and how should all the three, we should try to bring them together so that the resurgence of the eternal spirit of India takes place for the welfare of the world. When Sri Aurobindo talks of nationalism, and talks of nationalism as the religion of India, he talks of nationalism as the religion of India, he talks of nationalism as the essence of universalism. So, I would try to present the abstract first. Sri Aurobindo occupies a unique place in the history of mankind. So far as the emerging world order is concerned, his contribution is silent, most powerful, scientific, and radically transformative. Through not only the unique concept of integral yoga, but also through multifaceted approaches to all possible dimensions of human development. He was called by one of the freedom fighters as the prophet of nationalism, poet of patriotism, and the lover of humanity. Yet, his vision is always towards divinization of humanity. His only thesis is divinization of humanity and the divinization of the entire earth, which Ramdhari Singh Dinkar has very nicely presented in his Sanskriti के 4 अध्याय, the पृथ्वी का स्वर्गीकरण, स्वर्ग का पृथ्वीकरण. These are the two aspects of Sri Aurobindo's yoga. And so far as Sanskrit is concerned, although Sri Aurobindo learned Sanskrit at later stage, but the way he has written all the things in English, he has made English Sanskritized. The lines of Savitri have mantric effect, and Sanskrit is the language of mantras. And when we talk of the spirit of India, where can we find better expression and power of the spirit of India than in the words of Sri Aurobindo? Reading Sri Aurobindo, as about Swami Vivekananda, someone said that you cannot touch Swami Vivekananda's words without having current pass through you. And I find that greater and greater power comes when we get in touch with Sri Aurobindo's words. I would like to start this presentation with the focus on the theory of evolution of Sri Aurobindo. We had earlier the theory of evolution by Charles Darwin. And Darwin has given in the origin of species, the idea of evolution in a very scientific manner, how the various species originated. But he never touched upon the evolution of consciousness. And Sri Aurobindo's thesis of involution of consciousness and evolution of consciousness is a very natural and scientific explanation of the origin of the world and the cosmic development. When he talks of, Shankaracharya said that the world is a Maya, illusion. Brahma Satya Jagat Mithya. But Sri Aurobindo is the only philosopher, only rishi who has realized and who has propounded very clearly that world is also truth and the Brahma is also truth. And we, in the fitness of things, it is possible that we realize God in this very earth and we transform this very earth towards divinity. So, talking on Sri Aurobindo's evolutionary challenge, Sri Aurobindo asserts and shows the path to divinity of man through his sutra, man is a transitional being and all life is yoga. One beautiful paragraph from the life divine is very relevant here. I'll quote, through avidya, the multiplicity, lies our path out of the transitional egoism, egoistic self-expression in which death and suffering predominate. Through vidya, consenting with avidya by the perfect sense of oneness, even in that multiplicity, we enjoy integrally the immortality and the beatitude. Life Divine, page 40-41. Further, he asserts, to know, possess, and be the divine being an animal, an egoistic consciousness, to convert or twit or obscure physical mentality into the plenary supramental illumination, to build peace and a self-existent bliss where there is only a stress of transitory satisfactions, besieged by physical pain and emotional suffering, to establish an infinite freedom in a world which presents itself as a group of mechanical necessities, to discover and realize the immortal life in a body subjected to death and constant mutation. This is offered to us as the manifestation of God in matter and the goal of nature in her terrestrial evolution. This is the thesis on which he builds, and his writings, starting from the book of Integral Yoga, the Mother, and even to Savitri, each and every work of his is resplendent with the impact of Sanskrit and the essence of Vedic literature. Sri Aurobindo says, a true happiness in this world is the right terrestrial aim of man. And true happiness lies in the finding and maintenance of a natural harmony of a spirit, mind, and body. He does not say anywhere to neglect the body. He doesn't say anywhere to neglect the spirit. He does not anywhere say to neglect the mind. This is from quotation from the Foundations of Indian Culture. There are two powers now in the Mother. When he speaks of there are two powers that alone can effect in conjunction the great and difficult thing which is the aim of our endeavor, a fixed and unfailing aspiration that calls from below, and a supreme grace from above that answers. There are two elements, Shraddha and Abhipsa. I have not so far found an English equivalent to it, but wherever Sri Aurobindo has written, he has put the spirit of these two words in all his work. That is one of the whole emphasis of Indian culture, as emphasized by Sri Aurobindo, is on awakening man to the possibility of manifesting God through the worldly life. That is why it is said in the Indian culture that man is the child of immortality, Amritasya Putra. Sri Aurobindo is again and again inviting mankind through his writings, through his clarion call, to undertake this journey, aligning all efforts to the evolution and manifestation of consciousness in day-to-day life, thereby bringing the inner and outer swaras, helping establish life divine on earth. Indian culture and Sanskrit. Now, coming to this aspect, there is no better expression of the composite Indian culture than in the Sanskrit literature. And it is an irony today that we are talking of higher education devoid of Sanskrit. And that is a kind of disgrace to the nation. I say this word because I have no better word to express this kind of imbalance which we have created in the education system. For the last 25 years that I am in the education system, I feel that as a teacher, that we are just having cosmetic surgery for the Indian education system. And for the first time in NEP 2020, we have tried to bring it, but how far it is going to be implemented is a big question. And it's not just, it's a very serious question in the sense that for the last so many years, we have just been neglecting the essence and just taking care of the outer framework. Framework is important, but unless we try to change the essence, framework is of no use. So, some of the examples which implore and explore the essence of Indian culture, that is saying in Sanskrit, Sharira Madhyam Khalu Dharma Sadhanam. That is essentially how we have to take care of the physical aspect of our life, and if the healthcare, whether it is preventive healthcare and curative healthcare, that has to take place, so that without proper or balance in the body, without healthy body, we are not going to have any kind of progress, whether material or spiritual. Similarly, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhna Sarve Santu Niramaya. Where can this clarion call be found? No other religion I have found, no other book I have found. I have found this in Sanskrit literature. Alasyam hi manushyanam sarirastho maharipu. This is the very nature has been explored very scientifically, that there is lethargy in the body. And this lethargy has to be overcome, has to be scientifically removed for all kind of divinity to manifest in our life. Aham brahmasmi sarvam khallu idam brahma shraddhavan labhate ganam. The thesis on how to acquire knowledge. Without shraddha, if we have no shraddha in our classrooms, we cannot have the transaction of knowledge. That is why, despite technology, we are not having that quality in our classrooms, quality in output of education, because shraddha is missing. And we have to work on this, and where Sri Aurobindo shows the path. So, Sri Aurobindo has gleaned the gems of Sanskrit literature, and using his unique genius and intense yogic sadhana, provided to humanity the formula of divine life and immortality in this planet. On this planet, Sanskrit and Bhartiya Sanskriti are inseparable, he has shown, and it has been very well documented by Sri Aurobindo in the Foundations of Indian Culture, wherein he deliberates in extensive detail on the multifaceted genius of Indian culture, as well as the inevitable role in the future of humanity. And this now coming to this last part, Sri Aurobindo's Sanskrit and Indian culture, a trinity for human happiness in modern times. We are in search of human happiness everywhere. Mankind on the whole earth is in search of human happiness, but from where we'll get it? Sri Aurobindo has given the formula, and in fact, going through the literature of Sri Aurobindo and some of the Sanskrit literature, and I found that what I have written here, modern time driven by science, technology and economy calls for radical solutions to the human problems. Sri Aurobindo is the most perfect answer to all problems of humanity today, with his grand vision, creative contribution to spirituality and human development, and the radical approach to human evolution towards Superman. Sri Aurobindo, Sanskrit and Indian culture thus present a triune confluence for sustaining human happiness in our times of quick fix. It's our time of quick fix solution, easy formulas, but no easy formulas can sustain happiness for us. And the need of hour, what is the need of hour? The need of hour is to keep in touch with the Deva Bhasha, the Sanskrit, the Indian culture, and the word body of Sri Aurobindo. For the individual and collective excellence in life, it can be asserted that Sri Aurobindo, Sanskrit and Indian culture represent the trinity of oasis for the present world order, ridden with unending series of confusions and conflicts. I'll quote one particular verse from Bhavan Bharti, and he says that about the Mother India, Tubhyam namo devi vishal shaktai bhima vrate tarani kashta sadhye tvam bharati rajasi bharatanam tvamishwari bhasi characharasya. Essentially, this is at the extension of the call he has given to the students when he was leaving Baroda College, where he says, addresses students and say that the only mantra for you is the working for the Mother India. Suffer that she rejoices, work that she prospers. And that is also the mantra for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shioji Singh. Now I would like to request Chairperson to facilitate Dr. Shioji Singh. कदाचित ऐसा कोई भी विषय नहीं होगा जिस पर श्री अरविंदो ने काम नहीं किया होगा, और लिखे हुए कार्यों पर भी किस प्रकार भारत का और भारतीय चेतना का पुनर्निर्माण हो सके। हमारी दृष्टि में इस कार्यशाला में, इस संगोष्ठी में ऐसा कोई विषय छूटेगा भी नहीं जिस पर श्री अरविंदो ने काम किया होगा। अगले पत्र प्रस्तुत करने के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करूंगी डॉक्टर प्रवीण मणि त्रिपाठी, जो कि गेस्ट फैकल्टी हैं सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ संस्कृत जम्मू, और डॉक्टर चंचल पांडे, जो कि असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर हैं बीएड कॉलेज, और इनके शोध पत्र का विषय है महर्षि श्री अरविंद के दार्शनिक चिंतन का आधार संस्कृत। डॉक्टर प्रवीण मणि त्रिपाठी। I believe that they are not here. So, yeah, moving forward. Now I would like to call Dr. Ashutosh Parikh. He's from Samrat Prithviraj Chauhan Government College, Ajmer. और उनके शोध पत्र का विषय है महर्षि अरविंद की सांस्कृतिक दृष्टि संस्कृत शास्त्रों और संस्कृत भाषा के विशेष संदर्भ में। डॉक्टर आशुतोष पारीक।
नमो नमः सर्वेभ्यः। एतद्देश प्रसूतस्य सकाशादग्रजन्मनः स्वं स्वं चरित्रं शिक्षेरन् पृथिव्यां सर्वमानवाः। महर्षि मनु का यह कथन, और ये कथन कहता है कि इस देश में प्रसूत, इस देश में समुत्पन्न हर व्यक्ति को भारतीय संस्कृति को जानने वाला और उसके पश्चात उस संस्कृति को संपूर्ण विश्व में फैलाने वाला बनना चाहिए। और यही कार्य यदि हम महर्षि अरविंद के जीवन को देखते हैं तो उनके जीवन से हमें प्राप्त होता है। मैं आप सभी का आभार और धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता हूं और अध्यक्ष महोदया की स्वीकृति से, अनुमति से अपने पत्र का वाचन प्रारंभ करता हूं। और सबसे पहली बात जो इस पत्र में हम देखने वाले हैं वो 3 बातों को एक साथ रखने का प्रयास करूंगा। पहली बात कि महर्षि अरविंद की सांस्कृतिक दृष्टि क्या थी, दूसरी बात कि महर्षि अरविंद का संस्कृत शास्त्रों के साथ कैसे संबंध था, और तीसरी कि संस्कृत भाषा के साथ उनका जुड़ाव कैसे हुआ। पत्र थोड़ा लंबा है इसलिए उसको स्लाइड्स के माध्यम से बहुत ही संक्षिप्त में यहाँ पर प्रस्तुत करेंगे, क्योंकि समय उसका बहुत अधिक नहीं है हमारे पास, इसलिए कुछ चुनिंदा स्लाइड्स ही मैं आपके सामने यहाँ पर प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास करूँगा। जब हम बात करते हैं महर्षि अरविंद की, नॉट वर्किंग, श्री अरविंद के यदि हम जीवन परिचय की बात करें तो संक्षिप्त में जीवन परिचय आपके सम्मुख है। 15 अगस्त 1872 को उनका जन्म हुआ। संस्कृत शास्त्रों के साथ कैसे संबंध था, और तीसरी कि संस्कृत भाषा के साथ उनका जुड़ाव कैसे है। पत्र थोड़ा लंबा है इसलिए उसको स्लाइड्स के माध्यम से बहुत ही संक्षिप्त में यहाँ पर प्रस्तुत करेंगे, क्योंकि समय उसका अधिक नहीं है हमारे पास, इसलिए कुछ चुनिंदा स्लाइड्स में आपके सामने यहाँ पर प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास करूंगा। जब हम बात करते हैं महर्षि अरविंद की, श्री अरविंद के दिन जीवन परिचय की बात करें तो संक्षिप्त जीवन परिचय आपके सम्मुख है। 15 अगस्त 1872 को उनका जन्म हुआ कलकत्ता में। उनके पिताजी का नाम डॉक्टर कृष्णधान घोष। प्रारंभिक शिक्षा के लिए जब उनकी बात की गई तो पिताजी का बिल्कुल स्पष्ट मत था कि उन्हें भारतीय संस्कृति से दूर रखना है। और एक सामान्य तौर पर बात कभी कभी ऐसी हो जाती है कि जब हम किसी से दूर रखना चाहते हैं तो शायद उसके हम नज़दीक पहुंच जाते हैं। नेगेटिव जो फोर्सेस होती हैं वो जल्दी खींचती हैं हमको। पता नहीं ऐसा कुछ हुआ या कुछ और कारण थे, लेकिन प्रारंभिक रूप से उन्हें केवल और केवल अंग्रेज़ी शिक्षा प्रदान की गई। और 7 वर्ष की आयु में, केवल 7 वर्ष की आयु में उस बालक को 1879 में इंग्लैंड भेज दिया गया अपने भाइयों के साथ पढ़ने के लिए। और जब वे वहाँ पर गए तो पूरी तरह से अंग्रेज़ी वातावरण इंग्लैंड के उसी वातावरण को, जिसकी इच्छा उनके पिताजी ने व्यक्त की थी, उसी वातावरण के साथ वो जुड़ते हुए चले गए और पूरी तरह से भारतीय संस्कृति से दूर अंग्रेज़ी संस्कृति, पाश्चात्य संस्कृति के पूर्ण समर्थक के रूप में कह सकते हैं, पूर्ण उसके अनुसरणकर्ता के रूप में कह सकते हैं, उस प्रकार से उन्होंने अपना जीवन वहाँ पर जीना प्रारंभ कर दिया। और लगभग 14 वर्ष तक इंग्लैंड में उन्होंने अध्ययन किया और उसके पश्चात उनका 8 फरवरी 1893 को भारत में आगमन हुआ। ये 8 फरवरी इसलिए भी थोड़ा सा मेरे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि मेरा जन्मदिन यही है, तो शायद इससे मैं अधिक कनेक्ट कर पाता हूँ, जुड़ पाता हूँ महर्षि अरविंद के साथ में। और प्राणोत्सर्ग उनका 5 दिसंबर 1950 को हुआ, यहाँ पर मिस्टेक लिखा हुआ है, पौंडीचेरी में हुआ। उसके पश्चात श्री अरविंद संस्कृत के प्रति कैसे आए, तो कुछ बातें यहाँ पर हैं कि इंग्लैंड में जब वे अध्ययन कर रहे थे तो उन्होंने अंग्रेज़ी, फ्रेंच, ग्रीक और लैटिन इन भाषाओं का अध्ययन किया। बहुत ही अच्छा अध्ययन, उन चारों भाषाओं में बहुत ही पारंगत व्यक्तित्व और एक ऐसे व्यक्तित्व के रूप में जो इन चारों भाषाओं में अनुवाद कर सकते थे, उनके ग्रंथों को पढ़ सकते थे, उन ग्रंथों को जानते थे, उनके रचनाकर्ताओं को जानते थे और ऐसा कह सकते हैं कि इन चारों भाषाओं में उनका साहित्यिक ज्ञान जो था वो बहुत ही उत्कृष्ट कोटि का था। उसके पश्चात 1893 से 1906 यानी कि 1893 में, क्योंकि वे भारत आ चुके थे और जब 1893 में वे भारत आए उसके बाद से उन्होंने जो भारतीय दर्शन किया, भारत के जीवन को देखा, निश्चित रूप से उनकी प्रारंभिक अवस्था में, प्रारंभिक जीवन में वे भारतीय जीवन को नहीं देख पाए थे और वे भारतीय संस्कृति को नहीं जान पाए थे, भारतीय संस्कृति से कोसों दूर थे वे। लेकिन जब वे भारत लौट करके आए तब उन्होंने भारत के जीवन को देखा, समझा और जानने का प्रयास किया और यहाँ पर आकर के 1893 से 1906 तक बड़ौदा में निवास करते हुए उन्होंने भारतीय भाषाओं और साहित्य का अध्ययन प्रारंभ किया। और यहाँ पर जब वे अध्ययन कर रहे हैं, उस अध्ययन के दौरान उन्होंने विशेष रूप से बंगाली और संस्कृत भाषा का अध्ययन किया और उसी के साथ साथ भारत की अन्य भाषाएं, जिनमें मराठी और गुजराती भी शामिल थी, उनके भी साहित्य का अध्ययन किया। लेकिन उनका जुड़ाव अधिक हुआ बंगाली के साथ में और संस्कृत के साथ में, और इनमें भी उन्हें और अधिक प्रभावित किया संस्कृत भाषा ने, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं महर्षि अरविंद में वह एक महर्षि, वह एक अध्यात्म, एक स्पिरिचुअलिटी कहीं ना कहीं छुपी हुई थी। और संस्कृत भाषा का जो साहित्य है, संस्कृत का जो दर्शन है, संस्कृत भाषाओं में ऋषि मुनियों का जो आर्ष चरित्र चित्रण है, जो आर्ष विचार है, वो विचार बड़ी सरलता के साथ में हमें सन्यासी होने की तरफ सरलता से ले आता है। क्योंकि भारत की संस्कृति का जो प्रमुख बिंदु ही यही है कि 4 आश्रम, ब्रह्मचर्य, गृहस्थ, वानप्रस्थ, संन्यास, यदि हम इन 4 आश्रमों तक नहीं जा पाते हैं तो हमारा जीवन अपूर्ण ही माना जाता है। तो भारतीय संस्कृति की विशेषता थी कि कहीं ना कहीं हमारे अंदर एक अध्यात्म की भावना जुड़ी होती है। हमारे साथ अच्छा हो चाहे बुरा हो, हम बहुत सरलता के साथ में उससे एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं। कारण यही है क्योंकि हम अध्यात्म से जुड़े हैं, क्योंकि हम शारीरिक रूप से भौतिक जगत को उतना महत्व कभी नहीं देते हैं जितना अधिक महत्व हम आत्मिक जगत को देते हैं, अध्यात्म को देते हैं। और यही कारण था कि महर्षि अरविंद जब भारत लौट करके आए तो उन्होंने जब इसका अध्ययन किया तो वे सरलता के साथ अध्यात्म से जुड़ गए, वे सरलता के साथ संस्कृत से जुड़ गए और वे भारतीय संस्कृति के पोषक बनने लगे। और इस प्रकार से उन्होंने संस्कृत का अध्ययन और अनुवाद का कार्य प्रारंभ किया। संस्कृत को उन्होंने कैसे पढ़ा, तो इसके लिए एक कोटेशन मिलती है उनकी, श्री अरबिंदो की, ऑन हिमसेल्फ, और डायरेक्ट इन संस्कृत इटसेल्फ और थ्रू इंग्लिश। यानी कि उन्होंने संस्कृत का जो अध्ययन किया वह अध्ययन सीधे संस्कृत से किया, अनुवादों से नहीं किया। आज हम देख रहे हैं कि भारत में संस्कृत जो पढ़ाई जाती है वह अनुवाद विधि से पढ़ाई जाती है, ट्रांसलेशन मेथड पे पढ़ाई जाती है। लेकिन सभी लोग ये मानते हैं कि प्रत्यक्ष विधि, जैसे कि डायरेक्ट मेथड कहा जाता है, वह किसी भी भाषा को सीखने का सबसे बेहतरीन जरिया होता है। श्री अरविंद में ये काबिलियत कह दें, चाहे उनकी बुद्धिमत्ता कह दें, चाहे उनका यह एक बहुत बड़ा इंटेलेक्चुअल पर्सनैलिटी कह दें, उनमें ये गुण था कि वे भाषाओं को सीख लेते थे, और इसी कारण से संस्कृत में उन्होंने सीधे ही संस्कृत से उसे जानने का, सीखने का प्रयास किया, और उसमें वे सफल भी हुए। और सफल कुछ इस तरह से हुए कि उन्होंने भारतीय संस्कृति के पोषक के रूप में उस संस्कृत भाषा को देखना प्रारंभ किया। एक प्रश्न आता है कि भारतीय संस्कृति और संस्कृत, इनको आपस में क्यों जोड़ा उन्होंने, या इससे जुड़कर के देखने की क्यों कोशिश की। हम अंग्रेजी में भी बहुत सारे ग्रंथ पढ़ सकते हैं, लेकिन आप उस समय को उठा करके देख लीजिए। जितने भी पाश्चात्य विचारक, यानी कि भारतीय पाश्चात्य विचारकों की हम बात करते हैं, तो वे भारतीय पाश्चात्य विचारक भले ही अपनी प्रारंभिक शिक्षा, उच्च शिक्षा विदेश से करके आए हों, लेकिन वे धीरे धीरे भारत में आकर के भारतीय रंग में ढल गए। हम चाहे महात्मा गांधी की बात कर लें, हम राजा राममोहन राय की बात कर लें, हम महर्षि अरविंद की बात कर लें, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं पाश्चात्य संस्कृति हमें वो फुलफिलमेंट, वो पूर्णता प्रदान नहीं करती है जो कि भारतीय संस्कृति करती है। और इसीलिए महर्षि अरविंद लिखते हैं कि पाश्चात्य सभ्यता को अपनी सफल आधुनिकता पर गर्व है, परंतु ऐसा बहुत कुछ है जिसे इसने अपने लाभों की उत्सुकता में गंवा दिया, और ऐसा भी बहुत कुछ है जिसके लिए प्राचीन लोगों ने प्रयास किया था, पर जिसे पूरा करने की इसने चेष्टा तक नहीं की। ऐसी चीज़ें भी बहुत सी है जिन्हें इसने अधैर्य या अवज्ञा के कारण जानबूझकर फेंक दिया। इससे इसकी अपनी ही महान क्षति हुई है। इसका जीवन क्षत विक्षत हो गया है, इसकी संस्कृति त्रुटिपूर्ण रह गई है। अर्थात वे पाश्चात्य संस्कृति के प्रारंभिक रूप से समर्थक थे। उनके जीवन में आसपास का वातावरण पूरी तरह से पाश्चात्य संस्कृति को समर्थन करने वाला था, लेकिन जो ये त्रुटिपूर्ण क्षत विक्षत चीज़ें थी वो महर्षि अरविंद को किसी भी रूप में स्वीकार्य नहीं थी, और इसीलिए वे भारतीय संस्कृति की तरफ अग्रसर होते चले गए। इसी के बाद जब हम बात करते हैं कि श्री अरविंद का संस्कृत के प्रति किस प्रकार से रुझान हुआ, तो उनके बहुत बड़ी श्रृंखला है। संस्कृत साहित्य का अध्ययन हम जैसे प्रोफेसर्स जो कि संस्कृत से जीवन पर जुड़े रहते हैं, शायद वो भी इतना नहीं कर पाते जितना कि उन्होंने अपनी उस अवस्था में जाकर के कर लिया जिसमें प्रारंभिक रूप से उन्होंने संस्कृत पढ़ी तक भी नहीं थी। तो इतना बड़ा साहित्य का उन्होंने अध्ययन किया, उनमें से कई चीज़ों का अनुवाद किया, और स्वयं की मूल संस्कृत रचना भी कर ली। हम सोचें कि प्रारंभिक रूप से जीवन के प्रारंभिक काल में यदि हमें संस्कृत पढ़ने को ना मिले, और केवल एक अवस्था में जाकर के 25, 30, 40 साल के बाद जाकर के हमें कहा जाए कि आप संस्कृत में रचना कर दीजिए, तो बड़ा मुश्किल काम है। लेकिन महर्षि अरविंद ऐसा कर सके, क्योंकि भारतीय संस्कृति की जो पूर्णता थी, उस पूर्णता को उन्हें संस्कृत में घटित होते हुए देखना था। संस्कृत भाषा में वे उसे घटित होते हुए देख रहे थे, और वे चाहते थे कि अपूर्ण जीवन किसी का भी ना हो, ना उनका स्वयं का, ना उनको जानने वाले किसी व्यक्ति का। और यही कारण था कि उन्होंने इस प्रकार से बहुत सारे ग्रंथों तक पहुंचने का प्रयास किया। यहाँ पर जो ग्रंथों की सूची है, वह सूची मूल रूप से सभी चीज़ों पर है जिनका उन्होंने अध्ययन किया, जिनका उन्होंने अनुवाद किया, या जो उनकी मूल संस्कृत रचनाएं थी, उसे एक ही स्लाइड पर रखने की कोशिश की गई है। और वेद, वेदांग, उपनिषद, दर्शन, रामायण, महाभारत, पुराण, कालिदास के काव्य, बाणभट्ट, भारवी, माघ, शिवस्वामी, भवभूति, भर्तृहरि, ऐसी बहुत से कवियों की बहुत सी रचनाओं तक वे पहुंचने का प्रयास करते थे। और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात इसमें यह आती है कि उन्होंने जब संस्कृत को पढ़ना प्रारंभ किया, तो केवल और केवल दर्शन को नहीं, उन्होंने व्यावहारिक संस्कृत को, संस्कृत के काव्यों, और काव्यों में भी हर प्रकार के काव्य, चाहे वे नाटक हों, चाहे वे खंड काव्य हों, चाहे वे गद्य काव्य हों, चाहे वे महाकाव्य हों, प्रत्येक प्रकार के काव्य को, साहित्य को अपने दर्शन के साथ जोड़ने का प्रयास किया। कई बार हम देखते हैं कि जब सन्यासी व्यक्ति होता है, तो सन्यासी व्यक्ति ये नहीं पढ़ना और ये पढ़ना है, सीमित हो जाते हैं। लेकिन महर्षि अरविंद का दृष्टिकोण या दर्शन बहुत सीमित दायरे को नहीं लेकर के आता। उनका दृष्टिकोण, उनका दर्शन एक व्यापक दृष्टिकोण है, और यही कारण था कि उन्होंने संस्कृत के इतने बड़े साहित्य का अध्ययन किया। हम ये मान सकते हैं कि अगर उनको दर्शन के क्षेत्र में ही जाना था तो कुछ दर्शन पढ़ लेते, षट दर्शन सब को ही अगर अध्ययन कर लेते तो वो भी उनके लिए बहुत पर्याप्त था। लेकिन उनका मानना यह था कि ऐसा करने से कहीं ना कहीं वो पूर्णता का अभाव रह जाएगा, वो अपूर्णता रह जाएगी, जो अपूर्णता पाश्चात्य विचारकों में उनको देखने को मिलती है, जो अपूर्णता उन्हें पाश्चात्य चिंतन में देखने को मिलती है। ऐसी अपूर्णता भारतीय संस्कृति का अंग कभी नहीं हो सकती, और इसलिए भारतीय संस्कृति को पूर्णता के साथ जानना है तो भारतीय संस्कृति के संपूर्ण अंगों को समझने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। इसी के बाद श्री अरविंद संस्कृत के बारे में बहुत सी बातें करते हैं। बहुत जगह पर हमको संस्कृत के बारे में उनकी कोटेशंस मिलेंगी, कई सारे उदाहरण मिलेंगे, और बहुत महत्वपूर्ण उदाहरण है। उन उदाहरणों में सबसे पहले वे कहते हैं, द संस्कृत लैंग्वेज इज द देव भाषा, इट इज द लैंग्वेज ऑफ सत्य युग based on the true and perfect relation of Vak and Earth. Every one of its vowels and consonants has particular and inalienable force which exists by the nature of things and by development of human choice. संस्कृत को वे एक देव भाषा के रूप में भी कहते हैं, उसके कॉन्सोनेंट्स और उसके वॉवल्स की महत्ता को भी समझाने का प्रयास करते हैं, और इस भाषा को वे प्रत्येक भारतीय का ही नहीं अपितु संपूर्ण में विश्व में जन्म लेने वाले प्रत्येक मानव का अभिन्न हिस्सा बताते हैं। इसी के साथ वे कहते हैं, द संस्कृत लैंग्वेज इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट मैग्निफिसेंट, द मोस्ट परफेक्ट एंड वंडरफुली सफिशिएंट लिटरेरी इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स डेवलप्ड बाय ह्यूमन माइंड। आज तक के मानव इतिहास में इससे बेहतरीन भाषा शायद किसी ने नहीं बनाई होगी, उनका ये दावा है। और इस तरह की भाषा को सीखना, इस तरह की भाषा को जानना, इस तरह की भाषा में अपने विचारों को प्रस्तुत कर देना, यह बहुत आवश्यक है। यदि वयं सम्प्रति संस्कृतेन वार्तालापं कुर्मः, यदि संस्कृतेन व्यवहारं कुर्मः, संस्कृतेन सम्भाषणं कुर्मः, संस्कृतेन शास्त्राणां निर्माणं कर्तुं शक्नुमः, तर्हि एव भारतीय संस्कृतेः पूर्णता भवितुं शक्नोति। ये उनकी सोच थी, ये उनका विचार था, ये उनका चिंतन था। इसी के साथ वे आगे कहते हैं, मैं क्षमा चाहूँगा, थोड़ा सा लेट चल रहा है शायद ये। इसी के साथ वे कहते हैं कि यदि कोई अन्य संस्कृति और धर्म पुराणों और ब्राह्मणों की संस्कृति और धर्म का स्थान ले लेते और प्राचीन पुस्तकों तथा संस्कृत भाषा का पढ़ना और समझना बंद हो जाता, तो यह आज की परिचित शब्दावली भारत में भी वैसे ही अर्थहीन हो जाती जैसी कि यूरोप में। कल जब बात हो रही थी तो कहा गया कि यूनान, मिस्र, रोमा सब मिट गए जहाँ से, कुछ बात है कि हस्ती मिटती नहीं हमारी। वो कुछ बात निश्चित रूप से कहीं ना कहीं भारतीय संस्कृति है, और भारतीय संस्कृति को बताने वाली, समझाने वाली संस्कृत भाषा है। और इन दोनों से यदि हम जुड़ाव विकसित नहीं कर पाते हैं, इन दोनों के साथ यदि हम जुड़ कर के अपनी बात को नहीं रख पाते हैं, तो ऐसी स्थिति में कहीं ना कहीं हम अपूर्णता, उस अपरिपक्वता के शिकार बनते चले जाते हैं, जहाँ पर हम जो कुछ प्राप्त करेंगे वो सब कुछ हमें कम लगेगा। हम कहीं पर भी पहुँच जाएं, किसी भी लक्ष्य को प्राप्त कर ले, किसी भी मंजिल पर हों, कितनी भी ऊंचाइयों पर हों, लेकिन हमें कहीं ना कहीं खालीपन लगेगा। भारतीय संस्कृति उस पूरा करने के लिए, उस पूर्णता का सूचक है, उस पूर्णता को दिखाने वाली है, और यही भारतीय संस्कृति संस्कृत भाषा के साथ पोषण को प्राप्त करती है। इसी के साथ वे आगे कहते हैं, वे कहते हैं, श्री अरबिंदो संस्कृत के बारे में और बात करते हुए कहते हैं कि संस्कृत ought still to have a future as a language of the learned, and it will not be a good for India when the ancient tongue ceases entirely to be written or spoken. यदि हमारी जिह्वा जो है उसमें संस्कृत भाषा नहीं आती है, संस्कृत का हम प्रयोग नहीं कर पाते हैं, तो ऐसी स्थिति में वह भारत उस भारतीयता, उस भारतीय संस्कृति से विरहित ही माना जाएगा, अलग ही माना जाएगा। और इसी के साथ वे आगे कहते हैं कि यह भाषा योग की भाषा है। योग, महर्षि अरविंद और अध्यात्म, इन तीनों को जोड़ करके ही देखना चाहिए मेरे ख्याल से, और तभी हम महर्षि अरविंद को समझ पाते हैं। तो इसलिए वे जब योग की बात करते हैं तो कहते हैं कि डिफ़िकल्ट टू रिप्रेजेंट एक्यूरेटली in any other language than the ancient Sanskrit tongue, in which alone they have been to some extent systematized. योग को जिस प्रकार से संस्कृत ने बताया है, संस्कृत ने समझाया है, संस्कृत ने दिखाया है, ऐसा दुनिया में कोई भी भाषा नहीं कर सकती। संस्कृत के माध्यम से ही योग की पूर्णता हम देख रहे हैं, योग की संपूर्णता और योग को सम्यक प्रकार से हम जान पा रहे हैं। और इसी के साथ वे कहते हैं कि उपनिषदों की भांति हमें जीवन के इन दो चरम छोरों के बाह्य रूपों के पीछे विद्यमान उनकी सारभूत एकता का भी बोध हो जाए, और यह बोध प्राप्त करके हम उन पुरातन ग्रंथों की ही भाषा में कहने लग जाएं, अन्नम ब्रह्म, जड़ तत्व ही ब्रह्म है, और उस सशक्त रूप को पूरा पूरा मूल्य दे सकें जिसने भौतिक विश्व को दिव्य पुरुष का बाह्य शरीर कहा है। वे भौतिक जगत से दिव्य पुरुषत्व, आध्यात्मिक स्वरूप को प्राप्त करना चाहते थे, और उसमें निश्चित रूप से संस्कृत भाषा और भारतीय संस्कृति को संपूर्णता के साथ में महत्व देते थे। और समय समाप्त हो चुका है, बस मैं अपनी स्लाइड्स खत्म ही कर रहा हूँ। ये उनके एक अनुवाद के बारे में डॉक्टर रमेश चंद्र, जो सर रमेश चंद्र दत्त थे, उनका एक वाक्य है, वो यहाँ पर लिखा हुआ है। और ये बात बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, और वे कहते हैं कि जैसे यदि कोई अन्य संस्कृति, ये रिपीट हुई है स्लाइड, वेद में उपनिषदों का उच्च आध्यात्मिक सार तत्व विद्यमान है, परंतु उसमें उनकी शब्दावली नहीं पाई जाती। यह एक अंतःस्फूर्त ज्ञान है। यहाँ पर आकर के वे कहते हैं कि यदि हमें वेद को समझना है, यदि हमें भारतीय शास्त्रों को समझना है, तो हमें भारतीय शास्त्रों की भाषा को भी समझना होगा। और यदि हम ऐसा नहीं कर पाते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं हम उन शास्त्रों के अनुवादों के माध्यम से शास्त्रों को पूर्णता के साथ नहीं समझ पाएंगे। इसलिए वे यहाँ पर बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहते हैं कि हमें भारतीय संस्कृति को जानना है, तो संस्कृत को सीखना बहुत आवश्यक है, और संस्कृत के माध्यम से हम भारतीय संस्कृति को सीख सकते हैं, जान सकते हैं और अपनी पूर्णता को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। इसलिए मेरा अंत में कहना यही है कि संस्कृत, द लैंग्वेज ऑफ योग, दिस इज़ द लैंग्वेज ऑफ फ्लेक्सिबल एंड स्वीट, दिस इज़ स्ट्रॉन्ग एंड क्लियरली फॉर्म्ड लैंग्वेज। संस्कृत इज़ full of joy. Sanskrit is a vibrant language. Sanskrit is capable to express to all type of feelings. Sanskrit is language of antiquity. Sanskrit is root of India. Sanskrit is language of India's real soul. And Sanskrit is a gateway to spirituality. यदि हमें इन सब को प्राप्त करना है तो हमें संस्कृत भाषा से जुड़ने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। और एक गीत की बहुत सुंदर पंक्तियां हैं, कृत्वा नवदृढ़ संकल्पम वितरन्तो नव संदेशम घटयामो नव संघटनम रचयामो नवमितिहासम कृत्वा नवदृढ़ संकल्पम। नया दृढ़ संकल्प तो महर्षि अरविंद ने किया था, और उन्होंने नया संगठन भी बनाया जिसमें हम सब लोग जुड़े हुए हैं। अब लेकिन नया इतिहास रचने की बारी हम सब की है। यदि हम महर्षि अरविंद के संस्कृत के विचारों को ठीक प्रकार से समझ पाएँ तो संस्कृत में हम सभी के द्वारा बहुत कुछ किया जाना है। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत आभार और धन्यवाद। नमो नमः। शुभम शुभास्ते पंथानः सन्तु। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर आशुतोष पारीक। कभी कभी सामान्य भी विशेष होता है। नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट चेयरपर्सन अगेन टू फैसिलिटेट रिस्पेक्टेड डॉक्टर आशुतोष पारीक। Our next paper presenter is Dr. Gunanidhi Sharma. He's PhD Sanskrit, that's what I can see here, and I would like to call him. His paper's title is Sanskrit Evam Upanishad, Satyanveshan ki Bhartiya Pranali. Dr. Gunanidhi Sharma.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जी। और मेरे लिए बड़े ही प्रफुल्लता की बात है, हर्ष की बात है कि मुझे यहाँ पर ऐसे दिव्य स्थान पर बोलने का अवसर मिला है और ऐसी संगत में, ऐसे सानिध्य में, दिव्य सानिध्य में और साधक साधिकाओं के बीच में। और मैं हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ ऑर्गेनाइज़र्स का, आयोजकों का कि मुझे बुलाया। और मैं अब चेयर पर आदरणीय मैम को प्रणाम करता हूँ, नमस्कार करता हूँ। तो मैंने सोचा तो था कि एक सुव्यवस्थित ढंग से बोलेंगे, पर चलिए कभी कभी व्यवस्था तोड़ने में भी आनंद आता है। तो आइए हम स्वतः स्फूर्त स्पॉन्टेनियस कुछ करते हैं। और बहुत सुंदर मेरे से पहले बोला गया है। मेरा जो विषय है वो है उपनिषदों पर है। उपनिषद संस्कृत की पृष्ठभूमि में और साथ में श्री औरोबिंदो के दिव्य स्पर्श के साथ उपनिषद। तो इस पर चर्चा करते हैं। लेकिन जैसी कि परंपरा है, परंपराओं को हम निभाते हैं। परंपरा हमें वो सारे ज्ञान के साथ, प्राचीन ज्ञान के साथ क्षण मात्र में कनेक्ट कर देती है, जो हमारे ऋषियों की, मुनियों की रिसर्च है। तो आइए हम प्रारंभ करते हैं। हमारी परंपरा क्या है? उपनिषद बोलने से पहले कुछ मंत्रों का उच्चारण करते हैं। मेरे से पहले जो प्राध्यापक थे, बहुत सुंदर उन्होंने गाया है। तो आइए, मेरे दिमाग में आ रहा है कि यहाँ 2 माइक हैं, तो एक माइक में हम बस मैं 2-3 मंत्र बोलूँगा उपनिषदों का। मैं इसमें एक में तानपुरा लगाकर जैसा कि मैंने कहा, मुझे लग रहा है शायद ये एक माइक नहीं चल रहा है ना, ये नहीं चल रहा। अगर चल रहा है तो ठीक है, नहीं तो कोई बात नहीं, ऐसे कर लेते हैं। इसकी आवाज़ आ रही है? इसकी नहीं आ रही ना? चलिए, डन है, डन, ओके। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। सहनाववतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। तो हमने एक छोटी सी परंपरा का निर्वहन कर लिया, हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। उपनिषदों के बारे में जब हम बात करते हैं संस्कृत के परिप्रेक्ष्य में, उपनिषद उपनिषद क्या है? देखिए, भारतीय ज्ञान की परंपरा अत्यंत प्राचीन है। किस काल से चल रही है, अंग्रेज़ों ने उसको डिफाइन करने का, उसकी क्रोनोलॉजी सेट करने का प्रयास किया, पर मुझे लगता नहीं है कि वो, क्योंकि मैक्स मूलर ने भी अपने अंतिम समय में कह दिया था कि ये संभव ही नहीं है कि ऋग्वेद को किसी काल परिधि में बांधा जा सके। आप ये देखिएगा मैक्स मूलर की जो बातें हैं, तो ये अत्यंत प्राचीन काल से चले आ रहे हैं। तो वेद में जो ज्ञान कांड रहा है, ज्ञान का उपदेश, क्या ज्ञान है, किस प्रकार से हमें ब्रह्म ज्ञान क्या है, ब्रह्म क्या है, वही ज्ञान जब उपनिषदों में आता है, औपनिषदिक जो ज्ञान है उसमें एक बहुत बड़ी विशेषता है, और वो विशेषता है अनुभव, इंट्यूशन हम जिसे बोलते हैं, प्रज्ञात्मक, प्रज्ञामूलकता उपनिषद की एक विशेषता है, उपनिषदिक ज्ञान की, जो इसे बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण बना देती है। ज्ञान, आज की डेट में अगर हम ज्ञान की बात करें तो कोरे वाद विवाद, बुरा लग सकता है, कोरे वाद विवाद, वाद जल्प वितंडा, बहुत सारे हमारे दर्शनों में बहुत सारी बातें बताई हैं। कहते हैं कि श्रीमद् भागवत में ऐसा लिखा है, स्थूल तुषावघाती नाम, जो लोग सिर्फ ज्ञान के लिए ज्ञान की बातें करते हैं, उनकी स्थिति इस प्रकार है जैसे चावल निकलने के बाद अगर हम भूसा कूट रहे हैं। ऐसी स्थिति नहीं होनी चाहिए। बड़ी बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटीज़, कॉलेजेस, वहाँ निरर्थक अगर हम जिसे कहेंगे बातचीत होगी, निरर्थक शास्त्रार्थ होगा, तो उससे क्या निकलेगा। उपनिषद यहाँ पर बहुत ही सुंदर बात कहते हैं, कहते हैं हमें सार्थक, लक्ष्य पर केंद्रित वार्तालाप, वाद विवाद ना कहें, उपनिषद की शैली है संवाद की शैली, संवाद करने की प्रेरणा देते हैं। और उपनिषद की शैली बहुत सारी दुनिया में प्रसिद्ध शैली है। इसकी एक विशेषता है, रूपक चित्र बना देते हैं आपके सामने, इमेजरी, शब्द चित्र, आपके सामने वो ऋषि आकर खड़ा हो जाएगा, आपके सामने वो परिदृश्य आकर प्रेजेंट हो जाएगा। तो मैं कुछ एक उदाहरण उपनिषदों में से देता हूँ आपको, क्योंकि आप तो खुद बड़े बुद्धिमान लोग हैं और मैं तो अपने आप को इस क्षेत्र में एक बच्चा ही समझता हूँ। तो उपनिषदों की शैली की कुछ विशेषता है। पहली बात, उपनिषद शब्द का अर्थ है जो ज्ञान सामने बैठकर प्राप्त किया जाए। सद जो इसमें रूट है, वर्बल रूट है, उसका अर्थ है बैठना। गुरु के सामने शिष्य बैठकर जब सीना ब सीना शिक्षा प्राप्त करता है, योर चेस्ट इज फेसिंग योर गुरु। इसमें क्या विशेषता है? इसमें विशेषता है कि इसमें मीनिंग का लॉस नहीं होता। कोविड के टाइम में देखिए, ऑनलाइन क्लासें चली, आपको क्या लगता है कितना आगे ट्रांसफर हुआ ज्ञान? उपनिषद क्योंकि ब्रह्म के ज्ञान का प्रतिपादन करते हैं, तो जब आप ब्रह्म के ज्ञान का प्रतिपादन करते हैं उसको वो बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंटली लेते हैं। ये मैं आगे थोड़ी इस पे बात रखूँगा। जिस चीज़ को बहुत महत्वपूर्ण तौर पर लेते हैं, ऐसा इसलिए लेते हैं कि इससे मनुष्य के जीवन में अभ्युदय होता है, आमूल चूल परिवर्तन घटित हो जाता है। तो उपनिषद इस ज्ञान में ज़रा भी लॉस नहीं होने देना चाहते। तो गुरु के सामने शिष्य बैठकर पढ़ता है सीना ब सीना, जहाँ पर उसे कहीं पर भी ज़रा भी संशय प्रतीत होता है, इमीडिएटली ही सेज, बेटा ऐसे नहीं ऐसे, बेटा ऐसे नहीं ऐसे। और उपनिषद की शैली बड़ी रोचक है। यहाँ पर मैं आपको एक बात बताऊँ कि मैं औरोबिंदो, उनकी मैं अभी वाइब्रेशंस पकड़ने का प्रयास कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन मैं आपको ये नहीं कहूँगा कि मैं पूर्ण रूप से इसमें सफल हो पाया हूँ। मैं बिल्कुल एक बच्चा अपने आप को समझ रहा हूँ, मैं अभी पकड़ नहीं पाया हूँ। तो मैं जो भी कह रहा हूँ बड़ी तुच्छ मेरा एक प्रयास है। तो यहाँ पर मैंने कुछ लेख आदि पढ़े हैं आचार्य के, महर्षि के। ऋषि जब अपनी बात कहते हैं तो उसमें कोई आडंबर नहीं है। उपनिषद का ऋषि जब बात कहता है तो आप देखिए, मैं एक छोटा सा संवाद सूक्त मैं आपको एक छोटा सा संवाद सूक्त बताने जा रहा हूँ। और आरुणि और श्वेत केतु बात कर रहे हैं। छांदोग्य उपनिषद में आता है वर्णन। आरुणि उनका पुत्र श्वेत केतु 12 साल आश्रम में पढ़कर आया, विद्या प्राप्त करके आया, और आरुणि ने देखा अरे मेरे बच्चे में तो कुछ ऐसा लग रहा है थोड़ा हवा में आ गया। हम कहते हैं ना पंजाबी में हम कहते हैं फूकांचे आ गया हम कहते हैं थोड़ा घमंड आ गया। ज्ञान विघ्नो अहंकार, अहंकार ज्ञान में बाधक तत्व है, सबसे बड़ा बाधक है। तो इमीडिएटली ही इंटरप्टेड। क्या कहते हैं आरुणि? वो कहते हैं पुत्र त्वया उपाध्यायात कह अतिशयः प्राप्तः येन कुलाननन रूपम उद्धत स्वभावोऽसि। कहते हैं काके तूने अपने टीचर से ऐसी कौन सी चीज़ प्राप्त कर ली यार, तुम तो हवा में चले गए। ऐसा क्या? अपने बच्चे से बात कर रहे हैं जैसे बच्चे से बात की जाती है। तो फिर वो उसको थोड़ा अब डायरेक्शन देने के लिए आप देखिए किस तरह से बातचीत। आज की डेट में भी ऐसा बहुत कम होता है। टीचर्स क्लास में आते हैं, पढ़ाकर चले जाते हैं, एक साइड की सिंगल साइड स्टोरी अक्सर रहती है और बच्चे के मन में बहुत सारे सवाल अनुत्तरित रह जाते हैं। सीना बद सीना शिक्षा, और सामने बैठकर वो कह रहे हैं बेटा तेरे को क्या हो गया यार, कुछ ऐसा लग रहा है, कुछ हाँ कुछ बात तो है। फिर कहते हैं त्वया पठितम तत् येन पठितेन, जिसको पढ़ने से सर्वम अश्रुतम श्रुतम भवति, सारा कुछ न सुना हुआ हो जाता है। अविज्ञातम विज्ञातम च भवति, कहते हैं जो तुम नहीं जानते वो सारा ज्ञान तुम एक ज्ञान से जान जाते हो। क्या तुमने उस ज्ञान को पढ़ा? और आप जानते हैं यहाँ संकेत किसकी ओर हो रहा है? ब्रह्म ज्ञान की ओर संकेत हो रहा है। या मैं आपको बता दूं, सारे उपनिषद साहित्य का जो मूल जिस भित्ति पर टिका है वो है आत्मज्ञान, ब्रह्म ज्ञान। आत्मज्ञान और ब्रह्म ज्ञान एक ही चीज़ है, क्योंकि आत्मा को यद पिंडे तद ब्रह्मांडे, आत्मा को ब्रह्म का ही एक रिफ्लेक्शन कहा है। अब वो उसको कैसा उदाहरण देते हैं, आप देखिए कितना प्यारा उदाहरण। कहते हैं बेटा आरुणि तद, वहाँ आसपास कोई टीचिंग एड्स नहीं, कोई बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्टर्स नहीं, और कोई किसी प्रकार का कोई आडंबर नहीं। कहते हैं पुत्र तत् न्यगरोध फलम आहर, वो बरगद का फल पड़ा है ना, उठा के लाओ। स गच्छति स कथयति, आरुणि कथयति इदम भगवन, ये लीजिए भगवान। कहता है इमम भिंदी, इसे तोड़ो। कहता है भिन्नम भगवान। कहता है अस्मिन किम पश्यति, इसमें क्या देखते हो? कहता है अणुतराणि इमानी बीजानी, मैं इसमें बारीक बारीक छोटे छोटे बीज देख रहा हूँ। कहता है अस्तु तदा बीजम अपि भिंदी, अब बीज को भी तोड़ भाई। भिन्नम भगवान। कहता है, फिर वो कहते हैं अस्मिन किम पश्यति, अस्मिन किम पश्यसि, इसमें क्या देखता है तू? कहता है न किंचन भगवान, इसमें अत्र तो किमपि नास्ति, इसमें तो कुछ भी नहीं है। एतदेव अणिम्नः स्थूल जगत प्रादुर्भवति। कैसा संकेत से, कैसा एक, आप देखिए आपके आसपास उपलब्ध सामग्री से, नेचुरल सामग्री से, प्राकृतिक जो उपलब्ध वस्तुएं हैं, आपके जीवन का जो अंग हैं, जो वृक्ष हैं, बरगद का एक फल है, और आपके आसपास उपलब्ध वस्तु हैं, उनसे किस चीज़ का कंपैरिजन किया? आत्मा का। और क्या आपको लगता है समझ में आ गया होगा? आ गया होगा क्योंकि बड़ा सामान्य, बड़ा सरल उदाहरण है। तो ये कमाल है उपनिषदों की शैली की। और मैं आपको उपनिषद का एक और उदाहरण देता हूँ। जब बात होती है कठोपनिषद की, नचिकेता और यमराज की कहानी बहुत प्रसिद्ध है। नचिकेता, इसमें एक प्रसंग में बात होती है रूपक शैली। आप एक चित्र खींचते हैं पढ़ने वाले के समक्ष, वो चित्र क्या है? कह रहे हैं आत्मा का क्या स्थान है। उपनिषदों ने सर्वत्र प्रयास किया है आत्मा का सर्वोच्च स्थान रखने का, क्योंकि आत्मा एक ऐसा तत्व है, श्री अरविंद कहते हैं आत्मा एक ऐसा दिव्य तत्व है जिस पर ध्यान केंद्रित करने से हमारा सारी डिस्ट्रैक्शन से ध्यान स्वाभाविक रूप से हट जाता है। और आत्मा एक ऐसा तत्व है जो हमारे सबसे निकट है, सबसे निकट हमारे अंदर है। इसीलिए हमारे वैदिक ऋषियों ने, औपनिषदिक ऋषियों ने कहा, आत्मानम विद्धि पुत्र, अपने आप को जानो। कहाँ भागते हो? अपने आप को जानो, अपने अंदर झांको। कहाँ झांकते हो? अपने अंदर झांको। तो वो एक बहुत सुंदर रूपक खींचते हैं। मैं आपको उदाहरण देता हूँ। कह रहे हैं कि ये शरीर रथ है, बुद्धि इसकी सारथी है। शरीर रथ है, बुद्धि सारथी है, मन इसकी लगाम है, इंद्रियां घोड़े हैं और आत्मा इस रथ का स्वामी है। आत्मा को सर्वोच्च स्थान पर रखा है और इससे आपको लगता है कि आत्मा भारतीय संस्कृति में कितना उच्च स्थान रखती है और उपनिषद कितने बखूबी ढंग से अपनी बात रखते हैं। इसी प्रकार से याज्ञवल्क्य जब अपनी पत्नी मैत्रेयी को शिक्षा देते हैं, वो कहते हैं आत्मा व अरे द्रष्टव्यः श्रोतव्यः मंतव्यः निधिध्यासितव्यः। कहते हैं आत्मा ही देखने योग्य है, सुनने योग्य है, जानने योग्य है और आत्म ज्ञान की प्रणाली अनुसरण करने योग्य है। तो ये मैंने आपको आपके सामने बात रखी उपनिषदों की। उपनिषद श्री अरविंद को क्यों प्रिय हैं? क्योंकि ये गागर में सागर का काम करते हैं और भारतीय संस्कृति के मूल मंत्र को पकड़ के रखते हैं, छोड़ते नहीं, एक क्षण के लिए भी छोड़ते नहीं। और यहाँ एक बड़ी सुंदर बात, महर्षि अरविंद भी एक क्षण के लिए छोड़ते नहीं। ब्रह्म विचार एक क्षण के लिए छोड़ते नहीं, चाहे संसार की बात जब वो करें उस समय भी नहीं छोड़ते। इसलिए मैं एक बड़ा सुंदर नामकरण करना चाहूँगा। अरविंद जी तो गुरु हैं, पर एक जैसे हम कहते हैं प्रत्यक्षर श्लेषमय वाणी, संस्कृत वाले बैठे हैं यहाँ विद्वान, प्रत्यक्षर ओजमय वाणी महर्षि अरविंद। ऐसा वाक, ऐसी वाक जिसके अंदर आपको एटर्निटी नजर आती है, ऐसी वाणी श्री अरविंद की है। आप कभी सरप्राइज हुए होंगे, एक लाइन पढ़ते हैं इतनी अच्छी क्यों लगती है, दूसरी लाइन पढ़ने का मन करता है, दूसरी पढ़ते हैं इतनी अच्छी क्यों लगती है, पैराग्राफ पढ़ने का मन करता है। ऐसे करते करते हम पूरी किताब पढ़ जाते हैं। तो प्रत्यक्षर ओजमय वाक अगर किसी की है तो वह है महर्षि अरविंद की। संस्कृत भाषा का इतना महर्षि अरविंद ने उस पर इतना कहा और इतना सटल विचार किया। मेरे से पहले वाले वक्ताओं ने सब कुछ कहा। मुझे लगता है मेरा लक्ष्य आज पूरा हो गया, क्योंकि मैंने उपनिषदों के बारे में कहना था। ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा, 2 बेल्स पहले बज चुकी हैं और मेरे से पहले वाले वक्ताओं ने प्रॉपर अपने स्लाइड शोज़ दिखा के पॉइंट दर पॉइंट हर चीज़ दिखा दी है संस्कृत के बारे में। तो मैं इतना कहना चाहता था और इसी के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आ जाइए।
Thank you so much, Dr. Gunanidhi Sharma ji. Now I would like to request Chairperson to facilitate Dr. Gunanidhi.
धन्यवाद।
आज के इस सत्र का सार रूप में अध्यक्षीय उद्बोधन के लिए मैं आदरणीय प्रोफेसर शशि बालाजी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे अध्यक्षीय उद्बोधन से हम सभी को कृतार्थ करें।
आप सभी को सादर नमस्कार। मेरे लिए बड़ा हर्षोल्लास का समय है कि अनेक विद्वानों के अनेक प्रकार के शोध पत्र मुझे सुनने को और अपनी ज्ञानवर्धन करने की एक आज विशेष अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। मैं सभी का साधुवाद करती हूँ। आज के इस सत्र में जित पत्र प्रस्तुत किए गए सभी में एक जो उनका स्तर था वह एक बड़ा ही उच्च कोटि का स्तर, और उसके साथ साथ जो जब संस्कृत का विद्वान वक्ता के रूप में खड़ा होता है तो उसका व्यक्तित्व, उसकी वाणी, उसका परिष्कार, उसके मन का परिष्कार, उसकी भाषा का परिष्कार, उसका भी एक बड़ा आनंद आता है जो कि अन्य भाषा भाषियों में कहीं ना कहीं हमें उसकी बहुत स्थानों पर कमी दिखती रहती है। तो मुझे बड़ा हर्ष होता है कि संस्कृत की जो विश्व को देन है उसमें अनेक विषय आ जाते हैं, जिनमें से एक मैं ये भी देखती हूँ। आज के इस सुंदर संगोष्ठी में केवल एक वक्ता का नाम गुणनिधि है, परंतु मुझे तो सभी गुणनिधि दिखाई दे रहे थे यहाँ। सबसे पहले वक्ता के रूप में अपने विचार, अनुसंधान, अपना ज्ञान यहाँ प्रस्तुत करने आए डॉक्टर प्रणव वशिष्ठ। आपका जो पत्र था वो बड़ा हृदय स्पर्शी था, क्योंकि आपने भवानी मंदिर पर अपना उस पर आपने अपना विषय प्रस्तुत किया। वास्तव में भारत राष्ट्र की जो वास्तविक शक्ति है, वैसे तो हर देश की होती है, परंतु भारत की राष्ट्रीयता, उसकी जो मूल शक्ति है, उसका जो तत्व है, वह जन जन में विद्यमान है। और यही कारण है जो कि विचार हम महर्षि अरविंद से सुन रहे हैं, या हम वंदे मातरम में बंकिम चंद्र जी के बनाए हुए गीत के रूप में सुनते हैं। आपने बहुत सुंदर शब्दों में प्रस्तुत किया कि कैसे जो है seeds that developed into the philosophy, into the grand philosophy of Maharshi Aurobindo. शक्ति वास्तव में हमने जितनी भी प्रकार की शक्तियां हैं सबको माँ का स्वरूप दिया है। यह केवल एक भारत ऐसा देश है जिसमें देश को भी एक माँ के रूप में देखते हैं। भारत माता वही हमारी शक्ति है, चाहे वह ज्ञान की शक्ति के रूप में सरस्वती की पूजा है, चाहे धन की शक्ति के रूप में लक्ष्मी जी की पूजा है, या हमारी जो भी राजनीतिक, मिलिट्री, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पावर की जो एक देश को चलाने के लिए जो आवश्यकता होती है उसके रूप में हम दुर्गा जी की पूजा करते हैं। केवल भारत एक ऐसा देश है जिसने सभी प्रकार की शक्तियों की उपासना की है। आपने बहुत सारी स्टेटमेंट्स हमारे समक्ष प्रस्तुत की महर्षि अरविंद की, और उसमें जो महत्वपूर्ण उनके जो विचार थे, जो बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट्स हैं, जो पिलर्स हैं, जो इटर्नल हैं, जिनकी वैल्यूज़ परवेसिव हैं, जो कभी भी काल और दिक् से बाधित नहीं हैं, वो सभी के लिए हैं, सारे विश्व के लिए हैं, हर समय में हैं। और एक आपने जो विचार लाए कि कैसे ज्ञान, भक्ति, कर्म, शक्ति, उपासना इत्यादि और उनका अंतर संबंध वह महर्षि अरविंद ने कैसे प्रस्तुत किया है। आज हमारे देश को जो आवश्यकता है वह सचमुच संगच्छध्वम संवदध्वम की अधिक है। कलेक्टिव कॉन्शियसनेस जिसे हम इंग्लिश में कहते हैं, वह हमारी राष्ट्रीयता की बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता रही है। और आपने हमारा ध्यान आकर्षित करते हुए ज्ञान, विवेक, कर्म इत्यादि सभी प्रकार की विचार बिंदुओं पर महर्षि अरविंद की ओर आप हमें ले गए। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अगला जो शोध पत्र प्रस्तुत हुआ वह था महर्षि अरविंद और उनकी संस्कृत एवं रिसर्जेंस ऑफ इटर्नल स्पिरिट ऑफ भारत। बहुत सुंदर शब्दों में आपने अपना प्रबंध आरंभ किया। डिविनाइजेशन ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी। वास्तव में ये जो 5 फुट का शरीर है, इसमें सभी प्रकार के तत्व हैं, चाहे वे आसुरी तत्व हों, चाहे वे राक्षसी तत्व हों, चाहे वे पैशाची तत्व हों, चाहे वे पाशविक तत्व हों, या मनुष्य मानवी हों, या फिर देवत्व हों। किसमें किसका कितना अनुपात है, इस पर निर्भर करता है कि वह व्यक्ति, उसका क्या चरित्र है, क्या उसके व्यक्तित्व को हम कैसे आंक सकते हैं, और वह किस प्रकार से इस समाज में विचरण करता है या उसका योगदान करता है। तो जो मनुष्यत्व से देवत्व तक की जो एक यात्रा है, वह एक साधना है, वह एक साधना का पथ है, और यही आपने प्रस्तुत किया, और यही आज के विश्व की आवश्यकता है, डिविनाइजेशन ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी। यदि आज का मनुष्य अपने पाशविक, राक्षसी और पैशाचिक विचारों, उसके दर्शन को पीछे छोड़कर देवत्व की ओर जाएगा, तो संसार में बहुत सारी समस्याओं का समाधान स्वयं हो जाएगा। आपने संस्कृताइजेशन ऑफ इंग्लिश की बात कही, मुझे बड़ा आनंद आ रहा था सुन के। क्यों? क्योंकि महर्षि अरविंद ने अनेक भाषाएं का अध्ययन किया था, और उसमें जो प्रमुख रूप से मैं देख रही हूँ वह है लैटिन और ग्रीक। जब हम संस्कृत तज्ञ के रूप में एक भाषा को देखते हैं तो हमारा मन, मस्तिष्क, उपसर्ग, प्रत्यय, धातु, मूल शब्द क्या है इत्यादि इत्यादि पर एक साथ सोचने लगता है, विचार करने लगता है। जब तक हम वो विचार नहीं करते तब तक हम नए शब्दों का निर्माण नहीं कर सकते, और इंग्लिश में यह तत्व बहुत ही प्रभावी ढंग से हमें उपलब्ध होता है। इंग्लिश ने लैटिन और ग्रीक से बहुत कुछ लिया है, संस्कृत से भी बहुत लिया है, संस्कृत के शब्द लिए हैं, धातु लिए हैं, उपसर्ग, प्रत्यय आदि लिए हैं, वो एक अलग विषय है। परंतु महर्षि अरविंद की जब आप भाषा की बात करते हैं, और इतना सुंदर भाषा, और ऐसे शब्द जिनका कि अंग्रेजी में अनुवाद नहीं हो सकता था, उसका भी उन्होंने अनुवाद किया, वो इस कारण से संभव हो पाया। क्यों? क्योंकि उनको लैटिन और ग्रीक का ज्ञान था। जैसे एक शब्द का उदाहरण देकर मैं आगे बढ़ती हूँ, जैसे एडवोकेट शब्द है, एड, वोक और एट, इसमें जो बीच का वोक है वो संस्कृत की वच धातु से निर्मित है, और एड जो है अद, वो संस्कृत का उपसर्ग है, और पीछे जो एट है वो लैटिन का प्रत्यय है। तो इस प्रकार से जो अनेक शब्दों का निर्माण हुआ इंग्लिश में, वो आज भी नव निर्माण संस्कृत के कारण से संभव हो सकता है, और होना चाहिए। तभी हम अपने ज्ञान को उन तक पहुंचा पाएंगे जिनको हम अंग्रेजी के बिना नहीं पहुंचा सकते। आपने ब्लिसफुलनेस, आपने अविद्या, ईगो, सफरिंग, आज की एक बहुत बड़ी विश्व की समस्या है। यदि विश्व को ब्लिसफुलनेस को जानना है तो यह किसी को पढ़ाया नहीं जा सकता, किसी को सिखाया नहीं जा सकता। यह जो विचार है, यह जो आनंद की अनुभूति है, वह केवल और केवल अनुभूति का विषय है। यह किसी को पढ़ाने से उसको समझ में नहीं आएगा। आपने महर्षि अरविंद की बहुत सारी कोटेशंस देते हुए श्रद्धा, अमृतस्य पुत्रः, आपने जो अमृतस्य पुत्रः की बात की, तो मुझे लगा कि जितने भी आज के विश्व भर के कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स चल रहे हैं, युद्ध चल रहे हैं, उनमें यदि एक तत्व यदि हम विश्व को समझा पाएँ, अमृतस्य पुत्रः, तो बहुत सारे लोगों के मन मस्तिष्क जो हैं उन युद्धों से दूर हटेंगे। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः। जब आप बोल रहे थे तो मुझे एक विद्यालय की बात ध्यान आ रही थी। जब हम लोग छोटे छोटे थे तो जब परीक्षा का समय होता था, उससे पहले जब मिलते थे अपने मित्रों सहेलियों से, तो एक दूसरे को बहुत कुछ बताते थे, ये ऐसे है, ये ऐसे है। मैं अपने पुत्र के साथ एक परीक्षा भवन में गई उसको छोड़ने के लिए। एक बच्ची ने दूसरी बच्ची से पूछा, ये क्या है, ऐसा क्यों? बोली, मैं तेरे लिए पढ़कर आई हूँ क्या? तो आज का जो बच्चों का मन है, उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन हम लोग देख रहे हैं, हमारी पीढ़ी से लेकर और अगली पीढ़ी तक, जो कि हमें सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः हमें सिखाना होगा। केवल साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी और आर्थिक विकास जो है वह विश्व कल्याण नहीं कर सकता। जहाँ जहाँ हम केवल इनकी बात करते हैं, वहाँ कहीं ना कहीं कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, संघर्ष उत्पन्न होता है, क्योंकि उसमें कहीं ना कहीं मेरा स्वार्थ होता है। परंतु जब हम विश्व कल्याण की बात करते हैं, महर्षि अरविंद के दर्शन की बात करते हैं, तो हम इन वस्तुओं के साथ साथ एक उसका बैलेंस बनाकर चलते हैं। उसमें मूल्य भी होते हैं और उसमें व्यक्ति का जो एक फिजिकल जो विकास है वह भी होता है। जिस तरह से आपने महर्षि अरविंद और को कोट करते हुए कहा कि ही हेल्ड द स्टूडेंट्स, जो नवयुवक हैं उन्हीं का जो उन्होंने आह्वान किया राष्ट्र रक्षा के लिए, वह आज भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। अगला पत्र डॉक्टर प्रवीण मणि त्रिपाठी जी देने वाले थे। मुझे नहीं पता कारण क्या हुआ, पर वे उपस्थित नहीं हो पाए। डॉक्टर आशुतोष प्रतीक की महर्षि अरविंद की सांस्कृतिक दृष्टि, शास्त्र और भाषा की विशेष संदर्भ में आपने प्रस्तुत किया और आपने जो एतद् देश प्रसूतस्य सकाशादग्र जन्मनः से अपने वक्तव्य को आरंभ किया, तो मुझे लग रहा था कि इतनी बड़ी संख्या में भारतीय जिन्हें ना संस्कृति का ज्ञान, ना संस्कृत का ज्ञान, ना संस्कार का ज्ञान, ना भारतीयता का ज्ञान, ना राष्ट्रीयता का ज्ञान, वे कैसे भारतीय संस्कृति को उसके संवर्धन, संपोषण और संप्रेषण का कार्य करेंगे कैसे। इसलिए हम सबकी एक का धर्म बनता है कि हम ये अपने बच्चों तक, अपने आगे अगली पीढ़ियों तक पहुंचाएं। आपने जो महर्षि अरविंद के जन्म के पश्चात जो उनको अंग्रेजी शिक्षा दीक्षा के लिए भेज दिया गया इत्यादि के विचार करते हुए आप आगे बढ़े। महर्षि अरविंद जन्म से ऋषि थे, उनका जन्म का संस्कार उनके इस सारे आडंबरों से दूर रहा। वे एक महान अध्येता ही नहीं बल्कि उसके इस अध्ययन के साथ साथ मनन, चिंतन, निधिध्यासन इत्यादि का भी हमें बहुत उनमें दिखाई देता है कि कितनी दूर तक, कितनी उच्च कोटि तक उन्होंने यह सब किया। काव्य का दर्शन, जो उन्होंने जितने ग्रंथों का अध्ययन किया, आपने कहा कि उसको दर्शन से जोड़ा। भारतीय दर्शन कि जब हम षड दर्शन का अध्ययन करते हैं तो लगने लगता है कि एक व्यक्ति यदि उसने भारतीय दर्शन नहीं पढ़ा तो वो जीवन को समझेगा कैसे। तो दर्शन चाहे वह काव्य में हो, चाहे वह पद्य में हो, गद्य में हो, जिसमें भी हो, जहाँ कहीं भी हो, दर्शन जीवन की बड़ी आवश्यकता है। एक विराट व्यापक दृष्टिकोण हम महर्षि अरविंद का देखते हैं। संपूर्ण मानव की बात, मानव निर्माण की आपने बात कही। सचमुच आज एकांगी विकास हो रहा है। बचपन से जो है माता पिता जो बच्चे को संस्कार दे रहे हैं वे एक अच्छी सैलरी प्राप्त करने योग्य होने का संस्कार दे रहे हैं अवश्य। तो आज की दृष्टि से महर्षि अरविंद का दर्शन कितना सार्थक, कितना सारगर्भित, उसकी कितनी आवश्यकता है, ये सभी मैं अधिक विस्तार में न जाते हुए संक्षेप से अपनी बात को कहती हूँ। आपने वाक और अर्थ की बात कही, महर्षि कालिदास स्मरण आ गए। वागर्था विसंपृक्तो वागर्थ प्रतिपत्तये इत्यादि आपने योग, दर्शन, संस्कृत अनेक महत्वपूर्ण बिंदुओं के साथ को छूते हुए सुंदर ढंग से उपसंहार किया। आपका धन्यवाद। अगले वक्ता के रूप में डॉक्टर गुणनिधि शर्मा जी ने अपना शोध पत्र प्रस्तुत किया। उसमें संस्कृत एवं उपनिषद सत्यान्वेषण की भारतीय प्रणाली पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदम्, जो आपने उपनिषदों का दर्शन और उनका जो गुरु शिष्य परंपरा उस पर जो आपने बल दिया, उसकी भी आज उतनी ही आवश्यकता है। क्यों? क्योंकि आज हम देख रहे हैं कि अधिक से अधिक विद्यार्थी एक अध्यापक के नीचे आ जाएं और कोई भी विद्यालय अधिक से अधिक उसको शुल्क मिल जाए, उस पर अधिक चिंतन किया जाता है। पहले जो आचार्य होता था वह शिष्य को कुछ समय अपने गर्भ में रखता था, अर्थात उसको समझता था, तब जाके वो निश्चय करता था कि इस बालक का संस्कार कैसा है, इसका मन कैसा है, इसको किस विद्या में पारंगत किया जा सकता है। माता पिता या बालक स्वयं निश्चय नहीं करते थे, जो कि आज किया जा रहा है। हमें उपनिषदों की दर्शन को समझना चाहिए। उपनिषद का दर्शन विश्व के अनेक देशों में बहुत प्रसिद्ध हो चुका है। बल्गेरिया का एक उदाहरण देके बात को समाप्त करती हूँ। बल्गेरिया की एक बहुत बड़ी संस्कृत की विदुषी हैं, इस समय की यूरोप की सबसे महान विदुषी संस्कृत की। उन्होंने 8 उपनिषदों का अनुवाद किया और 15 दिन के अंदर उनकी सारी प्रतियां बिक गईं और वह पुस्तक क्या कहते हैं, बेस्ट सेलर कहलाई। क्यों? क्योंकि आज जन जन में उपनिषदों के दर्शन को अध्ययन करने की इच्छा जागृत हुई है। केवल भारत थोड़ा सा उसमें पीछे दिखाई देता है। आपने जो नेचुरल चीज़ों से बच्चों को का पठन पाठन आचार्य किया करते थे उसकी बात कर रहे थे, तो मैं ओरिगामी के विषय में सोच रही थी। ओरिगामी एक जापानी कला कहलाती है, परंतु वास्तव में वह गुरुकुलों में जिस तरह आचार्य पत्तों को मोड़ मोड़ के बच्चों को मैथमेटिकल इक्वेशंस पढ़ा दिया करते थे, वह कला वहाँ से उत्पन्न हुई और उसका वहाँ से विकास हुआ। तो हम आज भी बहुत सारा ऐसा कर सकते हैं। मैं अपने बच्चों के साथ, अपने पौत्र पौत्रियों के साथ, उनके सखियों और मित्रों के साथ ये सब कुछ कभी कभी करती हूँ, तो बड़ा आनंद आता है। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार। मैं ऋषिहुड विश्वविद्यालय का बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ और प्रोफेसर संपदानंद मिश्रा जी का धन्यवाद करती हूँ, जिन्होंने हमें यह अवसर दिया कि आप सबके साथ सत्संग हम कर पाएँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
Thank you so much, Professor Shashibala ma'am. Now I think we are immediately starting our next session, which will be our third session. And I thank you all that you show your great patience, and I see the hunger to listen more or about the knowledge. So I am really grateful that you will be sitting here for the next session immediately. And then I would like to call Aarti to take the next Mancha Sanchalan.
Thank you, Sangeeta ji. Now we will proceed with the third session. And the theme of the session is Sri Aurobindo on Indian Classical Literature and Poetics. And for this session, I'd like to invite the chair of the session, Professor Bhagirath Nandaji.
नमः सभाभ्यः सभापतिभ्यश्च नमो नमः। जी। यत्पावनं प्रसुखदं हितकारी दिव्यम् आनन्ददं सकलतापमलापहारी संजीवयत्यखिल सुप्तमृतेन्द्रियाणि तेजस्त्वदीयमरविन्दगुरोः नमामि। अत्र अस्यां पुण्यभूम्याम् अहं स्वकीयं शोधपत्रं प्रस्तुतुम् इहे उत्सुकतावशात् किञ्चित् श्वासः अधिकः जायते। क्व विश्वनायको दिव्यः क्व चाल्पविषया मतिः तेतेषु दुस्तरं मोहात् उडुपेनास्मि सागरं। महर्षे अरविन्दघोषस्य सन्दर्भे कालिदासीयाम् उक्तिम् इमाम् अहं सश्रद्धं स्मरामि, यतो हि गिरामगोचरं विलक्षणं दिव्यं च व्यक्तित्वमस्ति महापुरुषस्य अस्य। पाश्चात्यजगतः आकर्षकम् ऐन्द्रियं भौतिकं सुखं दर्शमपि नायं रमते तस्मिन्। भारतीयायाः सभ्यतायाः संस्कृतेश्च पवित्रः प्रवाहः महर्षेः अरविन्दस्य मनोवाक्कायकर्मसु साक्षात् अनुभवविषयीकर्तुं शक्यते अस्माभिः। केवलं राष्ट्रहिताय, मानवता परिपोषणाय, जनरक्षणाय, जनजागरणाय, सभ्यता संस्कृत्योश्च परिपोषणाय एतेषां महात्मनां जीवनं समर्पितम् आसीत्। कदाचित् तु श्रीमन्तः अरविन्दमहोदयाः ICS इति उच्चतमां परीक्षाम् उत्तीर्यापि भारतीयं गर्वं रक्षितुं तत्र घुडसवारी प्रतियोगिताम्, अश्वारोहणप्रतियोगितायां स्वयमेव तत्र अनुत्तीर्णं, तत्र प्रतिभागितामेव न गृह्णाति। एतेन भारतीया संस्कृति तत्र मनसि, तेषां मनसि कियती आसीत् अस्माभिः सरलतया ज्ञातुं शक्यते। एवमेव अन्यानि अपि एतेषाम् उदाहरणानि सन्ति। अहं विषयोपरि किञ्चित् ब्रवीमि। अत्र कालिदासविरचितानाम् एतेषां ग्रन्थानां किञ्चित् आलोचनं मया सम्प्रति दिङ्मात्रेण विधास्यते। वाल्मीकितुल्यः कालिदासः प्रथमः मम तत्र शीर्षकः अत्र वर्तते, उपशीर्षकः वर्तते। श्री अरविन्दः कथयति यत् यथा व्यासदेवः यथा वाल्मीकि तथैव कालिदासोपि मूर्धन्य विद्वान् वर्तते। महर्षिणाम् अरविन्दानां मतेन वाल्मीकिव्यासयोः सहस्रवर्षानन्तरम् एव राष्ट्रीयचेतनायाः साक्षात् मूर्तिमान् एव कालिदास आविर्बभूव। प्रत्येकं क्षेत्रे राष्ट्रीयस्वभावस्य पाषाणता प्रारब्धा जाता, सर्वत्र बौद्धिकताया एव प्राचुर्यम् अभवत्। एतादृशे हृदयहीने राष्ट्रे कालिदासः चित्रकला, वास्तुकला, वास्तुशास्त्र, संगीत, नृत्य, नाटक, उद्यानादीनां मनोहार पुण्यभूम्याम् अहं स्वकीयं शोधपत्रं प्रस्तुतुमीहे उत्सुकतावशात् किञ्चित् श्वासः अधिकः जायते। क्व विश्वनायको दिव्यः क्व चाप्तविषयामतिः एतेषु दुस्तरं मोहा उडुपि नास्ति सागरं। महर्षेः अरविन्दघोषस्य सन्दर्भे कालिदासीयाम् उक्तिम् इमाम् अहं सश्रद्धं स्मरामि, यतोहि गिरामगोचरं विलक्षणं दिव्यं च व्यक्तित्वमस्ति महापुरुषस्य। पाश्चात्यजगतः आकर्षकम् ऐन्द्रियं भौतिकं सुखं दर्शनमपि नायं भ्रमते तस्मिन्। भारतीयायाः सभ्यतायाः संस्कृतेश्च पवित्रः प्रवाहः महर्षेः अरविन्दस्य मनोवाक्कायकर्मसु साक्षात् अनुभवविषयं कर्तुं शक्यते अस्माभिः। केवलं राष्ट्रहिताय, मानवता परिपोषणाय, जनरक्षणाय, जनजागरणाय, सभ्यता संस्कृत्योश्च परिपोषणाय एतेषां महात्मनां जीवनं समर्पितमासीत्। कदाचित् श्रीमन्तः अरविन्दमहोदयाः ICS इति उच्चतमां परीक्षाम् उत्तीर्यापि भारतीयं गर्वं रक्षितुं तत्र घुडसवारी प्रतियोगितां, अश्वारोहण प्रतियोगितायां स्वयमेव तत्र अनुत्तीर्णं, तत्र प्रतिभागितामेव न गृह्णाति। एतेन भारतीया संस्कृतिः तत्र मनसि, तेषां मनसि कियती आसीत् अस्माभिः सरलतया ज्ञातुं शक्यते। एवमेव अन्यानि अपि एतेषाम् उदाहरणानि सन्ति। अहं विषयोपरि किञ्चित् ब्रवीमि। अत्र कालिदासविरचितानाम् एतेषां ग्रन्थानां किञ्चित् आलोचनं मया सम्प्रति तेन्मात्रेण दास्यते। वाल्मीकितुल्यः कालिदासः प्रथमः मम तत्र शीर्षकः अत्र वर्तते, उपशीर्षकः वर्तते। श्री अरविन्दः कथयति यत् यथा व्यासदेवः यथा वाल्मीकि तथैव कालिदासोऽपि मूर्धन्य विद्वान् वर्तते। महर्षिणाम् अरविन्दानां मतेन वाल्मीकिव्यासयोः सहस्रवर्षानन्तरम् एव राष्ट्रीयचेतनायाः साक्षात् मूर्तिमान् एव कालिदास आविर्भूत्। प्रत्येकं क्षेत्रे राष्ट्रीयस्वभावस्य पाषाणता प्रारब्धा जाता, सर्वत्र बौद्धिकताया एव प्राचुर्यम् अभवत्। एतादृशे हृदयहीने राष्ट्रे कालिदासः चित्रकला, वास्तुकला, वास्तुशास्त्र, संगीत, नृत्य, नाटक, उद्यानादीनां मनोहारिवर्णनं कृत्वा नीरसान् पाषाणहृदयान् च जनान् सरसान् कोमलान् च सम्पादितवान्। एतेन महर्षेः अरविन्दस्यापि इदमेव मतं स्पष्टं ज्ञातुं शक्यते। पुरा कवीनां गणनाप्रसङ्गे कनिष्ठिकाधिष्ठितकालिदासः अद्यापि तत्तुल्यकवेरभावात् अनामिका सार्थवती बभूव। पुनश्च काव्यस्य काव्यनिहितसौन्दर्यस्य प्राधान्यं वर्तते इति महर्षि अरविन्दः वदति यत् कवेः तत्र पृष्ठभूमि, कवेः तत्र जीवनं, तस्य जीवनचर्या कीदृशी आसीत्। यतोहि कालिदासविषये बहवः तत्र भव्यः अस्माभिः दन्तकथाः श्रूयन्ते, किन्तु महर्षि अरविन्दः कथयति यत् कथाभिः अस्माभिः कस्यापि काव्यस्य निर्धारणं कर्तुं न शक्यते, यतोहि काव्येनैव कवेः परिचयः भवति, तस्य रचनामाध्यमेनैव परिचयः भवति। तत्र सः लिखति यत् स कलायाः साकं संवेगात्मक व्यवहारेऽपि दक्षः आसीत् कालिदासः, विज्ञानेऽपि तस्य प्रवेशः दृश्यते। कालिदासः अभिजातवर्गीयः धनाढ्यः इति प्रतीयते। वेदान्तवादी कुले जन्म गृहीत्वा आचार्येण कालिदासः शैवो आसीत्। औपचारिक दर्शने निष्णातः आसीत्। सुरुचिपूर्णस्य सौन्दर्यस्य इन्द्रियग्राहिणां मनोभावानां च संवेदनानां च श्रेष्ठः कविः आसीत् कालिदासः। तथापि कविः श्रेष्ठः इति कथनात् पूर्वम् अस्माभिः कवेः कर्म अधिकं चिन्तनीयं, न तु कवेः व्यक्तिगतं जीवनम्। एकत्र मेघदूत संदर्भे कवि महर्षि अरविन्दः कथयति, नो वन हू हैज़ नॉट लिव्ड द लाइफ ऑफ इंडिया टिल इट हैज़ बिकम पार्ट ऑफ हिज ब्रीदिंग and woven in which every thread of his imagination can fully appreciate the poem. If one does not know the charm of its hills, the scent of its flowers, the beauty of its skies, the following sacredness of its river, with all the phases and emotions of an Indian river's life. It means Maharshi Arvind always says that Kalidas has done really a miracle. तत्र तुलना संदर्भे कवि महर्षि अरविन्दः कथयति, ऋतुसंहार रघुवंशयोः तुलनायाः साम्यं वैषम्यं तत्र प्रतिपादयति। तत्र अन्यैः पाश्चात्यकविभिः सह तत्र समालोचना प्रस्तुता वर्तते। अरविंद महर्षि कालिदासं मूर्धन्यं मनुते, यतोहि कालिदासः स्वकीयैः काव्यात्मगुणैः व्याख्यापूर्णविस्तारविधिभिः शक्त्या च तात्कालिकयुगस्य मानवतायाश्च प्रतिनिधित्वं कुर्वन् दृश्यते। एतस्मादेव कारणात् कालिदासः होमर, शेक्सपियर, दान्ते नामधेयेषु पाश्चात्यकविषु अतिशेते। इलियनस्य आडम्बरपूर्णायाः कल्पनाशीलतायाः समक्षं कालिदासस्य उर्वशी सदृशपात्र संदर्भे या कल्पना तत्र विहिता अस्ति सा नितरां वरिवर्धते, यतोहि उर्वश्याः सहज सामान्य वाग्व्यापारो सर्वान् वशं नयति। कालिदास शेक्सपियरयोः साम्यं वर्णयन् महर्षि कथयति, यदेतौ उभौ एव सद्यः अतीतं विषयं वर्तमान समयस्य शैल्यां प्रतिपादयितुं कुशलौ आस्ताम्। तत्र साम्यमपि वर्तते। पुनश्च धार्मिकतायाः संदर्भे कालिदासः शेक्सपियरश्च उभौ एव तटस्थौ आस्ताम्। महर्षि अरविन्दः लिखति यत् कालिदासः नाट्यविधायां प्रमुखपात्राणाम् उपरि सर्वस्वं सकलं कलाकौशलं च अर्पयति। सः नाट्यविधानां प्रमुखपात्राणाम् उपरि, अत्र किञ्चित् ध्यातव्यमस्ति। अत्र कालिदासस्य महत् दोषः महर्षि अरविन्दः उद्घाटयति, यत् सः प्रमुखपात्राणाम् उपरि तु सर्वस्वं तत्र अर्पयति, किन्तु यदा लघुपात्राणां विषये सः तत्र चरित्रविन्यासं करोति, तत्र सहजन्यारम्भः इत्यादयः बह्व्यः पात्राणि सन्ति। तत्र केवलम् एकपदेन एकवाक्येन संवादद्वयेन एव तत्र कार्यं साधयति। तत्र किन्तु शेक्सपियरः लघुपात्रेषु अपि तथैव मुक्तहस्तेन प्राणसञ्चारं करोति, यथा ईश्वरः प्रत्येकं मनुष्यप्राणान् सञ्चारयति। एवमत्र कालिदासः किञ्चित् असावधानः दृश्यते। कलात्मकतायाः बौद्धिकतायाः भावभूमिः यदि विचार्यते तर्हि कालिदासस्य उर्वश्याः उत्पत्तिः अतिवृद्ध भावशून्यभूतस्य तपस्विनः उरसः अभवत्। सैव सर्वतोधिका सुन्दरी मनोमोहिनी अप्सरा अभवत्। तथापि अप्सरा सत्यपि तत्र अहम् अन्तिमं वाक्यं वदामि। तत्र अप्सरा सत्यपि उर्वशी सामान्य नारी इव व्यवहरति। तत्र महर्षि अरविन्दः कथयति दैवीयपात्र अप्सरा सा अस्ति, तर्हि तत्र दैवीयत्वं तत्र अवश्यं भवेत्, किन्तु तत्र तस्य अभावः अस्ति। या सामान्य जिज्ञासूनां कृते तत्र किञ्चित् आशंका अपेक्षा तत्र वर्तते, तत्र न भवितव्या आसीत्। पुनः पुनः धन्यवादान् वितरामि। साधुवादः।
Dhanyavad Dr. Keshav Dev ji. Now I request the chair to felicitate Dr. Keshav Dev ji. Now we invite our next presenter, Dr. Priyabrat Mishra ji, Associate Professor at Sri Jagannath Sanskrit University, Puri. The topic of the presentation is Sri Aurobindo and Bhartrihari.
समाहारस्साम्नां प्रतिपदमृचां धाम यजुषां लयः प्रत्यूहानां लहरिविततेर्बोधजलधे कथादर्पक्षुभ्यत् कथककुलकोलाहलभवं हरत्वन्तर्ध्वान्तं हयवदन हेषा हलहलः कलयतु कुशलं नः कोऽपि कारुण्यराशिः। नमः सदसे सदसस्पतये नमो नमः। अधिवेदि विभ्राजमानेभ्यः सत्रस्यास्य अध्यक्षजनेभ्यः नमो वाकं प्रशास्य पुरतो विद्यमानेभ्यः विद्वन्मचर्चिकाभ्यः नमो वाकं प्रशास्य प्रकृते योऽयम् अवसरः अत्र कल्पितः तदर्थम् आयोजकेभ्यः समेभ्योऽपि नतिततीः समर्प्य महर्षेः अरविन्दस्य संस्कृतं प्रति यदवदानम् अथवा संस्कृतवाङ्मयं प्रति यद् अवदानं तदत्र विचारणीयः अंशः। नैकधा अत्र विचाराः प्रस्ताविताः यद् वैदिकवाङ्मयम् उपनिषद् तत्त्वं महाभारतं रामायणम् इत्येतत् सकलमपि वाङ्मयं निर्मथ्य अरविन्देन यन्नवनीतम् अस्माकं पुरस्तात् प्रास्तावि तन्नूनम् अस्माकं भारतीयानाम् अस्माकं सनातन अनुयायिनां समेषामपि नूनं श्रेयसे उपकाराय च कल्पते इति प्रसङ्गेऽस्मिन् भर्तृहरेः अपि महान् प्रभावः अरविन्दस्य उपरि आसीत् इति तु न अविदिततथ्यं कस्यापि। तदत्र विचारणीयः विषयः मदीयः भर्तृहरेः नीतिशतकं पुरस्कृत्य श्री अरविन्दस्य चिन्तनम् इति शीर्षकं मदीयम्। नाविदितं तथ्यमिदं सत्त्वविद्याविलसितान्तःकरणानां निखिलवाङ्मय अधीतीनां सेमुषीमतां विदुषां यत् भारतीयशिक्षां प्रति आध्यात्मिकचेतनां प्रति वैदिकवाङ्मयस्य अभ्युन्नतिं प्रति महर्षेः अरविन्दस्य अवदानम् अकल्पनीयम्। तात्कालिक आधुनिकपरिवेशे बाल्यावस्थां यापयन् विदेशे च आङ्ग्लाधारितशिक्षां प्राप्नुवन् तदानीन्तनभारते आङ्ग्लानाम् अधीने उच्चपदवीं संसाध्य कश्चित् भारतीयज्ञानपरम्परायां तथा निमज्जितः सन् सकलमपि गूढरहस्यम् अवगत्य पराविद्या मार्गानुयायी भवति इति नूनं चमत्करोति चित्तम्। निखिलमपि वैदिकवाङ्मयम् आलोड्य उपनिषदां रहस्यञ्च निर्मथ्य पतञ्जलेः योगशास्त्रं करतलामलकीकृत्य यन्नवनीतम् उन्नीतं महर्षिणा नूनं तत् सात्विकचेतसाम् आत्मोन्नतये निःश्रेयस अधिगमाय च कल्पत इत्यत्र न शङ्कातङ्ककलङ्कः। महर्षेः अरविन्दस्य उपरि भर्तृहरेरपि महान् प्रभावो बभूव। भर्तृहरिः संस्कृतवाङ्मये कश्चन युगद्रष्टा शास्त्रज्ञः कविश्च आसीत्। कदाचित् चक्रवर्ती सम्राडसौ कालान्तरे महान् दार्शनिकः समभूत्। भर्तृहरेः शतकत्रयं नीतिशतकं शृङ्गारशतकं वैराग्यशतकं चेति त्रितयमपि कालम् अतिशेते निजप्रणयनशैल्या। साम्प्रतमपि इमानि शतककाव्यानि समाजस्य प्रत्येकमपि प्रायोगिकं तत्त्वं प्रमाणयन्ति। एतानि त्रीणि शतककाव्यानि यद्यपि अहमहमिकया समुत्कृष्टानि काव्यानि तथापि अरविन्दः नीतिशतकं सर्वातिशायित्वेन अङ्गीकुरुते। अतः बरोडाधिवाससमये तेन अस्य शतकग्रन्थस्य 26 श्लोकान् आङ्ग्लानुवादो व्यधायि। 24 तमे संवत्सरे कृतिरियं द सेञ्चुरी ऑफ लाइफ इति नाम्ना प्राकाशि। संस्कृतभाषायां नीतिशब्दस्य नैके अर्थाः सम्पद्यन्ते। तद्यथा मार्गदर्शनं, चरित्रं, निधिः, नियमः, ज्ञानं, योजना, राजनीतिः, सत्यता इत्यादयः अर्थाः। परं कोऽयमर्थः कविना अत्र समग्राहि इति विज्ञेय। आदौ अरविन्दः कृतेः द सेञ्चुरी ऑफ मोरल्स इति नाम व्यदधात्। ततः कालान्तरे द सेञ्चुरी ऑफ लाइफ इति नाम्ना पर्यवर्तयत्। नामेदं कवेः भावं समधिकरूपेण प्रकाशयति इति भाति। जीवनस्य नैके पक्षाः ग्रन्थेऽस्मिन् वर्णिताः। कः मूर्खः को वा पंडित उच्यते, भीरुतायाः लक्षणं किं, धनस्य किं माहात्म्यं, दरिद्रतायाः किं स्वरूपं, कोऽत्र धूर्त उच्यते, को वा साधुः, दयायाः स्वरूपं किं, क्षमा का उच्यते, भाग्यं किं, कर्मणः किं माहात्म्यम् इत्येतान् विषयान् समाकलय्य ग्रन्थेऽस्मिन् सन्निवेशिताः। अतः द सेञ्चुरी ऑफ लाइफ इति नामकरणं सुतरां युज्यते प्रसङ्गेऽस्मिन्। अनुवादाख्येऽस्मिन् काव्ये अरविन्देन भर्तृहरेः चिन्तनं, स्वरूपं, भावः सर्वोऽपि अंशः यथावत् प्रास्तावि। तेन सह स्वविचारानपि तत्र न्यवेशि। तान् श्लोकान् विषयांश्च स्वदृष्ट्या समीक्षितवान्। तेन भर्तृहरेः कृतिरियम् इतोपि नैजं स्वरूपं प्रादर्शयत्। तत्रस्थं गूढरहस्यं च प्राकाट्यम् अयासीत्। अरविन्दो निगदति भर्तृहरिविषये यत् संस्कृतवाङ्मये सुभाषितानां संग्रहस्तु महान् वर्तते, परं सुभाषितजगति भर्तृहरेः शैली काचित् विशिष्टा भिन्ना च वर्तते। भर्तृहरेः व्यक्तित्वं सम्पूर्णभारतवर्षस्य संस्कृतेः परिचायकं भवति। नवीनसभ्यतायां कालिदासः परिपूर्णः प्रतिनिधिभूतश्च आसीत्। तस्य सविधे वाल्मीक्यादीनां कवीनां चिन्तनं प्रसृतमासीत्। अतः तस्य काव्ये काव्यस्य तत् सौन्दर्यं विलसति। परं भर्तृहरेः काव्यं तु तस्यैव अनुभूतेः बीजरूपम्। मनुष्यस्य व्यक्तिगतं जीवनं, चरित्रं च प्रभावयति। मानवजीवनस्य नैतिकमूल्यं च परिप्रकाशयति। महर्षेः अरविन्दस्य मतेन भर्तृहरि पूर्णरूपेण क्षत्रियो बभूव। अतः तस्य काव्ये आभिजात्यवर्गस्य वर्णनं भृशम् उपलक्ष्यते। कथंकारं मानवो गर्वान्धतां प्राप्नोति, कथं च तस्य मनसि अहंकारो जायते इति स्पष्टम् अनुभूयते तस्य काव्ये। भर्तृहरिः स्ववैराग्येऽपि उग्रः, उत्साही च दरीदृश्यते। अनेनापि ज्ञायते असौ क्षत्रियो बभूव। शिष्टाचारस्य सूक्ष्मता, शूरवीरस्य साहसः, शिष्टस्वभावः, सत्यता, सम्माननं, दया, दायित्वं, दानं, सहनशीलता, आत्मविजयादि कल्पना भर्तृहरेः काव्येषु भृशम् अनुभूयते। द सेञ्चुरी ऑफ लाइफ न तथा असाधारणं काव्यं, न वा भर्तृहरि तथा असाधारणः। यद्यपि भर्तृहरिविषये यद्यपि तात्कालिकसंस्कृतिः वैदिकमौलिकता तस्य सविधे आसीत्, तथापि एतादृशं व्यक्तित्वं लक्ष्येषु क्वचित् जायते। भर्तृहरिविषये आङ्ग्लकविः मैथ्यू आर्नोल्ड् अपि अभिप्रैति यत् भर्तृहरेः शैली भव्या आसीत्। उच्चं मनः, उच्चः स्वभावः, सहानुभूत्याम् उत्साहः, साहसः, दृढता, अभिप्सायाः प्रशंसा, मानवतानिमित्तम् आवेगो, दयालुत्वं, तीक्ष्णशक्तिः, तिरस्कारः, मूर्खाणां कठोरनिन्दा इत्यादयो विषया भर्तृहरिशतके सूक्ष्मरूपेण वर्णिताः। अल्पज्ञता विषये यच्च नीतिशतके वर्णितं यदा किञ्चित् ज्ञोऽहं द्विपैव मदान्धः समभवं तदा सर्वज्ञोऽस्मीत्यभवदवलिप्तं मम मनः यदा किञ्चित् किञ्चित् बुधजनसकाशात् अवगतं तदा मूर्खोऽस्मीति ज्वरैव मदो मे व्यपगतः। अरविन्दः इत्थं विवृणोति, When I was with a little knowledge cursed like a mad elephant, I stormed about the third myself all knowing, but when deep versed reached mind some portion of their wealth disbursed, my poverty to raise, then for a loud and dance. I knew myself, and the insolence went out from my like a fever violent. कालिदासः भर्तृहरिश्च द्वौ विशिष्टौ युगद्रष्टारौ काव्यकर्तारौ द्वावपि समकालिकौ इति ऐतिह्यविदां मतं। कालिदासो विक्रमादित्यस्य संरक्षणे आसीत्, विक्रमादित्यश्च भर्तृहरेः कनीयान् भ्रातेति। केषाञ्चन यूरोपीयविदुषां मतेन भर्तृहरिः सुभाषितानां सङ्कलक एव न तु स्वयं रचयिता। परं महर्षिः अरविन्दः कथयति, योऽयं संस्कृतशैल्याः भावनां प्राप्नोति अथवा कवितायां सूक्ष्मभावनां प्रति सहजरूपेण उत्तरदायी भवति, एतद् अवगन्तुम् अशक्तो भवति यत् कश्चित् अनुभवी स्वयमेव शिल्पकारो भवति। अतः तदुक्तं, यां चिन्तयामि सततं मयि सा विरक्ता साप्यन्यमिच्छति जनं सजनोऽन्यसक्तः अस्मत्कृते च परितुष्यति काचिदन्या धिक्तां च तं च मदनं च इमां च मां च। तदित्थम् अरविन्दः विवृणोति, She with whom all my thoughts dwell in hours, she loves another. He whom she desires turns to a fairer face. Another words, for me afflicted is with deeper fires. Fire on my love, and me, and him, and her. Fire most on love, this madness minister. धनस्य परिणाम विषये भर्तृहरिणा यच्चिन्तनं प्रादर्शि तदित्थं दानं भोगो नाशस्तिस्रो गतयो भवन्ति वित्तस्य यो न ददाति न भुङ्क्ते तस्य तृतीया गतिर्भवति। Three final roads wealth takes and only three, to give, enjoy or lose it utterly, and his woes miser hand to give is slow, no yet enjoys the worst third way shall go. अनुवादस्य सिद्धान्तो मूलं विचारं भावना प्रतिबिम्बं च यथावत् संरक्षणम्, अन्यथा काव्यस्य मर्म याथातथ्येन प्रतिपादयितुं न शक्यते। यूरोपीय भाषाः भिन्नाश्चेदपि न तथा विभिन्नाः। एकस्य परिवारस्य भाषा इति कृत्वा तत्र भाषानुवादे न तथा कष्टम् अनुभूयते, परं संस्कृत आङ्ग्लभाषायाः भेदस्तु महान्। कमपि भावं नैकटिकपदेन अनुवादः न तथा भावं व्यनक्ति। अरविन्द स्वकीयानुवादे कथयति, भर्तृहरेः शैलीं विशेषताश्च नात्र प्रतिपादयितुम् इष्टवान्, परञ्च संस्कृतभाषायाः गाम्भीर्यं प्रतिष्ठापयितुम् इष्टवान्, यच्च अनुवादेषु प्रायशः लुप्यते। आङ्ग्लभाषायां व्यवह्रियमाणाः विशिष्टाः शब्दाः नात्र प्रयुक्ताः, अपि तु कवेः आशयं प्रकटयितुं प्रयासो विहितः। भर्तृहरेः भावगाम्भीर्यपूर्णं पद्यम् अनुवादे सरलया रीत्या प्रतिपादयितुं व्यधायि यत्नः। चातुर्येण निर्मितं स्वर्णनिभं पद्यं कदाचित् प्रयत्नेन अनुवादे संताडितो येन सुवर्णालङ्कारे इतोपि सौन्दर्यं वर्धेत। अरविन्दः पुनः वदति, काव्यात्मकानुवादे आत्मानं वामनं कृत्वा विचारांश्च विकृत्य भाषा स्वप्राबल्यं विस्तारयति, यतो हि काव्यं न सामान्यं, कथोपकथनमपि तु कवेः आत्मा तत्र सन्निविष्टो भवति। तत्र मूर्खनिन्दां कुर्वन् भर्तृहरिः आह, लभेत सिकतासु तैलमपि यत्नतः पीडयन्, पिबेच्च मृगतृष्णिकासु सलिलं पिपासार्दितः, कदाचिदपि पर्यटन् शशविषाणमासादयेत्, न तु प्रतिनिविष्टमूर्खजनमाराधयेत्। तत्र अरविन्देन इत्थं प्रास्तावे, Nay, thou wilt find oil in the sea sands, press them but firmly in thy strenuous hand. The desert-born mirage shall slake thy thirst. On wandering through the earth thou shalt be first to find the horn of hares who thinks to school with reason the prejudgment of the fool. इत्थं विस्तरेण सम्पूर्णस्य नीतिशतकस्य न केवलं श्लोकशो अनुवादो व्यधायि महर्षिणा अरविन्देन अपि तु तत्र तत्र स्वकीयान् विचारान् आध्यात्मिकदृशा व्यावहारिकदृशा च प्राचीकशत नवीनञ्च चिन्तयितुं मार्गं प्राशस्त्यं व्यदधात् इति उक्त्वा विस्तरात् विरम्रमीमि।
Dhanyavad Dr. Priyabrata Mishra ji. Now I request the chair to felicitate Dr. Priyabrata Mishra ji. Now we invite our next speaker and presenter, Professor Rabindra Kumar Pandaji. Professor Rabindra Kumar Pandaji is the Vice Chancellor of Sri Jagannath Sanskrit University, Puri. And the topic of the presentation is Sri Aurobindo and Gaudapad Karika.
Respected Chairman of the session and my dear friends, today I am going to speak about the Gaudapada Karika of Gaudapada. But at the outset, I must acknowledge my debt to Professor Sampadananda Mishra, who prompted me to go for an investigation and explored this text, Gaudapada Karika by Gaudapad. I have studied Gaudapada Karika when I was the student of PhD. I started studying Gaudapada Karika before my PhD work. And also, fortunately, I have taught for many years this Gaudapada Karika to the students of my university. But unfortunately, I could not know about the translation of Sri Aurobindo. But because of this seminar, I tried to look into the works of Aurobindo and came to know about this interesting text. Gaudapada Karika of Gaudapada, translated by Sri Aurobindo, is incomplete. It is a fragmentary text. He has only translated 12 verses, along with the commentary of Sri Shankaracharya. But the text still is very, very important for understanding the philosophy of Gaudapad, because not only the translation, even the commentary of Shankaracharya, that is translated by Sri Aurobindo, helps a lot to thoroughly and systematically understand the philosophy of Sri Gaudapad. As you know, Gaudapad is the very, very original thinker. He is a systematic philosopher. Prior to Gaudapad, there were many acharyas, and they have also made meaningful contributions. But no systematic and scientific text is so far available to humanity. So, Gaudapada Karika is a very systematic text, and all those thinkers who came after Gaudapad, including Shankar, depend on Gaudapad because Advaita, what we know today, is promulgated and propagated by Gaudapad only. See, Gaudapad is known for two things. One is Ajatibada and one is Asparsha Yoga. But question came to my mind, why such a original thinker like Aurobindo was interested in translating this text? What may be his interest in translating Gaudapad? But after pondering over the works of Sri Aurobindo, I looked into divine, that is synthesis of yoga and other works of Sri Aurobindo. And I understood that the entire philosophy of Sri Aurobindo centers around consciousness. And that consciousness is well described in the text of Gaudapada. The very beginning shlok, let me present before you. Bahis pragyo vibhur vishwo hyanta pragyastu taijasaha ghana pragyastatha pragya eka eva tridha smritaha. This is the beginning shlok of Gaudapada Karika. Bahis pragyo vibhu vishwaha hyanta pragyastu taijasaha ghana pragyastatha pragya eka eva tridha smritaha. Aurobindo's translation is, Vishwa being the Lord who pervades and is conscious of the external. Taijasa, he who is conscious of the internal. Pragya, he in whom consciousness is densified and drawn into itself. The self presents himself to the memory as one under three conditions. The translation is very unique and superb. Though Gaudapada Karika has been translated by many eminent scholars, so many editions are available in the market and students' editions are many. But Gaudapada had arrested the attention of two stalwarts. One is Vidhusekhar Bhattacharya and the other is T.M.P. Mahadevan. I was directed to study first in the beginning of my research to study T.M.P. Mahadevan, who has written a very monumental work, Gaudapada, the early Advaita Vedanta. And Vidhusekhar Bhattacharya equally made a very significant contribution because Vidhusekhar Bhattacharya says Gaudapada is a Buddhist. Because at the end, Tena Buddhena Bhashitam, it is there in the Gaudapada Karika. So, and many terms, many philosophical terms are used by Gaudapada. So, he spent his entire life in studying Gaudapada and established the fact that Gaudapada directly have taken all those ideas from Buddhist philosophy, mainly from Nagarjuna. And on the other hand, T.M.P. Mahadevan tried his best to establish that. And after that also, R.D. Karmarkar, who published a very seminal work on Gaudapada Karika, and that was published by Bhandarkar Oriental Institute. And mainly in the universities, we use that Karmarkar's edition. After that also, Chinmayananda prepared a very good edition with the very good gloss. But question is, no such thing we find in Aurobindo's. It is because it is very incomplete. But what is interesting in Aurobindo's writing is that he has specifically elucidated Shankara's Bhashya. I have not seen such kind of elucidation and superb explanation by other writers or other thinkers. Let me present just one small passage. I think time will not permit me. The position taken in this as the entity which cognizes enters into three conditions, one after another, and not simultaneously, and is moreover in all three connected by the memory which persists in feeling, this is I, this is I, this is I. It is obvious that it is something beyond and above the three conditions, and therefore one absolute without attachment to its conditions. And this is supported by the illustrations like that of the large fish given in the scriptures. What we should learn from this, and my main point is to speak about this, other translations made by even Karmarkar, and Chinmayanand and many eminent thinkers has not made it very clear that why one entity appears into three forms, Vishwa, Taijasa and Prajna. So this translation of Aurobindo, Shankara's Bhashya is translated by Aurobindo, and in this translation one can very clearly understand the import, the idea, the subtle idea of Gaudapada. So Aurobindo makes a very sublime attempt in clearing the subtle ideas of Gaudapada, and that is why I want to say that this translation, even if it is fragmentary, even it is very small, only of 12 pages, it is limited only to the 12 karikas, still it is very, very important to understand the philosophy of Gaudapada. So it is an unavoidable text. Apart from this, the concept, for like Gaudapada says, Maya matram idam advaitam paramarthataha. Everything is Maya. Maya matram idam advaitam paramarthataha. What is this Maya? Many thinkers have spent precious energy in explaining Maya. Some say Maya is Avidya, some say Maya and Avidya both are different entities, and even Sadanand in Vedanta Sara gives a very good definition of Maya and Avidya. So, but Aurobindo's interpretation is very, very interesting, and I think every student of Advaita Vedanta must read this. That I want to put before you, so that we can understand how Aurobindo makes a very meaningful contribution in explaining all those things. Parabrahman is the luminous shadow of the Absolute, projected in itself by itself. And Maya is similarly the dark shadow. See, such concept is not there in our traditions. All our intellectuals have interpreted the concept of Maya in a different way. But he says Maya is similarly the dark shadow projected by the Absolute in the Parabrahman. Both are real. See, both are real because eternal, but sheer reality is neither the light nor the darkness, but the thing in itself which they not merely like a phenomena represent, but which is an inexplicable way they are. This then is Maya in a subjective relation to Parabrahman. This itself is very, very original thinking, and it is unique and different, and so Aurobindo differs from all our traditional thinkers. To conclude, the study of the Upanishads and the works of Vedanta Shastra in light of the Aurobindo's analysis and the Vedantic concepts and his interpretation is very, very relevant, and I am confident in saying that it will open new avenues in the field of Vedantic study and research. Thank you.
Dhanyavad, Professor Rabindra Kumar Pandaji. Now I request the chair to felicitate the speaker.
Now my elder brother is the Vice Chancellor, so it is my privilege to take the certificate from him.
Now we have our next and last speaker and presenter of the session, Ms. Devaki Sapkotaji. She is a graduate in Indology from Hamburg University, and her topic of the presentation is Kumara Sambhav and Sri Aurobindo's translation.
Om Sri Paramatmane Namaha. Sri Sadguru Charana Kamalebhyo Namaha. Manchastham Adaksha Mahodayam Tatha Samupasthitan सम्पूर्णान् संस्कृतानुरागिणः प्रति हार्दिकं नमस्कारं व्याहरामि। तथैव आयोजकान् प्रति आभारं निवेदयामि। Let's come to today's topic. My presentation will held on Sri Aurobindo and his interpretation or translation of the Kumara Sambhava. So I was aware of the translation, or we can say interpretation, of Sri Aurobindo and the Kumara Sambhava while I was doing masters. And there I found out that he had translated the first and the fifth chapters of the text. So we could understand that why Sri Aurobindo translated the Veda, Upanishad, and Sanskrit epics, such as epics, the Mahabharata and Ramayana, also Vishnu Purana, Bhagavad Mahapurana, ityadi. But I was wondering why he undertook the task of translating kavyas. So here I take the case of the Kumara Sambhava and try to answer the question in this presentation, why he took the task of translating the kavyas. First of all, let's come to a brief introduction to Kumara Sambhava. We all know that the Kumara Sambhava is written by Kalidasa around the 5th century poet, and it has 17 sargas, of course. And yeah, it is the one of the 5 Mahakavyas. And I think you all know that Mahakavyas also called like Sargabandha. And the basic topic of the Kavya is, as the title of the text suggests, the birth of war god Kumara. So now, yeah, and here on this Kavya, there are many commentaries written on the text. The first available one is by Ballavadeva, the 10th century commentator from Kashmir, and his commentary exists only for the first 8 chapters, not the all 17 chapters, but another important commentator is the Mallinatha, the 14th century from South India. He writes his commentary on complete 17 chapters of the text. So this is the brief introduction on the topic. Now let's look at the Sri Aurobindo's translation. Other way we can say the way of how he translated the text, the way of translation. He has translated the Kumara Sambhava giving focus only on the 2 chapters, the first and the 5th one. Though he has translated a couple of verses from the 2nd chapter too, but his main focus is only for 2 chapters, the first one and the 5th one. And looking at the translation, rather interpretation of Sri Aurobindo, he sometimes simplifies the verse for the better understanding. In other time, he supplies extra information that does not exist in the original Sanskrit. Further, sometimes he does not cover some phrases in his interpretation of the text. This is the way of his doing. So here I would like to take the 5th chapters, the 10th verse of the 5th chapters as an example. So, pratikshanam sakrita roma vikriya Brataya maunjim trigunam babharayam akari tatpurva nibaddhaya taya sahagamasya rasana gunaspadam. The 10th verse of 5th chapter. The simple translation is, what he does is, the triple-plated girdle of rough grass she wore for her bow. She wore it, though every moment it caused discomfort.
now first tide reddens the seat of Arjun. Here, he had simplified 2 points. One, the reddition of Maunji. It is a specific grass which also used in Upanayana Sanskara, very important one. But he simply translates as a rough grass, And the other is the Kritaroma Bikriya, the generally translated as bristle of hair, Romanchita, but he translated simply as discomfort. So, why does he do that? We have to think. It is, I think, the primary reason to do so is to help readers to understand the text as clearly as possible. But I think here we have to pay attention. Why does he do that? This, I would say, is the tradition of rishis. As you see in the case of Brahmana literature of the Vedic text, the Brahmana texts are the earliest example of commentarial tradition. When Brahmana text interprets the Samhita, it does exactly in the way Sri Aurobindo does. Like this, the simple putting unnecessary words aside, and the supplying necessary words where needed. This is the way of rishis. He didn't do that just for his style. It is the rishi tradition. So this is his way of doing translation. Now I want to focus that why Sri Aurobindo chose only 2 chapters in the Kumara Sambhava, the first one and the 5th one. If we look at the content of the first chapter of the Kumara Sambhava, it is mainly concerned with the description of the Himalayas. It tells us that Shiva, Uma, Siddhas, Gandharvas, Apsaras, and Kinnaras live there. That means the text is dealing with the sacred geography of our tradition, of course. As we know that Himalaya itself is a form of God. The first verse of the first chapter, the text also says that Astyuttarasyam disideva tatma himalayo nama nagadhiraja. So, it is, and then it is noteworthy that the most sacred rivers mentioned in the Rig Veda are originating from the Himalayas. So mainly, what I'm trying to tell you that he chose the first chapter in order to show us that, hey, it is not just the kavyas, just the poetry. It is telling us the sacred geography of our tradition. So we have to pay focus, we have to pay attention on it. That's the one reason for choosing the first chapter of the text. Now let's come, what about the 5th chapter? Why he did only the 5th and 1st? That means the 5th chapter is also about the Umaj Tapas. We all know that the story of Sati Devi, Daksha Prajapati, how Sati Devi sacrificed her life and fire, and then this is her another incarnation, and she is now a daughter of Himalaya and Menaka. Now she does tapas in order to get Shiva, in order to get Shiva as her husband in this life too. So this 5th chapter of whole is about Umaj Tapas. So all this points out that Sri Aurobindo made us aware one more time the concept of sacred geography and the importance of tapas through his interpretation of the 1st and the 5th chapters of the Kumara Sambhava. And now, as a final remark, I would like to say that Sri Aurobindo represents those sages who were the masters of knowledge, Chirana Vidya, as well as the masters of penance, Chirana Tapas. If we go back long in history, that was our Vedic or old tradition, the same Rishi who wrote, Nayamatma pravachane na labhyo na medhaya na bahuna srutena. Kathopanishad 1.2.23i. The self is not to be realized by eloquent teaching, nor by brain power, nor by much learning. Had realized the self what he was talking about. Therefore, we need to take Sri Aurobindo's message more seriously. Now, I want to recite some verses from the first chapter of Kumara Sambhava. Astyuttarasyam disi devatatma Himalayo namanagaadhiraja Purva parauvarinidhi vigaihya Sthita prithibhya manadandha. Mallinath took Toyanidhi avagaihya, but Vallabhdev does Varinidhi vigaihya. There are some variations. I choose from Vallabhdev because I already told you that he is from 10th centuries. He is earlier than Mallinatha, so I like his variation. It's just my own wish. Yam sarvasailaha parikalpya vatsam merau sthite dogdharido hadakshe bhasvanti ratnani maho sadhischa prithupadishtam duduhur dharitrim anantaratna prabhavasya yasya himam na saubhagya vilopi jatam eko hi dosho gunasannipate nimajjatigma kirade svivankah yaschapsarobi brahmamandananam sampadayitrim sikharair bibharti balah kachcheda vibhaktaragam akala sandhyami vadhatu mattam amekhalam sancharatam ghananam छायामधशानुगतां निषेव्य उद्वेजिता वृष्टिभिराश्रयन्ते शृङ्गाणि यस्या तपवन्ति सिद्धाः पदं तुषारैः श्रुतिधौतरक्तं यस्मिन्न दृष्ट्वापि हत गजानां विदन्ति मार्गं नखरन्ध्रमुक्तैर्मुक्ताफलैः केसरिणां किराताः न्यस्ताक्षराधातुरसेन यत्र भुर्जा त्वचः कुञ्जरबिन्दुशोणाः व्रजन्ति विद्याधरसुन्दरीणाम् अनङ्गलेख क्रिययोपयोगम्. Astu, thank you very much. I am a Sanskrit student, so what I knew, just that I tell you. Thank you very much.
Dhanyavad Devki Sapkota ji. Now request the chair to felicitate Devki ji. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite the chair for the closing remarks.
अखंडमंडलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। परम सम्माननीयाः अत्र समवेताः अरविन्दः संस्कृतं च इति विषयम् आधृत्य समवेताः समेपि विद्वांसः समेपि उपस्थिताः अस्माकं छात्राः माननीयाः पंडिताः मातरः भ्रातरः भगिन्यश्च अत्र कथनीयं किमपि नास्ति अधिकम् अस्मिन् सत्रे 4 पत्राणि पठितानि तानि सर्वाण्येव पत्राणि तत्र संस्कृतभाषया पत्रद्वयम् आङ्ग्लभाषया पत्रद्वयं वस्तुतः अरविन्दस्य यादृशी अनुशीलनपद्धतिः यथा अनुवादपद्धतिः यथा तस्य दृष्टिः तद्विषये अत्र चर्चा जाता। प्रथमेन वक्त्रा डॉक्टर केशवदेवेन कालिदासः उद्धृतः स च कालिदासः केन प्रकारेण अरविन्देन दृष्टः इति सामान्यतया अत्र उपस्थापितः। वस्तुतः अस्माकं क्लासिकल ग्रन्थाः पारम्परिकग्रन्थाः विरचिताः तेषां व्याख्याः टीकाः एवं अनेकाः। तत्र एतासां टीकानाम् एतादृशीनां व्याख्यानां अवतरणे कः अभिप्रायः? वस्तुतः तत्र यः अभिप्रायः यः अर्थसमवायः अस्माभिः उपलभ्यते सा तु एका कथा। अपरा कथा तु व्याख्याकारस्य बुद्धिः अपि व्याख्याकारस्य सूक्ष्मता अपि अस्माभिः उपलभ्यते। तत्र एकः बिन्दुः यथा अहं स्मरामि केशवदेवेन उत्थापितः कालिदासः अत्र विद्यमानोपि कालिदास यहाँ पर होने के बावजूद भी ये भूलोक में इसलिए कालिदास महाकवि हैं, इसीलिए कालिदास सरीखा कोई कवि अभी तक हुआ ही नहीं। और ये वो यहाँ पर रहते हुए भी भूलोक में रहते हुए भी संबंध बनाते हैं लोकांतर से। आप लोग देखिए उनके सारे काव्यों को देखिए, उसमें जो संबंध है उनका लोक से लोकांतर का परस्पर संबंध है। और यही साहित्य का अभिप्राय है, विशिष्ट अभिप्राय है। और इसी प्रकार के अभिप्राय को हमारे व्याख्याकार पहचानते हैं। उसी प्रकार की एक पहचान दिलाई है अरविंद ने, श्री अरविंद ने। आप लोग देखिए कालिदास का कुमार संभव देखिए, पार्वती तपस्या करती है भूलोक में और उपद्रव करता है राक्षस तारकासुर वो स्वर्ग में। स्वर्ग के राक्षस को मारने के लिए यहाँ से तैयारी हो रही है, भूलोक से तैयारी हो रही है। तात्पर्य क्या है? ये कहीं ये हमारे लिए ये तो एक संदेश नहीं है कि हम यहाँ पर भूलोक में रह करके इस अपने प्रयास से हम लोग स्वर्ग पर भी जय प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। ये एक व्याख्या का ये एक नमूना है। दूसरा ये हो गया कुमार संभव। आप लोग देखिए शाकुंतलम में देखिए, शकुंतला भूलोक की हैं और मातली आश्रम मारीचाश्रम में जाती है और वहाँ पर वो कहा जाता है, कालिदास कहते हैं कि मारीचाश्रम स्वर्ग और लोक के बीच में, स्वर्ग और मर्त के बीच में है। तो इस प्रकार के प्रत्येक काव्यों को आप लोग देखिए, उसमें एक अपूर्व संयोग, अपूर्व संबंध बनाया गया है। इसको पहचाना है अरविंद ने और जिसको यहाँ पर डॉक्टर केशवदेव ने उठाया है। अनेक साधुवाद देते हैं हम लोग और अच्छा लगा, लेकिन समय की दृष्टि को देखते हुए हम लोग अपने आप को सीमित कर लेते हैं। और हमारे जो शोध छात्र हैं, जो शोध करने वाले हैं, और जिनकी शोध दृष्टि है उनको इन सारी बातों को ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। बहुत सारे आजकल तो हम लोग कहते हैं कि बहुत सारे शोध हो चुके हैं, शोधों का पृष्ठपोषण हो रहा है, रिसर्च का पृष्ठपोषण हो रहा है, लेकिन इस प्रकार के बहुत सारे विषय हैं जिन पर हमें बहुत सारा काम करना है, उसको हम लोग अभी तक छुए नहीं हैं। इसलिए इस प्रकार के बहुत और जैसे कल संपदानंद जी कह रहे थे यहाँ पर कि अरविंद पर आज तक जितना काम होना चाहिए था, अरविंद एवं संस्कृत पर जितना काम होना चाहिए था, वो अभी तक नहीं हुआ है। और यहाँ ये हमारे लिए एक अनछुआ पहलू है और इधर की ओर हमें जाना है। और वस्तुतः इस प्रकार की व्याख्याओं को लेकर के जब हम किसी कवि या महाकवि के ऊपर शोध करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से वो एक नया काम होगा और संसार के लिए एक दिग्दर्शन होगा। डॉक्टर प्रियव्रत मिश्र ने जोड़ा है अरविंद और भवभूति को। भवभूति के उनकी एक जो मैंने सूत्र रूप में एक ग्रहण किया है, अरविंद जिस समय के हुए उस समय नीति शास्त्र की, नीति शतक की, नीति श्लोकों की अत्यंत आवश्यकता थी। क्यों ना हम लोग पराधीनता की बेड़ी में जकड़े हुए थे, तो उस समय इसकी अत्यंत आवश्यकता थी। किम कर्तव्यम, किम अकर्तव्यम, किम करणीयम, किम अकरणीयम, इस प्रकार की बातों को जानने के लिए हमारे नीति शास्त्र, हम लोग जानते हैं, संसार में चलते हैं, संसार में चलते चलते समझते हैं कि ये सही है, लेकिन कहीं कहीं अगत्या अनवधान से दोष कर बैठते हैं। इसलिए इन चीज़ों को जानना बहुत जरूरी है। वस्तुतः नीति शतक जो है, भवभूति के जो भर्तृहरि के जो तीनों शतक हैं वे तो रत्न हैं, और उनमें खास करके जो नीति शतक हैं वो तो भगवत गीता की तरह है, वो तो जेब में रहने लायक किताब है और उसको पढ़ना बहुत जरूरी है। इसलिए जिस काल में, जिस खंड में अरविंद हुए उस समय इसकी अत्यंत आवश्यकता थी, और उस समय आवश्यकता होने के बावजूद भी आज उसकी प्रबल आवश्यकता दिखाई दे रही है, क्योंकि हम क्रमशः आगे की ओर संक्रमित होते जा रहे हैं। और गति का एक लक्षण है और गति अभ्रांत हो, और उसी अभ्रांति के लिए इस प्रकार के ग्रंथों की अत्यंत आवश्यकता है। इसलिए धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं डॉक्टर प्रियव्रत मिश्र। और जैसे जगन्नाथ संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय के वाइस चांसलर साहब प्रोफेसर रविंद्र कुमार पंडा जी ने अरविंद एंड गौड़पाद कारिका ये दार्शनिक ग्रंथ है और इस पर अच्छा प्रकाश डाला है, और ये इनका रिसर्च का वर्क रहा और इन पर इन्होंने अच्छा रिसर्च किया है। और इससे हमें ये एक प्रेरणा मिलती है। आप लोग देखिए, हम लोग संस्कृत पढ़ते हैं, हमारे बच्चों को मैं ये खास करके कहना चाहता हूँ, हम लोग संस्कृत पढ़ते हैं। संस्कृत में अलग अलग, मेरे ख्याल में संस्कृत भाषा में इस प्रकार के शास्त्रों का विभाजन है, इस प्रकार के शास्त्र की विपुलता है, उनको हम अलग अलग विषयों में बांटते हैं। और कोई अगर एक में पर्याप्तता प्राप्त कर गया और उसमें मास्टर हो गया तो वो कहता है कि अरे मैं तो साहित्य में आचार्य हूँ, दर्शन से मेरा क्या मतलब है, ये मैं तो फलाने विषय में हूँ, दूसरे विषय में क्या। नहीं, आप अरविंद हमारे लिए आदर्श हैं। इन्होंने कौन सा विषय ऐसा संस्कृत का नहीं छुआ है। ये गौड़पाद कारिका और बहुत सारे उपनिषद और वेद भाष्य, वेदों की व्याख्या, वेदों की व्याख्या इत्यादि बहुत सारे का, और साहित्य, इस प्रकार के बहुत सारे काम किए हैं। इसलिए हम लोगों को सोचना चाहिए कि हम अगर एक विषय के हों तब भी हमें विषयांतरों का भी सामान्य ज्ञान होना जरूरी है। अन्यथा आज संस्कृतज्ञों को संस्कृत के साथ साथ विज्ञान की बहुत आवश्यकता है। हमें ये दिखाना है कि हमारे संस्कृत में विज्ञान कहाँ है, व्यवहार कहाँ है, इत्यादि समस्त ज्ञान हमारा भविष्य उज्जवल है, ये हम लोग कहते रहें, लेकिन कैसे होगा? उसके लिए चाहिए कि हम परस्पर शास्त्रों को, परस्पर विद्याओं को जोड़ें। कालिदास का जो साहित्य है वो उसमें जिस प्रकार का विज्ञान छिपा हुआ है वो उसी आप देखेंगे, उन विज्ञानों को उठाएंगे ऊपर, निकालेंगे ऊपर, तो आप लोगों को लगेगा ये तो आज जिस विज्ञान को हम आयातित रूप से पढ़ रहे हैं, ये तो हमारे धरोहर में है। क्रोधम प्रभो संहर संहरेति यावत गिरह खे मरुताम चरंती तावत्स वह्निर्भवनेत्र जन्मा भस्मावशेषम मदनम चकार। इसमें देखिए कितना बड़ा विज्ञान है, कितना बड़ा साइंस है कि हम लोग ये प्रतिपादन करते हैं कि शब्द की गति की अपेक्षा आलोक की गति अधिकतर है। यहां पर कालिदास प्रतिपादन कर देते हैं। ऊपर से कहते हैं, देवतागण कहते हैं कि क्रोधम प्रभो संहर संहरेति यावत गिरह खे मरुताम चरंती, लेकिन इतने में एक ही समय पर आग का स्फुलिंग और एक तरफ से देवताओं की आवाज, ये दोनों निकल चुकी थी और समान दूरता को प्राप्त करने के लिए पहले प्राप्त कर गया आलोक, क्रोधम प्रभो संहर, और उसके बाद आकर के आवाज पहुंची देवताओं की, क्रोधम प्रभो संहर संहरेति यावत गिरह खे मरुताम चरंती तावत्स वह्निर भवनेत्र जन्मा, भवनेत्र जन्मा वह्नि भस्मा मदनम भस्मावशेषम चकार। इतने में तो खत्म कर दिया है। तो ये कालिदास कम वैज्ञानिक नहीं है। स्थिता क्षणम पक्ष्मसुताड़िता धरा निवार्यता माल किमप्यशो वटु पुनर्विवक्षु स्फुरित। साइकोलॉजी कितनी बड़ी साइकोलॉजी है ये। निवार्यता माल किमप्यशो वटु, ये जो बहन बाद में कुमार संभव के बारे में पंचम सर्ग और प्रथम सर्ग के बारे में कह रही थी, व्रताय मौंजिम त्रिगुणाम बभार याम, त्रिगुणाम मौंजिम बभार। यहाँ पर त्रिगुण शब्द से क्या तात्पर्य है? हमारे अध्यात्म के साथ, हमारे गुणत्रय के साथ इसको कैसे जोड़ा गया है? और निवार्यता माल किमप्यसौ वटुः पुनर्विवक्षु स्फुरितोत्तराधर न केवलम यो महतोपभाषते शृणोति यस्माद् अपयः स पापभाग। तो यहाँ पर कितनी बड़ी साइकोलॉजी है, ये सब उकेरने की जरूरत है। इसीलिए इस प्रकार के व्याख्याकारों की आवश्यकता है। और इस प्रकार के व्याख्याकार बहुत अच्छे अच्छे पुराने व्याख्याकार जो आधुनिक और पारंपरिक उभय ज्ञान को रखते हुए इस प्रकार की व्याख्या किए हुए हैं, जैसे रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर, योगी अरविंद इत्यादि बहुत सारे इस प्रकार के आधुनिक व्याख्याकार हुए हैं। उनको पढ़ने की ज़रूरत है और उनको समाज के सामने लाने की ज़रूरत है। तो इसलिए इस प्रकार के बहुत सारे काम हमारे रिसर्चरों के लिए बाकी है, ये सब करना है, ये हम लोगों का कर्तव्य है। और इस दृष्टि में प्रोफेसर रविंद्र कुमार पंडा जी ने जो पेपर प्रस्तुत किया उनके लिए, उसके लिए मैं उनको अशेष धन्यवाद प्रदान करता हूँ। बाकी बहन जो देवकी सबकोटा ने जो कुमार संभव के बारे में बताया, और उसके बारे में तो मैं थोड़ा बहुत कह चुका हूँ, लेकिन उनकी दृष्टि अच्छी है और इस पर वो काम करें। और वो जिस प्रकार वल्लभ देव को उन्होंने उठाया, मल्लीनाथ को उठाया, इस प्रकार के बाकी व्याख्याकारों को और आधुनिक व्याख्याकारों को उनके साथ जोड़ें, बहुत जरूरी है। क्योंकि हमारे सामने पारंपरिक व्याख्याएं हैं और आधुनिक व्याख्याएं भी हैं। इसलिए इनको सबको जोड़ करके एक हमें समाज के सामने उपस्थापित करने की जरूरत है। लेकिन मित्रों, एक और मैं जाते जाते कह करके जाता हूँ, बाकियों की दृष्टि की अपेक्षा अगर उन लोगों से दृष्टि लेकर के आपने अपनी एक कोई दृष्टि बनाई तो वो दृष्टि सबसे उत्कृष्ट होती है। इसलिए सभी को पढ़िए, सभी को पढ़ने के बावजूद अपनी एक दृष्टि बनाइए। आज किसी के साथ मैं चर्चा कर रहा था, कोई इस रिसर्च के बारे में मेरे को कुछ कह रहा था। मैंने कहा एवरीथिंग इज फैक्ट, प्रत्येक वस्तु उचित है रिसर्च में। रिसर्च में गलत हो तब भी वो उचित है। क्यों ना? वो उसी अनौचित्य के ऊपर पैर रख करके दूसरा कोई औचित्य आ जाता है। इसीलिए रिसर्च में हर कोई उचित है। अतः आप लोगों को मैं इस प्रकार नए शोध के लिए आह्वान करते हुए, पुनः पुनः प्रणाम करते हुए, साधुवाद करते हुए, अधिक न कहते हुए, समय को देखते हुए यहीं पर विराम लेता हूँ। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Thank you, Professor Bhagirath Nandji. So we have reached the end of the session, and we thank all the speakers, presenters, and Professor Bhagirath Nandji to chair the session. So I would request Shri Vedvir Aryaji to address us. He will be addressing on the topic, the origins of language and Shri Aurobindo. Welcome, sir.
Very grateful to Sampadananda Mishraji and Rishihood University and the organizers of this national seminar for inviting me for presenting on the origin of languages and the Sri Aurobindo. And it's a great occasion to even discuss about the numerous subjects. It's, I can say, almost every subject has been touched upon by Sri Aurobindo. So there are, he may not have given very elaborate other things, but he gave the basic concepts. And based on his philosophical inquisition about the even linguistics, that is actually, he has explained in his book, The Secrets of Veda, a chapter, the origin of the Aryan speech. This is the one, if you can even go to the Google and you just download that article, it gives a lot of insights to understand how to study the comparative philology, or he actually in his terminology, linguistic embryology, and the origin of, especially because finally you have to trace out the so-called Proto-Indo-Europeans. So we will explore today. So how the modern linguistics come out with the study of languages, which especially with reference to the historical linguistics. Next. I think it's I hope it's not working. Okay, now it's working. So the concept in the historical linguistics, the first family is Proto-Indo-Europeans, because you have no idea the way the Big Bang, or you have come out to some kind of a utopian concept. It is some Proto-Indo-Europeans. Nobody knows what is the origin, the location, where they were, what kind of a culture, and what was the civilization of Proto-Indo-European. No idea, but it exists in their imagination of the modern linguists. Then from the Proto-Indo-Europeans, Indo-Europeans, two families, Indo-Europeans and Anatolians. So let us see from Proto-Indo-Europeans, somewhere 4000 to 3000 BC. So this 4000 mindset is genetically Christian, though they call it secular chronology. But we have been taught only Christian chronology last 300, 400 years in the name of secular chronology of the world. So under this, they don't go beyond that. Everything has to be after 4000 because the God has created, or the date of creation is not beyond 4004 BC. So that's why 4000, 3000, this is the only timeline for the Proto-Indo-Europeans. Then Anatolian and Indo-European, these two families came up. And there are some micro-families in which they simply alienate our South Indian language families, saying that this Tamil is some micro-family. It is not related to Indo-European. It has genetically that Aryan invasion theory. To prove it, they simply separate South Indian families and North Indian families. So North Indian family is related to Indo-European, where South Indian is just a micro-family. So then Anatolian, then through Anatolian families, then you have the Hellenic, Greek, then Latin. This is the modern historical linguistics. This is the very long, outstanding problem. To first identify who are those Proto-Indo-Europeans. If this family, or a civilization had a language, then generally what they do, the common error, their approach is actually the economic deterministic model. Instead of, because every language must have a civilization and culture. Without that, the language cannot have a sustained growth and evolution and then transforming into Indo-European Anatolians. But nobody talks about because there is no evidence. Actually, it's an imaginary family and civilization or language family created by the Christian European academia. So first we have to trace out where is the civilization of Indo-Europeans. So naturally you can say that India and Europe, it's a vast area. But the real origin, Sri Aurobindo, I'll just read out what actually it is more philosophical approach, but he's very right. But since the chronology of all civilizations as well as the chronological framework for the language families was evolving, that's why Sri Aurobindo says, in the present work I renounce, therefore, however alluring the temptation, however strong the facts may seem to a superficial study, all attempts to speculate on the identities or relationships of the different languages, on the evidences of philology as to the character and history of primitive human civilizations, or any other subject, whatever not strictly within the four walls of my subject. That subject is the origin, growth, and development of human language, as it is shown to us by the embryology of the language, ordinarily called Sanskrit, and three ancient tongues, two dead, means Greek and Latin, one living, which have evidently came at least into contact with it, the Latin, Greek, and Tamil. I have called my work for convenience sake the origin of Aryan speech, but I would have to clearly understood that by using this familiar epithet, I do not for a moment wish to imply any opinion as the relationship of the four languages included in my survey and the race origin of people speaking them, or even of the ethnic origins of the Sanskrit speaking people. Actually, ekam bijam bahudha yah karoti. So he is also, you have to have one civilization, one culture, and one family, because the way if you do the comparative philology, you have to trace out the origin. Now the problem is, they think that India Sanskrit language never existed beyond 1500 BC, because they date Vedas after 1500 BC only. That's why you have no other option to create an utopian civilization called Proto-Indo-European. But I am going to bust that myth based on the chronological study. The so-called Indo-Europeans never existed, it only Indian, and Indian civilization was the cradle of human civilization, even for the languages. First, what is the oldest language? So modern civilization, because India never existed before 1500 BC, so-called Indus Valley, nobody knows what kind of a language, what script existed. So Sumerian, since the language has been deciphered, and many tablets have been deciphered by the epigraphists and even the European scholars. So they think that the oldest language is Sumerian. Then, naturally, Sumerian civilization is the cradle of civilization. But is it true or not? We have to first find. Because chronology is the very, very important subject for studying historical linguistics and even comparative philology everywhere, because you have to have mother-child relationship. If you lost the chronology, तो दादी पोती हो जाएगी, पोती दादी हो सकती है, problem वहाँ है. So the same thing happened. Sanskrit became granddaughter of Indo-European language. Actually, India, the Sanskrit was grandmother of so-called Indo-European or Anatolian languages. So-called Indo-European or Anatolian languages. So, it's not, let us get rid of this Christian mindset. It is actually
Indians or human civilization is much, much older than 4000 BC. First, we have to date all civilizations correctly. There are numerous evidences to say that human civilization, even means those who have developed languages, that almost goes back to the Holocene with reference to the European civilizations. But with reference to the India, we have to find out when southwest monsoon became regular in India. That is the beginning of Holocene for us. It's not just end of the Ice Age. Ice Age because it has the different dates for the Europe, because that was much closer to the northern hemisphere. We are almost closer to the equator. So whenever the southwest monsoon became regular, as per the rough dating of the modern scientists, probably somewhere 16,000 BC, almost 18,000 years before, southwest monsoons became regular in India. That led to evolution of agrarian society. Why? Because as evolution of a human civilization is not possible in Ice Age, because across the year it would be only one season. It may be harsh winter or mild winter. You will have only one Ritu. You will not have 6 seasons, or even at least you should have a cyclical rainy seasons. So the Göbekli Tepe, I hope you all might have heard of. This is in Anatolia, in Turkey. This is the most ancient archaeological site. A temple has been excavated in Göbekli Tepe, somewhere in the middle of Turkey. And this site has been dated around 10,000 BC. And Atlantis, as per the Greek civil historians, recorded the date of the submergence of Atlantis city was around 9,500 to 9,000 BC. So this is the time when the sea levels rose very dramatically. The meltwater pulse 1b, that this acceleration of the melting of ice actually started somewhere 10,000 to 9,000 BC. This is the time when Atlantis city, it is closer to that Gibraltar. This city was submerged by sea around not later than 9,000 BC. Then Zoroaster, who compiled numerous gathas or numerous chapters of Avesta, somewhere 6,000 to 7,000 BC. 6,000 years before lifetime of Plato. This is the date given in Greek texts. Many historians. So you have to date Plato and go back to 6,000. So it goes back to 6,500 or to 7,000 BC. This is the date you have to date Zoroaster. You should not confuse with the another Zoroaster who just revived the Zoroastrianism before the rise of the Achaemenid Empire. He was the Zoroaster too, who revived the Zoroastrianism. But Avesta is equally much, much older than the rise of Achaemenid Empire. And Megasthenes, we'll forget because we don't believe in our own text what date is given, because we have been told that we should not trust our literary evidences at all. Okay, so that's why I'm giving you a Greek reference, where Megasthenes has stated that Indians counted 153 kings and the chronology of 6,421 years. And he mentioned the 153rd or 154th king was Sandrocotus. So modern historians just pick up the cherry picking of the Sandrocotus date and identified with the Chandragupta Maurya as a contemporary of the Alexander. But they declared all his entire genealogy as a mythical. I don't know why Greek historians who visited somewhere 3rd century, as per their dating. So, but we had a history when Megasthenes was in India, more than 6,500 years, a genealogical history. Sorry. And the Manetho, who wrote the history of Egypt, he takes back the origin of the beginning of the date of first dynasty, because 30 dynasties have been ruled over Egypt. almost 6000 BC. And the Sumerian king list, the years of each dynasty wise, the chronology has been given in those tablets. If you date, it goes back to 7000 to 6500 BC. So why we have truncated entire chronology of human civilization or all ancient civilizations below 4000, it is just a Bible mindset. So, before the Christianity, human civilization has its own chronological history, but last 300 years we lost the chronology. I am giving one very pertinent and an accurate, absolute date in Indian text, Surya Siddhanta. It gives one archaeo-astronomical reference. I don't know how many of you Sanskrit, because today we are discussing Sri Aurobindo and Sanskrit. Asmin kritayugasyante sarve madhyagata graha. I am not misinterpreting, nothing. Anybody who knows a basic Sanskrit can understand. Asmin kritayugasyante. Asmin means the 28th Krita Yuga. Ante, just it is being ended. Sarve madhyagata grahaha vinatupata mandochan meshado. First degree of Aries. Sun position has to be in first degree of Aries. Okay? There are 360 degrees. Okay? So then a conjunction of all 5 planets do occur once in 400 years. Okay. Then you keep on simulating. You have to just ensure that the sun has to be in the first degree of Aries, and another condition is the day has to be Chaitra Shukla Pratipada. It means the full moon should occur in Chitra Nakshatra. Now you have to, and Madhyagata, the sun was in the middle of, because there are 7 planets. So it has to be in the middle of that conjunction. So this is the condition. So when I have simulated it, this is the only one date is possible. I have checked up to 18,000 BC. There is only one date possible is 22nd February 6778 BC. So I will not go in detail. I will share one documentary I made this year, because from 6778 BC to till date 2022, exactly this year in the February, the Surya Siddhanta completed 8,800 years. This year is the very landmark year. That's why I made a documentary on this to explain our calendrical continuity, because we are a well-developed civilization since Vedic era onwards, because we do remember till date the birth date of Ganesha, Bhadrapada Shukla Chaturthi. Even we celebrate the Vedic era certain dates, we do remember till date. So that is not possible without having a calendar during the Rigvedic era. And Rigveda and Yajurveda, all Vedas indicate that already they were following a Sharad Ritu to Sharad Ritu calendar. Numerous references of like Jivema Sharadha Shatam. Thereafter, we switched over to Magha Shukla Pratipada, the Vedanga Jyotisha. Then our Siddhanta Jyotisha, the Siddhanta astronomy, that started somewhere closer to this date, and I took one day later, because Krita Yuga ended and Treta Yuga began, 6777 BC. This is our calendrical continuity. This is the conjunction. Exactly, the sun is in the middle. 3 planets are east side and the 3 planets are west side. And this conjunction is within 26 degrees, because the conjunction qualifies to be accepted only when it is within the 30 degree of one Rashi, because a Rashi is 30 degree. So this conjunction within 26 degrees. The Mayasura took this conjunction as an epoch, and then he wrote Surya Siddhanta to ensure very accurate calculations. So these are the how to decipher the archaeoastronomical evidences available in pre-Siddhantic and post-Siddhantic. We have almost more than 50 Ashwini Suktas in Rig Veda. So they talk about heliacal rising of Ashwini. It means occurrence of autumnal equinox. I took autumnal equinox because the Sharadaha Shatam, Jivema Sharadaha Shatam, Pashyema Sharadaha Shatam. Almost I found more than 100 references in Vedas as well as Brahmanas. They always talk about Sharad as equal to a year. It means new year used to begin somewhere. Even the Vishuvat references in Vedas has to be equated with the autumnal equinox, not from vernal equinox. This is the major problem with the modern linguists, because they don't accept any history beyond Buddha. So they simply date like Kritika. So at vernal equinox, they come out with the 2100 or 2200 BC for Atharva Veda. But the Atharva Veda, just I'll give it to you. This is the Mrigashira list. Thereafter, this is the first time where Vedic astronomers or Vedic rishis finally cracked the basic trigonometry and divided the 360-degree into 28 parts. The introduction of 28 nakshatra system somewhere closer to 11,200 BC, because at that time the winter solstice shifted to Mrigashira. That's why the Orion, since the Balagangadhar Tilak took occurrence of vernal equinox Mrigashira, that's why he talks about somewhere 4,000, but it's not true, because we have a Mahabharata and Ramayana, then go back to post-Vedic, then Vedic. The Vedic era has to go back to beyond 10,000 BC, not below that. Then again, there are numerous references in Aitareya Brahmana somewhere shifting to Rohini, because there is a 1,000-year Satra in Naimisharanya took place exactly 11,200 to 10,200 BC in between. And they have observed this precession from Mrigashira to Rohini. They started why Prajapati is actually residing in the house of his own daughter. So these are actually the problem with this is the Rohini, and there is a reference in the Mahabharata, Rohinyadis tada kalo brahmana parikalpita. So that is related to, this is the phenomena, 10,200 BC. Then comes Kritikadi list. Nakshatra Sukta of Atharva Veda gives the list of 28 nakshatras starting from Kritika. So that Nakshatra Sukta has been finally compiled somewhere closer to 9,200 BC. The entire post-Vedic literature refers to Kritikadi nakshatras. So the epoch for the Kritikadi nakshatras that commenced somewhere 9,200 BC. Then we are following that Ashwini nakshatra list, because somewhere 7,322 BC, winter solstice shifted to Ashwini, and one great thing occurred at this time. Indian astronomers struggling to perfect in the trigonometry, then they found that 28 nakshatras is not perfect. Let us exclude Abhijit. So 27 nakshatra system has been introduced, because when you divide 360 by 27, it is exactly 33 degrees 20 minutes. So there are no fractions you can easily handle. So that, and the sidereal motion of the moon is 27.36 days. So that is more closer to 27 than 28. So that's why now at the end of Krita Yuga, this Yuga is also a cycle in a calendar. So because it is itself a big subject, but I just indicate that before introduction of Surya Siddhanta, a Yuga had only 5 years. Don't go by like a 4,32 years, don't go like our history has 200 crores of years. No, that's not true. Prior to Surya Siddhanta, we followed only 5-year Yugas. Okay? Then what you do, 7322, since Ashwini Nakshatra introduced, a new Yuga counting was introduced. That's why they just assumed that this is the 7th Manvantara of Vaivasvata. And then from there, 27 Chaturyugas, 27 into 20, it goes somewhere 9782. 9782 is the beginning for the 28th Krita Yuga that had only 5 years. But after introduction of Surya Siddhanta, the Mayasura introduced the cycle of the Jupiter, the Jovian cycle of 12 years. Now we switched over from 5-year Yuga to 12-year Yuga, but we needed a longer Yuga, 12 into 100, 1200 years we took. That's why the Treta Yuga had 1200 years. But after the end of Treta Yuga, the Yuga cycle has been again revised from 1200 to 12,000 in differential duration. This is the reason we had a 2400 years for the Dwapara Yuga. Just before Mahabharata era, astronomers wanted more accurate calculations. They multiplied 12,000 by 360. Then finally, presently we are falling 43,20,000 years for the Chatur Yuga. This is the reason still Kali Yuga continuing. So it's not that we had lakhs of years just before Mahabharata. Prior to that, we followed during the Vedic era 5-year Yuga and 20-year Chatur Yuga only. But after the introduction of Siddhantic astronomy, we started following 1200-year Yuga. Thereafter, we have gone to 12,000 years. Then finally, 43,20,000. So the historical chronology of yugas and the astronomical improvisation of the yuga cycles, both are different. That is related to the continuity of our calendrical continuity to establish the chronology. Why? Because we need to date Vedas perfectly to get the date of Vedic Sanskrit. Otherwise, we would be lost in actually studying the historical linguistics. I'm giving one totally an independent dating without referring to any calendar. In Tamil Nadu, they had their own chronology, and actually they followed the Pandyan dynasty. I can say the most oldest dynasty of the world that ruled more than 10,000 years. Even today, Pandyas exist from the Vedic era to till date. They start from the Agastya. Rishi Agastya, he was actually introduced the Sangam, first Sangam, and he chaired. And Nakkirar, he mentions in his commentary on Irayyana Ragapporal, the first Sangam period has a 4,000 or 4,400 years or some 40 years. Why? Because from Vedic era, in first Sangam period, then Madurai, the old Madurai was the capital city. So you have to start Agastya dating. Agastya dating has to be closer to 11,200 BC, the Mrigashira, that time when Shiva, because Shiva and Agastya were contemporaries. Then second Sangam period, 3,700 years. And during that time, then Madurai was submerged by since sea levels rose. Even you go to the Google and see, the southern peninsula is almost 100 kilometers is now under the sea. During second Sangam period, they shifted from Ten Madurai to Kavatapuram. And Kavatapuram has been referred in Ramayana. The Sugriva, he is actually giving the directions to the Vanarasena and asking them to go to Kavatapuram, the Pandya's capital. It means Ramayana took place during the period of second Sangam period. Thereafter, third Sangam period, when Kavatapuram was also submerged by sea in a big tsunami, then hurriedly Pandyan king shifted to the modern Madurai. And there 1,850, total 10,000 years of history has been mentioned in the most ancient commentary written by Nakkirar. It is exactly 9,990 years. So if you convert that into the chronology, this is the one, 11,226 to this is then 3,000. And this is the chronology of the Tamil. And it is an independent evidence. Normally they call it a secular evidence in the modern historians' terminology. And Vedic sage Agastya, his lifetime has to be somewhere, because why Agastya is very important? The Agastya is writing Vedic Sukta, Rigvedic Suktas. In Prathama Mandala, there are more than 5 or 6 suktas are there. Even the wife of Agastya, Lopamudra, also wrote certain Vedic mantras and sukta. And one more important thing, same Agastya, he went to Tamil Nadu, he chaired the first Sangam. Apart from that, he wrote a grammar for Tamil language. So Tamil and Vedic Sanskrit were sisters born to the same mother. So now we have to, I am taking it a Proto-Sanskrit. Vedic Sanskrit was evolved from Proto-Sanskrit. And from there only Tamil language. The problem is, South Indian languages are much, much older than the North Indian languages. That's why they do appear like they are totally different families. So you have to first understand chronologically, then only you will able to study in a very factfully. So author of Rigveda Suktas and also author of Agattiyam. So this is the timeline what I have come out of Indian history. You have to somewhere go back to 14,500 to 13,500. This is the early Vedic period and started a beginning of Vedic Sanskrit, the Deva Yuga, where Brihaspati taught first Sanskrit grammar to Indra in Mahabharata. Brihaspati vai Indraya शब्द पारायणम प्रोवाचा, ये उसमें आता है महाभाष्य, पतंजलि के महाभाष्य में. तो फाइनल कंपाइलेशन ऑफ 4 वेदास in between 11,500 to 10,500 BC. Then the post-Vedic period, the Treta Yuga, 1200 years. So the Ramayana took place somewhere last century, 5677 to 5577. And even today, the oceanographic studies suggest that if you go beyond 6,000 or 7,000 BC, Sri Lanka was not an island. It was well connected through land route from Tamil Nadu. You can simply walk into Sri Lanka. When sea levels rose, during this time, last century of the Treta Yuga, the area between Talaimannar and Dhanushkodi was just getting submerged by sea at the time of high tide. So this was the reason Sri Lanka became a Dvipa. And during Vedic era, what the Vanarasena of Ramayana, what they did, they just did the land filling. Trees and boulders and maybe sand, everything, they just did the land filling and raised the land level by 1 meter. This is the Setubandha. So whatever it is, they say natural formation, it's a natural formation. At that time, it was just, you needed a passage to the Sri Lanka because you are entering to the enemy territory. You can't expect somebody will give you the logistics to your army. So you have to ensure from the Rameshwaram. And in a war, you may have to take a back step, maybe due to certain reasons. So you have to have a way out. So that's why strategically that time decided, and the entire Varanasena, they did just land filling, and within 5 days, that the Setubandha, they completed within 5 days. Now this is the chronological history of Indic languages. I just gave you the chronology, the facts very briefly, and then to understand. So now we have to say Proto-Indic language. I made it why? Because somebody may be offended, why Sanskrit? So this is, nowadays there is a certain, because the colonial rulers have created some rift between us. So I'm saying Proto-Indic, one language existed. What the Rishis did, there is a natural language. What I am saying, the Sanskrit is not a natural language. It has been evolved with the Sanskrit grammar. The way computer programming language have been evolved through syntax. If I say a Java language evolved first, later syntax evolved, is it logical? No. Similarly, the levels of the evolution of Sanskrit is related to Sanskrit, so grammar. The grammar was very elementary, related to only word processing, the Padapatha that was limited to during the Rigvedic period. Though they have developed context-free Rigveda mantras, Agni Mide Purohitam Yajnasya. So already a context-free grammar was well established. Second, sandhis, purve bhir rishibhir idyonu tanairuta. The concept of context-free grammar and having the conjunctions is not natural. These are artificial improvisation. Artificially, somebody has introduced into the language. Why? The Vedic rishis wanted a perfect language. This is the reason Sanskrit was always a language of learned people, a medium of learning from the Vedic era to till date. You can't say that a natural language, the so-called Proto-Indo, was very closer to same words. It's only what we did, Linga, Vachana, Vibhakti, we made integral part of every word to ensure context-free grammar. And this is not natural. And having conjunctions, you need a conjunctions because in a music, whenever the human voice is switching over from one word to another word, there should not be any Shruti dosha. This was the reason conjunctions were introduced. And conjunction is totally a phonetic business logic. And phonetic business logic, you have to evolve a phonetic script. So some script might have been developed at the stage of Vedic era only, but we have been taught since Vedas are Shrutis, so we had no idea of how to write. That's not true, because during post-Vedic era, Vedas became very sacred to us. Any mispronunciation will yield, means it will be a sin. That's why all our ancestors always told us, you must learn Vedas by listening, because mispronunciation was a sin, considered to be a sin. So that was the reason why Vedas were called Shruti, not because we don't know how to write. And Tamil language was actually a natural transformation from the whatever the Proto-Indic language, or I can say. That's why I call both Vedic Sanskrit and Tamil are sisters born to same mother. Now, out of India migrations, I'll just give, because how the Sanskrit language traveled to the world. This is the Danavas during the Vedic era, India, Anatolia. That's why Denans were the first settlers of Greek, the Anatolia. And these are the Gobekli Tepe. If you see, it is almost a Vedic priest head was found in that Gobekli Tepe, which is the 10,000 years. And these are the Persian civilization. During the Rigvedic era, Devas and Asuras, they were actually cousins. They had a political rivalry. So Asuras have their own Veda, Asura Veda. There is a reference of Asura Veda in Gopata Brahmana. Same Asura, when they have been asked to leave the India, so then they migrated to Persia along with Asura Veda. Same Asura Veda has been recompiled by Zoroaster around 7000 BC as Avesta. This is the reason why Indra is a villain in Asura Veda, where Indra is a hero for us in Rig Veda. So they fold some dialect, Sanskrit only, because we generally ridiculed Asuras in somewhere, Helayo, Heraya iti. Generally, our authors of Vedic text, they ridiculed Asuras Sanskrit. They also spoke same language, Sanskrit. That's why Avesta is way closer to the Sanskrit. So this is the complete evolution of Indic languages chronology, how to, I just mapped it. Because there is a paucity of time, I am just rushing. So I have given you now how the modern academia thinks about the evolution of the scripts. First Phoenician script, then Ionian, Paleo-Hebrew, Aramaic, then Greek and Kharoshtian Brahmi, somewhere 350 BC. This appears very funny, like we don't know how to write before 500 BC. But the so-called Indus people, they were urban and they were literate, but we became suddenly rural and illiterate. Just Aryan invasion made so much difference that we became suddenly rural and then illiterate. So it is quite illogical. And this is the disk found I can say, this script, nobody is, nobody could decipher this disc, but it is a before Phoenician script. In Greek, they used this kind of. But as per true chronology, this is the evolution of the script. First, we can say, it is the Proto-Brahmi, 10,000 to 3,500 BC, then Indus script. Indus script was actually, it is not the entire India followed only Brahmi, because Sanskrit and all the languages born in India, they followed phonetic logic only. So they cannot follow some logosyllabic. But it is the Scythian Empire. Scythians, the Shakas in Afghanistan and this Bactria, they became very powerful, and that's why so much of Scythian migration to East Europe and the entire Central Asia was called as the Scythia by Herodotus. So that Scythians, the unicorn was their power symbol. Even today, Scotland has their national symbol or national emblem, the unicorn. Why? Because the Scots, the Scotland, they trace their origin from Scythian prince and Egyptian princess Kota. That's why they call it. So this is how, why those Scythians, they became very powerful. During Mahabharata era, the Pandavas and Bharatas again conquered entire Western world, and they, this is the reason why so-called few cities and Indus so-called civilization came to end. That was actually Scythian empire crashed after before Mahabharata era. Then Mahabharata, the Pandavas, means Indian kings started ruling over entire Western world. They introduced again Brahmi and Kharoshti scripts. This is how we have to trace the origin of Indian languages. Then you go back to the Sri Aurobindo's, the philosophical, the Vedanta, the Ekam Bijam Bahudha Vadanti. Why Sanskrit is the mother of languages? Because we were the most ancient civilization, most advanced civilization around 11,500 BC. So naturally, any language which is just having a few words, they have to borrow from the most advanced languages. That's why all world languages borrowed from Sanskrit language. Thank you. Sanskrit was called Deva Bhasha. As per my chronology, the Rishi Kashyapa and Aditi, Aditi's son were Adityas. The 12 Adityas, Rudras, and Vasus, they're the 33 gods. They were Devas. Then Vritrasura, he was the Asura or Danava. There was a conflict between Indra and Vritrasura that took place somewhere, as per my chronological framework, 14,000 BC around. So Sanskrit evolved with this very complex and very scientific grammar. This was the reason Sanskrit is perfect, and even today, after 13,000 years also, we can read Vedas and we can understand in the same Vedic Sanskrit terms. But what happened when the same language was introduced to the common masses during when Bharata wrote Natya Shastra? So then people started writing Natakas, and Natakas became the medium of entertainment for every village, every city. Naturally, learned people could write only Natakas. That's why all Natakas were in Sanskrit. The common people wanted to learn Sanskrit. They learned Sanskrit without following the grammar. That's why numerous Prakrit languages evolved. So this is actually deterioration when it comes to the common man. But the learned people maintain the Sanskrit language as it is by learning the grammar. That's why any language which is supported by a perfect grammar, it will have a longer life than other natural languages. And that is the same thing what Aurobindo visualizes. But it's not, we cannot say that Vedic Sanskrit is only perfect language or today. The Lokik Sanskrit is not perfect, it is difficult to say. Because at that time, they wrote almost 10,000 mantras. Certainly the language was very, I can say, vibrant and a rich language, Vedic Sanskrit. But over a period, numerous words, they transform into a different meaning, and finally are वो किसी विशेष अर्थ में रूढ़ हो जाते हैं. जैसे कपि ऋषि थे, कपि, वृषा कपि और कपि, वो रामायण के बाद होते होते वो वानर हो गए. तो इसलिए नाटकों में हनुमान का चित्रण होने लगा एक वानर के रूप में. तो वो वानर तो थे नहीं, क्योंकि राम खुद बोलते हैं कि उनको हनुमान जो है, मैं 1 घंटे से बात कर रहा हूँ, न किंचित अपभाषितम, उनका ये राम का स्टेटमेंट है कि न किंचित अपभाषितम। उन्होंने तो इन्होंने बहुत सारे व्याकरण और वेद शास्त्र पढ़े होंगे, तो वो है। उसी तरीके से गजानन, ये शिव और पार्वती के पुत्र गणेश जी का चेहरा थोड़ा नॉर्मली किसी का थोड़ा बड़ा होता है जनरली, जो एक अबनॉर्मली थोड़ा बड़ा, इसलिए उनको गजानन एक नाम दिया गया। बाद में संस्कृत के लोग नॉर्मली वो जो शब्द व्युत्पत्ति वो सब करने लगते, तो नाटकों में एक इमेजिनेशन हुआ, क्योंकि नाटक स्टेज पर आते ही पता लगना चाहिए पात्र क्या है, नहीं तो रसोत्पत्ति में प्रॉब्लम हो जाता है। आपको पहले समझ ये कौन आ रहा है, तो उसके लिए जो है उस चेहरों का उसमें किया गया। तो उस समय गज मतलब हाथी, आनंद, तो इस तरीके से नाटकों में मंचन हुआ, फिर वही एक तरह के माइथोलॉजी में ट्रांसफॉर्म हो गया। ये बहुत सारे रीजन्स हैं कैसे लैंग्वेजेस और उन शब्द के अर्थ बदलते रहते हैं। तो ये लेकिन संस्कृत को उसको ओरिजिनल उसकी ओरिजिनलिटी मेंटेन किया ग्रामर की वजह से। तो ग्रामर परफेक्ट हुआ, अब हम परफेक्ट कहें या उसका कंप्लीट एक एडवांस लेवल वो, क्योंकि उसके बाद हमने वैदिक संस्कृत को छोड़ा, लौकिक संस्कृत आने के बाद, इसलिए वाल्मीकि रामायण को प्रथम आदि कवि इसलिए कहा जाता है क्योंकि लौकिक संस्कृत में पहला ऐतिहासिक काव्य लिखने वाले वो व्यक्ति, नहीं तो ऋग्वेद तो खुद एक बड़ा काव्य है। तो ये है, तो वो नेचुरल लैंग्वेजेस का बारे में हम कह सकते हैं कि हाँ, ये पहले उसकी जो विकृतियाँ होते होते बहुत से डायलेक्ट्स और बहुत कुछ उसका रूपांतर होता है। लेकिन संस्कृत का कोई डायलेक्ट नहीं है, ना कोई डिफरेंट एक्सेंट है। नेपाल से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक, बर्मा से लेकर अफ़गानिस्तान तक संस्कृत को उसी तरीके से वही उच्चारण, वही सब कुछ होता था, क्योंकि ये एक बहुत ही परिष्कृत एक साइंटिफिक सिंटैक्स जिसे कह सकते हैं, ग्रामर के द्वारा उसको संरक्षित किया गया, इसलिए आज तक वो भाषा जीवित है। तो हो सकता है हज़ारों सालों तक जीवित रहे आगे भी। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद सर। सो वी विल कंक्लूड द सेशन एंड वंस अगेन वी वुड लाइक टू thank Shri Vedveer Arya ji for taking out time from his busy schedule and gracing the event with his presence. Thank you, sir. So we will move on with the next session, that is Poets Meet. I'd like to invite Shri Praful Kumar Mishra ji as the chairperson of the session.
सम्मान सूचक चिन्ह दें। तत्पश्चात सभी कविवरों से अनुरोध है कि क्रमशः मैं नामोल्लेख जब करूंगी तो अनुरोध है कि समय थोड़ा कम लिया जाए, बस इतना ही और कुछ नहीं। तो पहले जो कविवर हैं प्रोफेसर रविंद्र कुमार पंडा, मैं उनसे अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे मंच पर यहाँ आएँ और अपनी कविता प्रस्तुति करें। आप वहीं से करना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, वहीं आ जाए।
ठीक है, कृपया प्रोफेसर रविंद्र कुमार पंडा।
अनुपस्थित। नेक्स्ट
प्रोफेसर अरुण रंजन मिश्रा।
नमः सवाई। कविभ्यो सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः। परममान्याः काव्यगोष्ठ्याम् आचार्याः प्रफुल्लकुमार मिश्र महोदयाः, अन्ये च सर्वे कविवर्याः, प्रथितयशसः बान्धवश्च। तो सर्वे जानन्ति यद् अहम उत्तराधुनिकशैल्या कवितां करोमि। अतः यदि अत्र केयं शैली इति सन्देहः तर्हि एकनिमेषेन वदामि यत् अत्र छन्दसः व्यवहारो न भवति। अत्र नाम बिम्बानां नव्यता वर्तते, येपि अलङ्काराः व्यवहृताः भवन्ति तेपि नव्यतां धारयन्ति। विशेषतः विशेषण वक्रता अत्र तिष्ठति। विशेषण वक्रतायाः नाम चर्चा अस्माकं साहित्यशास्त्रे वर्तते। पुनरपि ईश्वरसङ्केतलङ्घनस्य यत् सौन्दर्यं तदत्र प्रतिपाद्यते। कवितायाः में शीर्षकं भवति कोशौ वैदिक ऋषिर्जन्म नित आधुनिक काले। कोशौ वैदिक ऋषिर्जन्म नित आधुनिक काले। तब नयने न पश्यतो मां न पृथ्वीं नान्तरिक्षं पश्यतस्ते तरल तरलं मूर्तामूर्त द्रव्यस्पर्शिनम् अतिमानसं। तब दीर्घं तपः पश्यति क्रमशो भस्मीभूयमानम् आत्मनां मनोबाष्परूपं मायालोकम्। अद्य नदीपर्वतारण्यनगराणां निर्मोकमुक्तप्रकाशाः हृदयेषु दोलायन्ते तथा मातृमनस्कानाम् आशा प्रलिप्ता हासाः। त्वं तथैव पश्यन्नसि यथा आत्मनिविष्टो यथा कर्बुरितस्य विश्वस्य अन्तिमः अध्यात्मप्रवाहः। स्वप्नलोकस्य चिद्रेणवः प्रवहन्ति उच्छलिता देवलोके। देवा चकितचकिताः विचिन्त्य कोऽयं जनः यः स्वात्मानं प्रवाहयति नन्दनवनाञ्चले पाषाणित विश्वस्य आलबाले स्वर्गंगाया धारे। तब हासेन प्रशमितः कोटिचन्दनवनस्य अग्निउत्पातः ध्यानस्थ वृक्षाणाम् आत्मज्वाला। अदृश्य चैतन्यपुरुषस्य अप्रतिमराज्ये प्रवाहिता नदी निरञ्जना कुलङ्कषा उत्तलकरुणा। तब हासेन प्रशमितः कोटिचन्दनवनस्य अग्निउत्पातः ध्यानस्थवृक्षाणाम् आत्मज्वाला। अदृश्य चैतन्यपुरुषस्य अप्रतिमराज्ये प्रवाहिता नदी निरञ्जना कुलङ्कषा उत्तलकरुणा। तपः प्राणेन त्वया आविष्कृतो मनः परिधि बहिर्भूतः आत्मबल येन आहुता कापि शक्त्यतिमानसी या क्रमशो विरचयति पाषाणेपि हृदयस्पन्दनम्। अंधकारस्य आलोकमूर्ति पादयोः आत्मसमर्पणं पुष्पगन्धस्य उद्यानाद् देवालयपर्यन्तगमनं चन्द्रध्वजस्य चन्द्रिमसोपानैरुत्तरणं परिपृक्तप्रज्ञारसस्य पिपीलिका बस्तिष्वपि वितरणं। हस्ताक्षरितास्तव लेखाः कोटिहृदयानाम् आश्वासनाः प्रज्वलितकामनानाम् उशिरोपशान्तिः शान्तिः पुनः ईश्वरस्य पृथ्वीधारे स्वर्णगोधूमक्षेत्रस्य मौनसङ्कल्पना। हस्ताक्षरितास्तव लेखाः कोटिहृदयानाम् आश्वासना प्रज्वलितकामनानाम् उशिरोपशान्तिः शान्तिः पुनः ईश्वरस्य पृथ्वीधारे स्वर्णगोधूमक्षेत्रस्य मौनसङ्कल्पना। पण्डिचेरी समुद्रस्य तरङ्गाणाम् उल्लम्फनेद्य श्रूयते। पण्डिचेरी समुद्रस्य तरङ्गाणाम् उल्लम्फने अद्य श्रूयते। कस्य महर्षिणः स्वरः कः स आकर्षति तरङ्गताडितान् धीवरान् स्वाश्रमस्य ध्यानस्य बलये। कोशौ वैदिक ऋषिर्जन्म नित आधुनिक काले। अधुना निशार्धे श्रूयते पण्डिचर्यां प्राचीन वृक्षाणां घोर अखंड भारत स्वप्नः। अधुना निशार्धे श्रूयते पण्डिचेर्यां प्राचीन वृक्षाणां घोरः अखंड भारत स्वप्नः। रात्रिपालो गायति भवानी भारत्याः विद्यां भयंकरीम् आकाशात् पतन्ति स्वर्गपत्र सुमानि किमपि सुदिव्यं गीत्वा तव शीत समाधेरुपरि प्रभातं यावद् वयं प्रतिपालयामः शून्य शिशिर बिन्दुभिः नयनं प्रखाल्य प्रणिपतितुं पुष्पिते ते समाधिधारे प्रभातं यावद् वयं प्रतिपालयामः शून्य शिशिर बिन्दुभिः नयनं प्रक्षाल्य प्रणिपतितुं पुष्पिते ते समाधिधारे त्वं किम आगमिष्यसि पुनः त्वं किम आगमिष्यसि पुनः नवशताब्द्याः सत्यम अस्मिन्नेव धारे। धन्यवादः।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। त्वं किम आगमिष्यसि पुनः। कदाचित यहाँ पर हम सभी उनके द्वारा किए हुए काम और उनके विचारों को दोबारा पुनर्जीवित करने के प्रयास में हैं। कविवर जो है वो पूछ रहे हैं, उसका उत्तर कहीं ना कहीं हमें दिख रहा है, लेकिन शायद कमी उनके प्रत्यक्ष रूप की महसूस होती होगी। अगले प्रस्तोता हैं प्रोफेसर पीसी उपाध्याय।
नमः युगपुरुषाय श्री अरविंदाय नमः सर्वेभ्यः। तत्र अरविन्दाष्टकम् इति अनुष्टुप् छन्दसा निबद्धं वर्तते। तत्र मम लघु श्लोककदम्बकं तत्र यथा मया श्राव्यते अत्र शृण्वन्तु भवन्तः। अरविन्दसमः योगी न भूतो न भविष्यति कालजयी मुनिश्रेष्ठ भुवने प्रचरिष्यति राष्ट्रचेता युगस्रष्टा हितैषी जगतस्तु वै स्वधर्मं सेवते नित्यमरविन्दः महामुनिः दिव्यचेता पवित्रात्मा धर्मात्मा पुरुषर्षभः रत्नाकरः गुणानां वै सर्वदा जनसेवकः जनानां तु दरिद्राणां नित्यं यः शुभचिन्तकः जनानां तु दरिद्राणां नित्यं यः शुभचिन्तकः लोकचैतन्यसंस्कर्ता सर्वेषां हृदयेश्वरः मातृभूमिं परित्रातुं येन सर्वस्वमर्पितम् एतदर्थं स्वभार्यायै प्रेरितं च सहर्षकम् एतदर्थं स्वभार्यायै प्रेरितं च सहर्षकम् अपि च यस्य दर्शनमात्रेण मुखं नु विमलायते यस्य स्मरणमात्रेण चेतो वै कमलायते अरविन्दं विभुं वीरं स्वतन्त्रं सुप्रशिक्षितं हृदये तं मुदा धृत्वा कृतार्थोऽहं मतिर्मम राष्ट्रं यस्य पिता तुल्यं तस्य चिन्तनमासीत् तस्य विचारः एवमासीत् राष्ट्रं यस्य पिता तुल्यं भूमिस्तु जननी समा स्वजनः जनसामान्यः नमामि तं पुनः पुनः नमामि तं पुनः पुनः।
धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर पीसी उपाध्याय। अच्छा, धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर पीसी उपाध्याय। अगले कविवर प्रोफेसर रविंद्र नाथ जी, तो मैं अगले कविवर प्रोफेसर प्रियव्रत मिश्रा जी को आमंत्रित करती हूँ।
नमस्सदसे सदसस्पतये नमो नमः। अधिवेदि विभ्राजमानेभ्यः कविपुङ्गवेभ्यः नमो वाकं प्रशास्य अस्मिन् सुवर्णावसरे अरविन्दप्रशस्तिः इत्याख्यं काव्यमत्र प्रतुष्टुषामि। मालिनी वृत्तेन ग्रथितमिदं काव्यं। भुविवतरति दिव्यो मानवोऽसौ कदाचित् वितरति विमलाभां शेमुषिं मर्त्यलोके जगति सकललोकास्तं मुदा संस्तुवन्ति विलसति महनीयः तेषु घोषोऽरविन्दः भरतभुवनदेशे बङ्गदेशे जजान प्रसृतविमलकीर्तिः विष्टपे सञ्चकास्ति समधिगतसुविद्यः पश्चिमे दिग्विभागे पुनरिह मनुजोऽयं सत्त्वविद्यां ससाध निखिलविदितराशिं वेदराशिं प्रसाद्य तदनु विमलविद्यां गूढविद्यां पपाठ उपनिषदमशेषां चूर्णीकृत्येव धीमान् जगति वितनुतेऽसौ ज्ञानदीप्तिं समन्तात् अधिगतपरमार्थः स्वार्थहीनैकचित्तः श्रुतिमधुरवचांसि तन्तनीतीह लोके निहितनिखिलतत्त्वम् आत्मतत्त्वं निगूढम् उपनिषदमजस्रं व्याकरोद्भव्यलोके मनसि जयविलासं भारतं सर्वतत्त्वं चरितमखिलमत्र व्याहरत् सूक्ष्मदृष्ट्या पुनरिह नवनीतं ग्रन्थसावित्र्युपाख्यं विविशिषति महात्मा सैष घोषोऽरविन्दः यमनियमविधानं धारणा वा समाधिर्यदिह विवृतमस्मिन् योगशास्त्रे पुरा वै पुनरयमधितिष्ठन् लोकजाले विशाले दिशति सरलमार्गं योगजन्मामहर्षिः व्यपगतघनतामस्यामहो राजीवन्तद् विकसति ननु शोभां संकिरन् पुष्करिण्यां तदिह भरतभूमौ व्याप्तघोरान्धकारे समुदयति महर्षिः सैष घोषोऽरविन्दः पुनरिह करुणाते मर्त्यलोके कदा स्यात् कथय कथय योगिन् त्वं कदैतीह लोकं त्वं कदा पुनः एति लोकं पुनरिह करुणाते मर्त्यलोके कदा स्यात् कथय कथय योगिन् त्वं कदैतीह लोकं वितरसि निजविद्यां ज्ञानराशिं कदा भो वयमिह तव शिष्या लोलुपा दर्शनाय वयमिह तव शिष्याः लोलुपा दर्शनाय। धन्यवादः।
It was a beautiful poem. I mean, I even can see that the way he is singing, it is very beautiful. The next presenter is Dr. Kali Prasanna Satpathy. Kindly come on the stage, yeah, and please present your poem.
हरिः ॐ नमः मातापितृभ्यां नमो गुरुभ्यः वन्दे मातरम्। कविता शीर्षक जयतु अरविन्दः। श्री अरविन्द पदारविन्दे मातृपदाब्जे नते कविषु सुधे जनेषु काले प्रसन्न प्रणमते। श्री अरविन्दाश्रम दिल्लीस्थ पवित्र परिसरे श्री अरविन्द मातृसंस्कृत सेवा व्याख्यान स्थले पूजार्ह प्राचार्य प्रफुल्ल कुमार मिश्र कवीन्द्र जयति सुकवि प्राचार्य भागीरथी नंद काव्यपाठं योजयति सार्धैकशततम वार्षिके अरविन्दाविर्भावे पंचसप्ततितमे स्वाधीन भारतामृतोत्सवे सार्धैकशततम वार्षिके अरविन्दाविर्भावे पंचसप्ततितमे स्वाधीन भारतामृतोत्सवे श्री अरविन्द तथा संस्कृतमिति प्रसंगाश्रिता त्रिदिवसीय राष्ट्रीय चर्चा वस्तुतः प्रशंसिता। युग पुरुष श्री अरविन्द समाज संस्कारक अध्यात्म योग दर्शन गुरु सन्मार्ग निर्देशक दिव्य मार्गेण लोक समूहं सर्वदा प्रेरयति विविध तत्व साधना पूर्ण दिव्य रचना तति बहु विदेशी भाषा प्रवीण पाश्चात्य शिक्षा स्नात स्वदेश भाषा संस्कृति शक्त भारत वर पुत्र वेद पुराणोपनिषद काव्य शास्त्रादि व्याख्याकार स्वयं संपूर्ण संस्कृत ग्रंथ प्रणेता धुरंधर श्री अरविंद शास्त्रबोधने अक्षमा मम मति तथापि दिव्य दर्शन योग शास्त्रेषु श्रद्धा प्रीति श्री अरविंद दिव्य मार्गेण सज्जना नित्यं यन्तु इतस्तत स्वव्यवहारे च संस्कृतं कथयन्तु शुभकामना देशहिताय स्वार्थं त्यजन्तु सर्वे शुभारतं हि विभातो नित्यं प्रार्थनामहं कुर्वे। नमो नमः।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर काली प्रसन्न सतपति जी। मुझे भी ये बात बड़ी ही आश्चर्यजनक लगती है कि कैसे एक बच्चा जो बाहर से विदेश से पढ़कर आया हो और उसके बाद संस्कृत में उसकी रुचि और इतना ग्रंथों का परिणयन करना और उसके बाद इस तरीके का काम, मुझे लगता है कि मेरे जैसे सामान्य व्यक्ति के लिए इतनी बड़ी बात है। तो कवि उस भाव को स्वाभाविक रूप से पकड़ेगा और वो वही भाव जो है वो डॉक्टर काली प्रसन्न सतपथी के काव्य में अभी अभी दिखा। अगले प्रस्तोता हैं डॉक्टर केशव देव। मैं उन्हें आमंत्रित करती हूँ।
सभी सभासदों को सादर प्रणाम निवेदन करता हूं और गुरुजनों के चरणों में प्रणति निवेदन करता हूं। छोटी सी कविता है, इसलिए 1 मिनट का समय मैं अतिरिक्त लेने की अनुमति चाहता हूं। जब मैं कल आ रहा था तो मैंने YouTube पर एक वीडियो देखा जिसमें बताया जा रहा था कि 1 साल जब अरविंद जेल में रहे, उनको कारावास में रखा गया। बड़ी छोटा सा एक कमरा था जिसमें लेटा नहीं जा सकता था, सिर्फ बैठा जा सकता था और उसमें बड़ा ही कष्ट उन्होंने सहा। फिर 1 महीने बाद उनको शिफ्ट किया गया और बहुत सारी उसमें उनको यातनाएं झेलनी पड़ी। तो उस दौरान फिर अंत में जिस बात को मैं कहना चाह रहा हूँ, उन्होंने बताया कि मुझे एक दिव्य सत्ता, वो मुझे ये कह रही थी, जिसको वो वासुदेव कहते हैं, कि वो मुझे कह रहे थे कि मैंने तुझे किसी बड़े काम के लिए चुना है और उस बड़े काम को करने के लिए तुम मुझे उपयुक्त लगते हो। तुम नहीं भी करोगे तो काम होगा, लेकिन तुम्हें किसी विशेष काम के लिए चुना है, इसलिए 1 साल के लिए ही केवल तुम्हें वो जेल का अवसर दिया गया था ताकि तुम वहाँ पर साधना सीख सको। जहाँ योग साधना की बात आती है तो उस वीडियो में मैंने पढ़ा, तो उसी दिव्य साधना के धनी और ईश्वर के द्वारा प्रेरणा प्राप्त विशेष कार्य के लिए जिनको चुना गया था भगवान के द्वारा स्वयं, उनके लिए छोटा सा काव्य मैं प्रस्तुत कर रहा हूँ। और इस काव्य में पहले मैं थोड़ा सा बस हिंदी में बताऊं कि मैं उनके उस दिव्य तेज को प्रणाम कर रहा हूं, जो तेज एक बार ध्यान कर देने मात्र से हमें पवित्र कर देता है, सुख दे देता है और हमारा हर प्रकार से कल्याण कर देता है। तो प्रस्तुत है, यत् पावनम प्रसुखदम हितकारी दिव्यम आनंददम सकलतापमलापहारी संजीवयत्यखिल सुप्तमृतेन्द्रियाणि तेजस्त्वदीयमरविन्दगुरो नमामि। तेजस्त्वदीयमरविन्दगुरो नमामि। दूसरे में पद्य में मेरा ये भाव है कि जिसका यश सुनकर, जिसकी कीर्ति गाथा सुनकर हमारे कान पवित्र होते हैं और कान के माध्यम से हृदय उसे ग्रहण कर लेता है और उसके बाद हमारा शरीर, हमारी इंद्रियां वो तुरंत क्रियाशील हो जाती हैं। उस दिव्य वाणी को मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ। यद्धन्यतां नयति कर्णपुटान् हि सम्यक् कर्णं प्रविश्य हृदयं विततं करोति। यन्निष्क्रियं सपदि सक्रियतां हि याति वाचं त्वदीयमरविन्दगुरो नमामि। और तीसरे पद्य में मेरा यही भाव है कि आपके जिस साहस और पराक्रम के कारण वो अंग्रेज़ जिन्होंने भारत को, भारतीयों को आतताई बनकर के सताना, दुखी करना कम नहीं किया, हमेशा उनका दुख देने का ढंग बदलता गया और बढ़ता गया, आपने उनकी नाक में भी दम कर दिया और उसकी वजह से आपकी कीर्ति जो अतुलनीय है, उस कीर्ति से युक्त आप देवताओं के भी देवता हो गए हैं हमारे लिए। इसलिए मैं आपके चरणों में नमस्कार करता हूँ। और इस प्रकार है पद्य, यस्यास्ति साहस पराक्रम दुर्निवार्यः यस्यास्ति साहस पराक्रम दुर्निवार्य भीताश्च ये न कुटिलाः भयदांगलास्ते यस्यास्ति कीर्तिरतुला नितरां हि वन्द्या तं देवदेवमरविन्दमहं नमामि। तं देवमरविन्दमहं नमामि। साधुवादः।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर केशव देव। अगले प्रस्तोता हैं डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार। मैं उन्हें मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ।
श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। सर्वे श्री अरविंद महोदयस्य जन्मोत्सवे अत्र समुपस्थिताः सन्ति। अतः तदेव आश्रित्य अहम् अत्र स्वकवितां प्रस्तोतुम् इहे। शोभते भारते शोभते भारते माननीयः सदा वेदशास्त्रेषु यस्य प्रभा निर्मला। सोद्भूतो गीयते देवतुल्यो मया यस्य जन्मोत्सवे मेलनं चाभवत्। पुण्यभूमेः सुतः दिव्यज्ञाने रतः तादृशं तं जनं नौम्यहं सादरं। जीवनं यापितं योगिवाच सदा ज्ञानसम्प्राप्तये देववाण्यास्तथा। चिन्तनं यन्महत् वेदभाष्ये कृतं तज्जनानां कृते वर्तते ज्ञानदम्। ब्रह्मविद्या च का ज्ञायते सा कथं मानवानां कृते पुण्यदा योजिता। भाति रामायणे चिन्तनं यन्महत् ज्ञानभक्तिस्तथा मोक्षदा सौख्यदा। प्रस्तुतं सारभूतं हि सर्वं च तत् जायते नस्ततो जीवनं निर्मलं। विस्तृता शोभिता या महाभारते संस्कृतिर्मानवानां च व्यासकृता। सापि सम्पोषिता ज्ञानदृष्ट्या शुभा। नूतनं चिन्तनं जायते नोद्भुतं। गीयते या जनैः गीता सुगीता कर्तव्या। गीयते या जनैः सापि गीता पुनः प्रस्तुता नूतनैर्ज्ञानभावार्जितैः। यैः समाजे वयं दूरदृष्टिं गताः। भारतस्य प्रभा सा च संवर्धिता। कालिदासस्य या शोभते काव्यभा। सूर्यवंशे यथा मेघदूते तथा तत्र संयोजित। कालिदासस्य या शोभते काव्यभा। सूर्यवंशे यथा मेघदूते तथा रक्षणे नो ऋतूनां च शाकुन्तले। तत्र संयोजितं चिन्तनं वैनवम्। किं मया ते कृतं किं त्वया मे कृतं। चिन्तनीयं तथा मानवेन कथं। चिन्तनं रामराज्यस्य मुक्तिप्रदं। चिन्तनं यदस्ति तद् रामराज्यस्य चिन्तनमेव। चिन्तनं रामराज्यस्य मुक्तिप्रदं। तादृशं चिन्तनं नौम्यहं सादरं। तादृशं चिन्तनं नौम्यहं सादरं। नमो नमः।
Thank you, Dr. Anil Kumar. Next, I would like to call upon Professor भागीरथी नंद,
लाला शंकर जी, अब आप आ जाइए, मैं आपके बात करूँ। नहीं नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। नमः सदसे सर्वेभ्यः कविभ्यः नमः। मैंने ऐसे ही यथा तथा एक सोनेट, औरविंद सोनेट को संस्कृत में स्वनितम कहते हैं, औरविंद स्वनितम। और जो हमारी जो परंपरा है, हमारे संस्कृत में कविता परंपरा है, उसमें अनुष्टुप में लगभग सोनेट कविता मिलती है, इसलिए मैंने अनुष्टुप में लिखा है। और इसमें 14 पद्य होते हैं, सोनेट में 14 पद्य होते हैं। लगभग सभी विवरण जिसके बारे में, वस्तु का लगभग सामान्य सभी प्रकार के का विवरण, थोड़ा बहुत आंगिक विवरण होता है। समय खराब नहीं करता हूँ, अब पढ़ते हैं। स्वच्छ शुभ्र पयो राशि भारतात्म सरोवर अरविंदायते यस्मिन् अरविंदो महामुनि। स्वच्छ शुभ्र पयो राशिर भारतात्म सरोवर अरविंदायते यस्मिन् अरविंदो महामुनि। नैकोपनिषदो वेदाः पुराण काव्य संचयः सुमायन्ते हि मालाया मरविंदगले मला। संस्कृतं भारत प्राणा निशम्यते धुना पुरा पुरेद मरविंदेन प्रोक्तं स्थापितमेव च। बदनम अमृतं स्यन्ति बदनम अमृतं स्यन्ति करुणापूर्णलोचने औदार्य विस्तृतो भालः प्रसादगुम्फितं मुखम्। योगाचरण संपृक्तो निराडंबर जीवनः अरविंदो महायोगी देशमातृहिते रतः। तपः स्वाध्याय संश्लिष्टो ध्यात्मज्ञान निमज्जितः देश स्वातंत्र्य संलग्न ततः कारानिपीडितः। भारतमरविन्दश्च संस्कृता वागिति त्रयम्। भारतम अरविन्दः संस्कृता वाक्। भारतम अरविन्दश्च भारतमरविन्दश्च संस्कृता वागिति त्रयम् परस्परं समायुक्तं त्रिभुजे बाहवो यथा। त्रिभुजे बाहवो यथा। व्याख्या टीकानुवादानां कर्ता गुरूपदेशकः योगेन कर्मणा वाचा लोकानां शांतिवर्धकः। इदं हि प्रथितं पद्मं। विरोध अलंकार है। इदं हि प्रथितं पद्मं सूर्योदये प्रकाश्यते। इदं हि प्रथितं पद्मं सूर्योदये प्रकाश्यते
अरविन्दोदये किन्तु देशसूर्यः प्रकाशितः देशसूर्यः प्रकाशितः योगवृन्तः अरविन्दः स अरविन्दः कीदृशः अत्र अरविन्दः पुंलिङ्गान्तः यद्यपि नपुंसकान्तं भवेत् परन्तु अत्र अरविन्दः प्रपर्नाउन् दृष्ट्या योगवृन्तः यदि असौ अरविन्दः अरविन्दं तर्हि अस्य स्वरूपं कीदृशं योगवृन्तः यस्य वृन्तं योगः योगवृन्तः सदाधारः सद्गुणः एव आधारः योगवृन्तः सदाधारः स्थैर्य सुस्थिरकेशरः। अगर पद्म की कल्पना करें ये अरविंद अगर अरविंद हैं तो अरविंद की कल्पना करें तो इनका वृंत जो नाड़ी जो जिस नाल में कमल खड़ा होता है वो है इनका योग और सद्गुण है इनका आधार सत और स्थैर्य स्थिरता मन की स्थिरता है इनका सुस्थिर केसर पद्म के अंदर एक वो रहता है केसर जिसमें उसके बीज वगैरह बनते हैं। योगवृन्तः सदाधारः योगवृन्तः सदाधारः स्थैर्य सुस्थिर केसरः आत्मप्रकाश पत्रोसौ पत्र इसका जो पंखुड़ियाँ क्या हैं आत्म प्रकाश पत्रोसौ अरविंदः प्रचक्षते आत्म प्रकाश पत्रोषा वरविंदः प्रचक्षते एकतो लोक दौर्बल्यम अन्यतो देश दूर्दशा इतरतस् तपोहानि तत्रारविंद संभवः यस्य प्रज्ञा तपः पूता यस्य प्रज्ञा तपः पूता ददर्शाखिलवाङ्मयं नव्यार्थजालेन प्रोतं शोषौ महामुनिः शास्त्रं हि प्रमुखं शस्त्रं तपोयोगसमन्वितम् अन्तः स्थितमिदं दूरात् शत्रुशक्तिं व्यपोहति इत्यादि ज्ञानसंभारं स्वोपदेशेन कर्मणा इत्यादि ज्ञानसंभारं स्वोपदेशेन कर्मणा योऽस्मान् प्राबोधयच्चैन मरविन्दं वयं नुमः अरविन्दं वयं नुमः। धन्यवादः।
धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर भागीरथी नंद। कभी कभी मुझे लगता है कि हमारे गुरुवर को कंठ और काव्य दोनों की सिद्धि प्राप्त है, क्योंकि जब भी गुरुवर को मैंने सुना है कुछ काव्य का गान करते हुए, निसंदेह सत्व भाव का उद्रेक मैंने हमेशा पाया है। धन्यवाद, पुनः धन्यवाद। अगले प्रस्तोता हैं प्रोफेसर लाला शंकर गयावाल। मैं उन्हें मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ।
नमो नमः। नव सभाभ्यः सभापतिभ्यश्च नमो नमः। किमपि व्यङ्ग्यमपि भवतु, इदानीं बहु शोभनं गानं भवति स्म। बहु पूर्वं लिखितम् आसं, किञ्चित् स्मर्यते, इदानीमेव लिखितं तदेव पठामि। जाते वादे वादे जायते तत्त्वबोधः इति सर्वे जानन्ति एव, किन्तु वादे वादे जायते विवादः अपि भवति इति मया अत्र लिखितं वर्तते। पश्यन्तु सर्वे स्वदेशे विदेशे, निकटेति दूरे तथा अन्तर्बहिर्वा, इतस्ततः सन्त्यनेकाः समस्याः वादानां जायते, वादानां वृद्धौ जायते विवादाः। असमे पाकसमर्थकैः विखण्डिता शान्तिव्यवस्था, प्रताडिताः मानवास्तत्र पृथक्तावादस्तु दृश्यते। पञ्जाबे संहृत्य भयमुत्पाद्य मुहुर्मुहुः, मारणं पीडनं हननम् आतङ्कवादस्य लक्षणम्। उत्तर प्रदेशे प्रांतवादः, बिहारे जातिवादः, सिंहले उग्रवादः, दाक्षिणात्ये भाषावादः। कांग्रेसे छायावादः, तत्र छाया चलति नेहरू परिवाराणां। कांग्रेसे छायावादः, जनतादले मायावादः, बीजेपी दले धर्मवादः, कम्युनिस्टे मार्क्सवादः। उत्कोचे प्रगतिवादः, उत्कोच इति घूस, घूसग्रहणे प्रगति भवति। उत्कोचे प्रगतिवादः, अवञ्चने प्रयोगवादः, मंत्रीषु आशावादः, कर्मचारीषु निराशावादः। शंकरे अद्वैतवादः, रामानुजे द्वैतवादः, अरविंदे योगवादः ध्यानवादः, अरविंदे योगवादः, रविंद्रे गेयवादः संगीतवादः। स्वगृहे तु स्वार्थवादः, परगृहे परमार्थवादः। स्वगृहे अधिकं न भक्षणं करणीयम्, अन्यत्र गत्वा परगृहे अधिकाधिकं भक्षणं कर्तव्यं। स्वगृहे तु स्वार्थवादः, परगृहे परमार्थवादः। वादानां वृद्धौ सत्यां, जायते वृथा विवादः, जायते वृथा विवादः, जायते वृथा विवादः। धन्यवादः।
धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर लाला शंकर गयावाल जी। अगले प्रस्तोता हैं प्रोफेसर रविंद्र कुमार पंडा जी।
नमः कविभ्यः उपस्थितेभ्यः सज्जनेभ्यः सहृदयेभ्यः। जयतु जगति वन्द्यो माननीयो महर्षिः, अनुपम रस सिंधु देश कल्याणकारी। जयतु जगति वन्द्यो माननीयो महर्षिः, अनुपम रस सिंधु देश कल्याणकारी। मम हृदय सरोजे राजतां योगिराजः, हसतु कमल नेत्रा भारती तस्य भाषा। जयतु जगति वन्द्यो माननीयो महर्षिः, अनुपम रस सिंधु देश कल्याणकारी। मम हृदय सरोजे राजतां योगिराजः, हसतु कमल नेत्रा भारती तस्य भाषा। अरबिंदो महायोगी महान् मौलिक चिंतकः, भारतस्याभ्युदयाय विचारः तस्य सार्थकः। लिखिता येन सावित्री महाकाव्यं मनोरमं, ततो स कविराजोऽस्ति साधकोऽपि विलक्षणः। श्री अरविंद देवस्य विचारकल्पपादपः, कलौ कल्मुषनाशाय साधनं हि विशेषतः। या भारती भारत भूमि देशे, संचारशीला जनता हिताय। या भारती भारत भूमि देशे, संचारशीला जनता हिताय। मूले स्थितस्या अरविंद घोषः, महाप्रतापी करुणावतारः। नमामि भक्त्या किल योगिराजं, घोषं महान्तं महनीयकीर्तिं। विचारवृक्षः किल भाति यस्य, विश्वे समस्ते जनमंगलाय। या भारती भारत भूमि देशे, संचारशीला जनता हिताय। मूले स्थितस्या अरविंद घोषः, महाप्रतापी करुणावतारः। नमामि भक्त्या किल योगिराजं, घोषं महान्तं महनीयकीर्तिं। विचारवृक्षः किल भाति यस्य विश्वे समस्ते जनमंगलाय। श्री अरविंद देवस्य विचार चंद्र चंद्रिका सृजति हृदये नित्यं सुंदरीं भावविभूतिं। श्री अरविंद देवस्य विचार चंद्र चंद्रिका सृजति हृदये नित्यं सुंदरीं भावविभूतिं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत सुंदर, धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर रविंद्र कुमार पंडा जी। हमारे अंतिम तथा मुख्य, बाकी फिर मुख्य हो जाएंगे, इसीलिए सम्माननीय प्रोफेसर प्रफुल्ल कुमार मिश्रा जी, अध्यक्ष महोदय को मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ।
नमस्सभाय तत्र जयन्ति ते सुकृतिनोः रससिद्धा कवीश्वराः नास्ति येषां जसः काये जरामरणजं भयम्। अतः कवयः अजे रससिद्धाः सन्ति। श्री अरविंद स्योपरि रचिता या कविता तत्र देवादि विषयरति भावः न तत्र कश्चित् कुत्रचित् वर्तते, यद्यपि छन्दो बाहुल्यम् अस्ति। अस्तु तावत् नाना व्यंजना समन्वितस्य काव्यस्य सुतराम् अस्माकं ध्येयं भवतु। श्री अरविन्दस्य स्तुतिं कर्तुं वयं बाके यदा अरविंद रवीन्द्रस्य नय नमस्कार। हे गुरु, हे विश्वगुरु, स्वदेश आत्मनः स्वदेशरात्मनः त्वमसि वाणीमूर्ति। वाणीमूर्ति तुम्ही, यथा रवीन्द्रनाथ ठाकुरेण स्तुति कृता अस्ति। तदतिरिच्य को वा ब्रूयात्। तथापि नूतन प्रयत्नेन कवयः बाहुल्येन तस्य स्तुतिं प्रस्तुवन्ति, ते अभिनन्दनीयाः। ममापि किञ्चित् किमपि प्रलापितं, जस्य नाम श्रवणमात्रेण शरीरे मे रोमांच संचः, दृष्ट्वा यस्य सौम्य शांत मूर्तिं सुतरां हतचकितोऽहम्। वेद पुराण काव्यानां वाचने पंडितास्ते तिरोहिताः। अहो विदग्धता करुणा कटाक्षता नेत्र कौमुदी कला कलापेन सर्वे भक्ताः ह्युद्वेलितास्तदा। काय मनोवाक्यानां समर्पणेन मोमुद्यते मे मनः। जदराष्ट्रस्य स्वतंत्रता रक्षणाय सिद्धा सुसिद्धास्ते अस्मान् प्रीणयन्ति। पंडिचेरिं समासाद्य पंचाशत शशांकेषु योगारूढ़ महामुनि ह्यतिमानसधारक शरीरं त्यक्तवानसौ विश्वकल्याण हेतवे। श्रीमातुः योग साधनम तदनु प्रवर्तते मुदा। अखिलेस्मिन् प्रपंचे सर्वेषां चेतना स्तरम वर्धेत मनुष्यतातूर्णम पृथिव्यां दिव्य जीवनम। धन्यवाद। जयतु भारतम, वंदे मातरम, जयतु संस्कृतम।
धन्यवाद सर। मैं आदरणीय संपदानंद मिश्र जी को आमंत्रित करती हूँ, वे आएँ और धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करें।
सर्वेभ्य कविवर्येभ्य भूरिशः धन्यवादाः। धन्यवादार्पणं ततः प्राक् स्वकीयं किमपि श्री अरविन्दम् अधिकृत्य यत् पुरातनं किमपि लिखितम् आसीत् तत् अहं श्रावयामि। एतेन अयं कवितापाठोत्सवः समाप्तिं गमिष्यति। जय दिव्यजीवन मन्त्रप्रदायक श्री अरविन्द प्रदेहि पदम्। जय दिव्यजीवन मन्त्रप्रदायक श्री अरविन्द प्रदेहि पदम्। जय सुंदर मंदिर शुभ शिव सुंदर हे परमेश्वर देहि पदम्। हे परमेश्वर देहि पदम्। जय भव भय खंडन कल्मषनाशन सत्य सनातन देहि पदम्। जय शांति निकेतन भक्त जनावन योगपरायण देहि पदम्। श्री अरविन्द प्रदेहि पदम्। जय नित्य सुखालय सन्मय चिन्मय जय जगदाश्रय देहि पदम्। जय नित्य निरामय दिव्य कृपामय जय जगदीश प्रदेहि पदम्। श्री अरविन्द प्रदेहि पदम्। जय सत्यलोक प्रभाकर शंकर सकल शुभंकर देहि पदम्। जय शुद्ध चिदंबर शुभ्र पटांबर वेद विदांबर देहि पदम्। श्री अरविन्द प्रदेहि पदम्। जय दिव्य धाम प्रदायक पालक जय भवतारक देहि पदम्। जय विघ्न विनाशक शोक विदाहक जय सुखदायक देहि पदम्। श्री अरविन्द प्रदेहि पदम्। हे परमेश्वर देहि पदम्। नमो नमः। तो ये कविता पाठोत्सव के लिए मैंने जब प्रस्ताव दिया भागीरथी नंद जी को ये कार्यभार सौंपा गया था कि आप इसका आयोजन करें, वो बहुत ही कम दिनों में इन सब को लेके ये कविता पाठोत्सव उन्होंने आयोजन किया। उनको मेरा हृदय से धन्यवाद। और आप सभी लोग भी खूब कम समय में अपनी अपनी कविता का रचन करके यहाँ उपस्थापन किया और बहुत सुरीले सुर से भागीरथी नंद जी का भी आपने सुना, अन्यों का सुना, और विविध छंद का प्रयोग करके कविताओं का श्री अरविंद के ऊपर बहुत ही कम समय में यह कविता पाठोत्सव आयोजित हो पाया। इसके लिए मैं श्री अरविंद और श्री माता जी की चरण कमलों में प्रार्थना पूर्वक आप सबका धन्यवाद करते हुए आज के दिन का समापन का उद्घोषण कर रहा हूँ। और एक क्षण हम शांत रह के फिर हम विदा लेते हैं। ओम। धन्यवाद।